edited by the Institute for Marxismus-Leninismus beim ZKDR Central Committees Institute for Marxism-Leninism, Berlin, Dietz, 1958. Slightly abbreviated. The only thing that was clear concerning the political situation in Germany in November was that the monarchy was gone. The military, police, judicial, and administrative powers of the old regime suddenly had no idea what the future might bring. The working class was divided and there was no revolutionary party organization to form central organs of power. The influence of the left radicals won the Spartacus League, and their newly founded party, the KPD, was not strong enough to immediately take the country a big step forward. The state of Bremen too was too small for such an undertaking. Between Bremen and Hamburg there were few industrial workers, communication and mutual help were not guaranteed. The national government was led by reformists who were mainly concerned with establishing a bourgeois republic and stopping the working masses from moving further to the left. They served the bourgeois state and not the working class. To the northwest of Bremen, in Oldenburg, East Friesland, the USPD member Kuhn led the government. 3 No revolutionary support could be expected from Hanover in the south, since the reformist influence was particularly strong. Under these circumstances, every move in Bremen seemed premature. Still, we wanted to set an example proving that what had been possible in Russia was also possible in Germany. The most important question was, who controls the weapons? We had to implement the revolutionary demands that the workers with the dock workers at their head had presented on November 29. The dock workers' main organizer and leader was Johann Neff. 4 The first demand was the arming of the workers. The SPD fought this with tooth and nail in the Bremen Workers' and Soldiers' Council, but this made little impression on the workers. They sent a delegation to a council meeting. The delegates demanded that Heinke 5 spoke to the masses on the streets. Heinke tried to play the old game of on the one hand and on the other hand. The SPD was afraid that the USPD would move further to the left as well. Therefore, the SPD members planned to sabotage a possible majority in the council for the arming of the workers. Neff addressed the masses and encouraged them to remain strong and determined and not to dissolve until the question of arms was decided by the council. The unity of the masses won. The Bremen Workers' and Soldiers' Council approved the arming of the workers with the votes of the left radicals and the USPD. The dock workers were well prepared and formed workers' companies and platoons before handing them weapons and ammunition. In the barracks, the reactionary forces responded by spreading rumors about the soldiers now becoming unemployed. In December, we took another few steps forward. In Oldenburg, the Kuhn government tried to separate the soldiers' councils from the workers' councils. It called for a conference of all soldiers' councils of the region. Johann Neff, the Seaman Onasix and I traveled there without invitation. I requested from Kuhn that he should allow us to speak as representatives of the neighboring federal state. This was approved. Neff held a fiery speech. He presented the steps that had already been taken in Bremen and emphasized that the only future option we had was a united German Council Republic. Neff's speech earned a lot of applause. This deeply frightened the reformists. They barely held on to a majority at the conference. Meanwhile, the IKD was preparing a national conference for late December. Delegates came from Bremen, Hamburg, Stuttgart, Wilhelmshaven, Rustringen, Bremerhaven, Hanover, and Berlin. At the conference, it was decided to separate from the Borchardt Group. 7 The most important decision, unanimously supported, was to unite with the Spartacus League in order to form a revolutionary workers' party. Heated discussions were caused by the question about whether to participate in the elections for the National Assembly. Almost all speakers argued against it, with Neff being one of the few exceptions. He wanted to use the electoral campaign to propagate the council system. However, a vast majority supported the boycott of the elections. Some even proposed active sabotage to prevent a new bourgeois state from forming. So far, the Council of People's delegates only had a provisional mandate. There were some soldiers' councils representatives present. Apart from me, There were comrades from the Stuttgart Soldiers' Council and a delegation from the Commission 53, the Great Soldiers' Council of the Imperial Naval Office. The Commission 53 comrades were ready to stage an attack on the Ebert cabinet. NIF, however, did not think that we had enough armed cadres to topple the provisional government. He once again argued for participation in the elections to win more supporters and to form more cadres for a centralized revolutionary action. NIF thought that isolated removals of local leaders could easily harm the revolutionary process. However, the majority at the conference considered a return from the workers' and soldiers' councils to bourgeois parliamentarism a step back, since workers were armed all over the country. Counter-revolutionary forces provoked local power struggles to disarm the workers. This is what many saw as the main obstacle to centralized revolutionary action. The differences of opinion remained. As a consequence, NIF asked not to be sent as a delegate to the founding Congress of the KPD. He suggested only sending delegates who backed the conference's majority decisions because we had decided on imperative mandates. We finally nominated Paul Froelich as our representative in the KPD's Central Committee. The return of Army Regiment 75 caused a power struggle in Bremen. The regiment was fully armed and set up camp next to Bremen on December 31st. It demanded the reinstallment of the Bremen Senate, safe passage to the town's barracks, and a guarantee for keeping its arms. I went to NIF to discuss the situation. We decided that the chairman of the soldiers' councils, Willems, should travel to meet the regiment. Willems promised the officers that the regiment could enter Bremen with their arms, but emphasized that he was not able to give any further guarantees. The regiment's soldiers' council, led by the regiment's leader, Major Kasperi, rejected the proposal. 8 Kasperi refused to enter Bremen without his political demands guaranteed. This was a boost for the reactionary forces in town. Willems, X9 and I decided on a little plot. We included the representative of the Workers' Council in the Soldiers' Council. For Sunkio's. 10 The plan was the following: Willems should return to the regiment, invite it to return to Bremen, and explain that preparations for a welcoming event were underway. The Soldiers' Council of the garrison would wait for them at the market square. This would be our final proposal. Should the regiment refuse, we would come and arrest it. Willems returned with an agreement. Now we discussed the plan's details. The market square was to be surrounded by a group of reliable soldiers. After the welcoming ceremony, the regiment would not be led directly to the barracks, but to a school in Bremen-Neustadt whose yard was surrounded by a high wall. There, the regiment was to be disarmed. Then, it was to be escorted to the barracks without arms and immediately demobilized. Willems gave the welcoming speech at the market square on January 1st. X led the march to the school. I accompanied him. At the school, X tried to prepare the soldiers for disarmament. When Major Kasperi understood what was happening, he gave the order, to arms. At this point, our soldiers jumped over the school's wall and took possession of the weapons. The upper windows opened, and armed sailors waved at the infantrymen. Everyone made clear that no harm would be done to the soldiers and that we were only acting in their interests. The following minutes were tense. I offered the regiment's soldiers' council to follow me to a classroom to negotiate. Since the authority of the officers already seemed undermined, the council complied. The bottom line of my proposal was that Army Regiment 75 would surrender all weapons and march to the barracks for demobilization. This was met by total silence. We did not get anywhere. Lieutenant Cease and the 2 sergeants waited for Major Kasperi's decision. I took my watch and gave them 5 minutes. One of the sergeants and Lieutenant Cease signed immediately, the other sergeant soon after. But Major Kasperi said it would be dishonorable for him as an officer to surrender his weapons at a school. I had to find a solution. Finally, I suggested that the officers should keep their weapons until they got home and that they would be collected the following day. This was the ultimate proposal I could make. With his hands shaking, Kasperi signed the paper. We stepped outside and Lieutenant Cease announced the agreement. The soldiers cheered. The infantrymen and the sailors went united to the barracks. We had resolved a potentially very dangerous situation peacefully. After the return of the delegates from the founding conference of the KPD, the revolutionary spirit among Bremen's workers grew even stronger. In several meetings, the proclamation of a council republic was prepared. It was my task to report on the support that could be expected from the soldiers. Dan at 11 informed me about the KPD leadership's decision that I was to prepare the representative of the Workers' Council in the Soldiers' Council, for the council seizing power. So I did. At first, Fursunkioas got very concerned and asked what Heinke thought. I told him that Heinke knew nothing about our plans and that it was up to him, Fursunkioas, to let him know. I also told Fursunkioas that the soldiers supported the proclamation of the Council Republic and that they would protect the demonstration outside the Rathaus with armed units. Then Fursunkioas asked about the date and the composition of the government. I had been told to promise Fursunkioas that Heinke could be chairman and he, Fursunkioas, his assistant. I had also been told that Heinke himself should proclaim the Council Republic, stating that the posts of people's delegates and people's commissioners should be divided equally between the socialist parties. I, myself, would join the government as the representative of the soldiers' councils. Fursunkioas kept on asking for a date. I finally said, tomorrow. Paul Frolic demanded to act rapidly. He had the approval of Leo Jogi Ches. This, however, did not suit Fursunkioas, the district secretary of the USPD. However, since he trusted me, he followed my advice, called Heinke and agreed to meet and inform him about the developments. I went to Brezhnev. Heinke was very reluctant, but the promise that he could act as the government's chairman in the Council Republic made him hope that he could influence its course. He also knew that we would proceed without him anyway. Eventually, he agreed. The text of the Council Republic's proclamation was not discussed in detail. Most important to us communists were the armed cadres and the revolutionary spirit among the population. This is what we were working for night and day. On January 10, 1919, the square in front of the Rathaus was packed with people. They were greeted by a huge red flag. The people's delegates and the people's commissioners had all gathered on the balcony. Adam Fursunkioas began his speech, I hereby declare bourgeois democracy and parliamentarism a part of our history. From now on, the council's rule, yes, with the support of the dock workers it was possible to say such things. Martial law was declared, but it was declared by representatives of the working class, therefore it was something new, something extraordinary. Now the die was cast. Our time in government contained amusing and frustrating episodes. The banker Schroeder, a USPD member, often tried to convince his comrade Fursunkioas that the government had to draft a constitution. We formed a commission, consisting of Danad, Fursunkioas, and me. Every time Schroeder had talked to Fursunkioas told me that Schroeder's bank needed loans. I told Fursunkioas that we couldn't be bothered by such things right now as long as we had machines to print money, other questions were more important. But Fursunkioas felt pressured by Schroeder and repeatedly urged us to do something. We usually discussed sitting on the big chairs of the former senators. Fursunkioas was short and crippled and almost disappeared in them. When I finally told him sternly, the banker does not want our council constitution but a bourgeois constitution and we will not write one, he looked perplexed, sighed, and finally said, okay, now I know. One day, while eating lunch in the barracks mess hall, a few sailors appeared behind me. This was not unusual because lunch breaks were often used to discuss different matters. Another group appeared behind the town Major X. However, it didn't look like they had come for discussion. We were both arrested and detained. Meyer, a member of the Soldiers' Council from Delmenhorst, was the hired leader of the counter-revolution. He had prepared the coup carefully and counted on the moment of surprise. We had not been vigilant enough and had not analyzed the mood among the population. The soldiers gathered on the barracks yard. A reformist trade union leader spoke to them, the chairman of the Tobacco Workers Union, Dykeman. 12. He demanded from the soldiers to go to the dockyard and disarm the workers. He tried to spread envy between the soldiers and the workers. X and I observed this from our individual cells, but we could not interfere. The soldiers went to the dockyard, but our workers were no cowards. When it became clear that the soldiers approached with hostile intentions, one of the workers jumped to the machine gun and started shooting. The soldiers dispersed. There was great confusion and anger. Heinke came and used the moment to sign a truce. The document also included the demand to immediately release X and me. In the next meeting of the Council of People's Delegates, I demanded the dismissal of the soldiers who had attacked the dockyard. Heinke opposed this because he had given his word that no such thing would happen. Plattner and Jorn, a teacher from Nyenburg, took things into their own hands and attempted to enter the barracks together with a few comrades in order to disarm the soldiers, unsurprisingly, without success. The murder of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg hit us all very hard. The reactionary forces, on the other hand, gained new courage. The reformist Dykeman was among those who demanded from Niski to crush the Bremen Council Republic with military force. Niski was sympathetic and sent the division Gerstenberg to Bremen. 13. It was joined by the Free Corps Kasperi. The troops surrounded the town. We were trapped. However, surrender was not an option. I suggested to the government to travel to the White Guards headquarters in Würden an der Aller. The government members were uncertain. Would this be our last journey? Would we be taken hostage? I suggested that the USPD and the KPD should send an equal number of delegates. We finally decided that Heinke und Drittmann from the USPD and Bomber 14 and I from the KPD should go. When we left on January 31st, we could feel what the others felt. Everyone was silent. Shortly before arriving in Würden, I spotted an outpost in a ditch. Since I was wearing uniform, I demanded the guard to escort us, a delegation of Bremen's government, to the White Guards headquarters. I told him to step on the car's running board to guide us. This is how we arrived. We were led to Captain Danner. Danner talked so much that for quite some time we couldn't get a single word in. He particularly emphasized, "The former worker Niski has given us the order to establish peace in Bremen and we are proud to fulfill his order." Danner demanded that we should order the workers of Bremen to hand in their weapons immediately. We proposed instead to send an officers' patrol to Bremen. The officers could see for themselves that there was peace in the city. Bomber made it clear that the surrender of weapons was out of the question. He stressed that there was peace in Bremen and that claims to the opposite were simple lies serving as a pretext to invade. After our return to Bremen, the government met around the clock. The USPD cancelled its collaboration with the KPD and demanded to form a coalition government with the SPD to solve the crisis politically. Basically, we should surrender without a fight. We rejected this, of course. Our comrades got no more sleep. The women wanted to join the defense and demanded weapons. Attempts were made to organize help from outside. The party decided to send Karl Becker 15 to Hamburg and me to Leipzig. We traveled together to Hamburg first, the trains already being controlled by White Guards. Soldiers with black, white and red armbands searched the compartments for suspects. In Hamburg, the chairman of the Soldiers' Council from the 9th Army Corps tried to double-cross us. He promised us military support and an immediate intervention. At the same time, he sabotaged the support that Ernst Thälmann 16 had organized. The train with the workers recruited by Thälmann was pushed on a dead track. In Leipzig, I visited the chairman of the Workers' Council, the USPD comrade Seeger. 17 I explained the situation to him and asked for the immediate arming of the Leipzig workers, for the Workers' Council to proclaim a general strike, and for a telegram sent to Niski urging him to suspend the attack on Bremen. Seeger wasn't very receptive. He accused us of doing foolish things. Still, he did not want to reject my demands outright. He allowed me to present them in the Leipzig Workers' Council the following day. Some speakers in the council, among them the Navy soldier Alwyn Hyuk 18 supported me. Seeger spoke against me. He repeated that we had done foolish things in Bremen. At the end of his speech, he graciously said, "But we can send a telegram to Niski." Essentially, I returned with empty hands. The government of Brunswick sent an airplane to Bremen. However, the Neuenlanderfeld airport was already occupied by White Guards. One single bourgeois officer from Oldenburg came and offered his support. But he was an artillery officer and we only had 2 cannons. We had minesweepers with cannons, but they lacked ammunition. It had been confiscated by the Allies. On February 4, some of our sailors defended the Weserbruck 19 with nothing but light automatic weapons except for one heavy machine gun. Eventually, we were defeated by the White Guards who had bigger numbers and highly superior equipment. But we had put up a decent fight. 29 of us were dead compared to 75 of them. In the end, we had stowed away some weapons on barges and were heading down the Weser. At the Rotsand lighthouse strong winds forced us to end the journey and to call at Bremerhaven. The victors declared a state of emergency in Bremen. The dock workers simply defied them. However, the conquerors managed to occupy the Rathaus. The SPD formed a provisional government. The members of the council government were persecuted for high treason. Everything in Bremen changed. The inner city was sealed off with barbed wire and the hunt for revolutionaries began. Those arrested were detained in Missler's emigrants' halls. 20 all humpbacks in town were targeted to find Wilhelm Buchholz, Karl Stuck 21 and Adam Frasunkiois. Nothing happened to Heinke. He became a delegate in the National Assembly in Weimar. The other government members who escaped arrest were living underground. Shame. Bloodshed by the government troops. Der Kommunist. Report on the fighting in Bremen by Comrade Latzel, published as Schande. Bluttaten der Regierungstruppen in der Kommunist, No. 48, April 14, 1919. Latzel's report had originally been sent to the Bremer Arbeiterzeitung. 1. On February 3, I was on patrol with 5 men at the Arbergener Mühl. We had the order to find a patrol of 17 men that had left in the morning and never returned. When we reached the missing men at about 10 a.m., they were engaged in a firefight with government troops. Some were wounded while others had retreated. We came to their defense, but were hugely outnumbered by the enemy. Eventually, I was the last one on the field and had to surrender. My coat was taken from me after all the buttons and a sleeve had been torn off. I was brought to the next town, I think it was Uphusen. I had to undergo a body search in an inn where the government troops were based. Then I was led to the next room, where a number of workers were already detained. At about 2 p.m., a train brought us to Utelsen where we were interrogated at the castle of Prince Reventlow. 2 When a lieutenant announced the arrival of 4 Spartacists from Bremen, the officers rushed toward us, pushed us around, slapped one in the face, and kicked another. A drumhead court-martial decided to immediately execute those who had been caught with weapons in hand. We were led into an empty room in the next building. Soldiers guarded the door and the window. Someone brought ropes to tie our hands behind our backs. This was witnessed by the servants of the castle, who cursed, abused, and spat at us. We waited for about 2 hours before we were fetched for further interrogations. Now it must have been around 5 p.m. After all 4 of us had been interrogated, we were bound in pairs. I was bound with a Navy soldier who had come from Cuxhaven. Our 2 comrades were taken to the railway station because they had been caught without weapons. A Navy officer and 2 soldiers took us to a lonely path. Once the soldiers felt unobserved, they started to taunt and threaten us, saying things like, "Soon, we will have extra food stamps and Germany needs less imports," or, "We have served for 12 years in the army and you Spartacists want to ruin our careers." They constantly announced our imminent execution. Finally, we had to stop, our ropes were cut, and we were challenged to run away. Eventually, the soldiers fell silent, and then the shots came. We both fell into the snow. I had been shot in the lungs, my comrade, if I remember correctly, in the leg. After half an hour, a cart came to take us away. The soldiers told the farmers who drove the cart that we were Spartacists from Bremen who had been trying to escape. They shone their flashlights on us and concluded that I would probably soon be gone, and that my comrade's wound was a nice one. We traveled for about 45 minutes. When we reached the railway station at Baden, between Itelsen and Achim, we were transferred to a military wagon. This area was already controlled by the government troops. The soldiers told the local peasants that we were Spartacists receiving 70 marks a day. In Russia, they added, everything was taken from the peasants. In the wagon, the soldiers checked if we were still alive. I had managed to smear blood in my ears and on my mouth to make them believe I was dead. I was hoping that would make them leave me alone. Since my comrade, who was in agonizing pain, was obviously still alive, the soldiers decided to let him have another one. A moment later, they fired a shot that must have hit him in the breast or stomach. However, he was still alive and pleaded with the soldiers, "Let me live, I have to feed my mother, my father died in the war." The soldiers responded by saying, "Don't worry, we'll take care of it," and fired another shot that hit him in the head. I had to witness all this without making a sound or lifting a finger. The tiniest reaction would have cost me my life. We traveled to Achim in high speed. A medical council member lived there with his daughter, a nurse. He was called, and I was put on a table. The soldiers were horrified when they realized that I was still alive. They once again explained that we had been trying to escape. The medical council member told them that this seemed improbable. Clearly, we had not been shot from behind. I remember the soldiers whispering, "Gosh, he is not dead, he will spoil everything." My poor comrade, who had suffered for hours in agony, died at 2:30 a.m. Der Communist added the following note to the text: "We are anxious to hear what the provisional government has to say about these things." When we first published the news about the murders by government troops on February 4, it was so embarrassing for the likes of Dijkman and Winkelmann III that they decided to ban our journal. They probably thought this would bury the case once and for all. So, what will they say now? We would like to ask, how long will these beasts in human form be allowed to run free? The workers will give the answer. The Council Idea in Germany. Karl Plattner. Translation of the chapter Der Rätegedanke in Deutschland in das Fundament und die Organisierung der sozialen Revolution, the Foundation and the Organization of the Social Revolution, published as a pamphlet by the Saxony-Anhalt KPD District Office in 1919. The Council Idea and the Council system in its practical form have been brought to us from Russia. In Russia, the Council Idea was turned into reality and became a solid foundation for the development of the proletarian revolution and its revolutionary laws. This, in fact, made it rather easy to introduce it in Germany because practical examples are always compelling. Of course, it is impossible to claim that everything that has happened in the Russian Revolution and in its development can be applied to Germany. Nonetheless, it is safe to say that we should have followed the Russian Revolution in establishing a dictatorship of the councils over the propertied bourgeois class. The advantage we have over the Russian Revolution is that we can select the elements that have proven useful. Therefore, in comparison to Russia, it should be child's play to lead the revolution to victory in Germany because we do not have to engage in all sorts of experiments. The Russians have already done that for us. However, even if we had made perfect use of the experiences of the Russian Revolution, we would still have gone through bitter experiences and painful failures. The proletarian revolution cannot be brought to its end without them. It is exasperating to look and reflect upon the development of the German Revolution today. The Russian Revolution was bloody. However, the German Revolution has already been bloodier one, and even more blood will flow once the workers free themselves from the yoke of wage labor and capital. There are only two options: struggle and victory, or subservience and demise. In this context, we must not forget that the Russian revolutionaries are engaged in a war at the same time, a war against the well-organized militarism of international capital. The German revolutionaries have not had to face this war yet. Their revolution turned bloody in the fight against domestic capital that continues to rule over us. The eventual war against foreign capital is inevitable, however, at least as long as the revolution has not been ignited in Western Europe. There is another thing we must not forget: in Russia, it was easy to ignite the revolution on the ruins of the Tsarist regime, but it was tremendously difficult to execute it. In Russia, capital was far less powerful than it is in Germany or Japan. Russia was predominantly agricultural. The Tsarist regime had a strong military and strong class justice. Think of Siberia. But that was it. We only have to look at the fights in the Russian parliament today. Russia had no proper administrative apparatus or a well-developed transport system. In addition, the Royal Russian regiments had completely ruined the country economically in collaboration with Hindenburg's gangsters. In a certain sense, the same happened in Germany. Yet, there were important differences and they need to be considered. Germany is the country of advanced capital. Germany is the country of organization, of administration, of efficiency, of bureaucracy. It is harder to ignite a revolution here, but it is easier to keep it running, because of these German qualities. We still see German revolutionaries become desperate at times. The revolution moves sluggishly, it disappoints and it frustrates. This must have its reasons. Let us try to establish them, if that is possible, in a text like this. The German proletariat was not revolutionary because it had been educated in the spirit of the counter-revolution. Order and conformity were the two central values taught by the socialist pedagogues and their subordinates to the masses of workers going through the schools of the trade unions and the social democratic parties of Schulz to Hasse and Koskai. The workers who have not gone through these schools do not embrace these values. Good. The young ones, the new generation of workers, have a different spirit. They say to the older generations, "You have paid a heavy price for going through these social democratic schools." But the older generations have internalized this spirit and they depend on it despite all the punishment that came with it. When we hear people preach order today, they mean the order of capital. In our understanding, of course, the order of capital means complete disorder. It is responsible for mass hunger and mass slaughter, for putting human beings on the same level as animals. If we look for further reasons for the slow revolutionary process, we have to divide the development of the council system in Germany into three phases. The first phase is rooted in the past, the second is forming in the present, and the third reaches into the future. If we regard the councils of the past, we have to consider the following questions: what did the councils at the time see as their task? Did they understand the essence of the councils and of the council's role? I want to be very clear, they did not. How about the councils of the present? We need to look at their composition, their origins, their current functions or the lack thereof. Most importantly, however, we have to look at the councils of the future. What are their tasks during the coming months and years? They will have to function as illegal, unlawful councils, and its members must be aware of this. They will be revolutionary organs that cannot give a damn about the current order and about current laws. From the standpoint of the bourgeois government, they will be unlawful councils with unlawful functions. In other words, the most important task of the communist councils of today is to prepare the coming proletarian revolution. As organs of the revolution, they must form its foundation. This is what gives the councils of today their meaning and content and nothing else. If the councils do not live up to this task, they will disappear. And they should disappear. In fact, if we look at the reality of today's councils, we must hope that they disappear and will be replaced by truly revolutionary ones. Today, all we have are corrupt and irrelevant workers' councils, mostly in the form of shop councils serving the shop owners or, in the best case, as kitchen commissioners. Point 3. We doubt that there is much point in discussing the details of the future councils and their functions. It can be done, but we won't earn much from it, especially if it is the kind of theoretical, fanatical, nitpicking, and sophistic reflection we so often meet. The functions of the future councils will emerge from the few of today's councils that actually have value. Other than that, we will see what happens and reflect upon it all once it has happened. If we look at things from afar, they always seem complicated. But when social problems emerge, when we are forced to find a solution, then a seemingly difficult task often becomes very easy. We have to remember that in the moment of the proletarian dictatorship our power and our initiative know no limits. Then, the entire apparatus of power will be in our hands and under our command. Bavaria. Bavaria was already declared a republic on November 7 by USPD leader Kurt Eisner. King Ludwig III was forced to abdicate. 1 Bavaria was a conservative state, but Munich hosted both radical workers and bohemian artists. These groups united to create a unique chapter in the history of the German Revolution. Bavaria was also a center of federalist sentiments, strongly embraced by the prominent anarchists Erich Mussum and, especially, Gustav Landauer, who became important forces in Bavaria's revolutionary movement. Mussum had moved to Munich in 1909. Landauer had moved to Krumbach, a small town in the Bavarian part of Swabia and the home of his second wife, Hedwig Lachmann, in 1917. He arrived in Munich after the revolution because his friend Eisner had asked him in a letter to advance the transformation of souls as a speaker too. Eisner was first hailed by many, including Landauer, but radicals were disappointed when he called for Bavarian Landtag elections in January 1919. The KPD refused to take part, the USPD suffered a devastating defeat, and the SPD was far from taking an absolute majority. The result was an SPD-led government supported by bourgeois parties. When Eisner was shot dead by a young aristocratic soldier on his way to officially resign as minister-president on February 21, the revolution not only seemed threatened by bourgeois parliamentarism but also by right-wing extremists. After ever-increasing conflicts with the SPD-led government, the anarchists Mussum and Landauer, radical writers like R.E.T. Marat, aka B. Traven, and Ernst Toller, as well as individual USPD and even SPD members decided to proclaim Bavaria a council republic in early April. This was seen as the only way to save the achievements of the revolution. To their surprise, the KPD did not support the proclamation. Essentially, this meant that the initiative was doomed from the start. After the Council Republic's proclamation on April 7, the SPD-led government retreated to the northern Bavarian town of Bamberg. From there, it launched its first military attack on Munich on April 13. The attack was repelled by the KPD's Red Guards and the KPD now decided to take over the Council Republic's administration. On May 1, the second military attack was launched, this time with central government troops and Free Corps units sent by Niski. Now, the Red Guards stood no chance. Up to 1,000 people died in the fighting. Most of the prominent figures of the Council Republic were arrested. Landauer was lynched by reactionary soldiers on May 2. The KPD leader Eugen Levine was executed on July 5. This chapter contains 3 parts, focusing on the anarchists' involvement in the Bavarian Council Republic, not least because Landauer and Mussum were the driving forces behind the Council Republic's proclamation. The first part is a collection of letters by Landauer written during the revolutionary period. The letters capture both the developments in Bavaria and Landauer's personal reflections on the revolution and its possibilities. Landauer sent the letters partly from Munich, partly from his home in Krumbach. His increasing disillusion with the course of the revolution becomes apparent, but also his dedication to the revolutionary cause. The second part consists of a pamphlet written by Landauer after the outbreak of the revolution, Die Vereinigten Republiken Deutschlands und ihre Verfassung, the United Republics of Germany and their Constitution, which lays out his vision of a federalist Germany, emphasizing his difference to the Berlin centralists. The third part is Mussum's detailed eyewitness report of the revolution in Munich. Mussum wrote the report in 1920 while imprisoned for his involvement in the Council Republic. It was finally published as von Eisner bis Levine from Eisner to Levine in 1929. Mussum's preface to the report explains the delay in detail. Von Eisner bis Levine is one of the most comprehensive accounts of a direct participant in the revolutionary activities in Germany, and a crucial document for understanding and analyzing the events from a radical perspective. Letters from Bavaria. Gustav Landauer. To Gustav Lindemann and Louise Dumont Lindemann 1. Krumbach, Swabia, November 11, 1918. Friends. During the last fateful days, I found myself in bed with the flu. Today, I'm up for the first time. I still feel weak, but I hope that I'm on the way to recovery. My dear Bavarians have done well. As soon as I can, I will travel to Munich. As far as Berlin is concerned, I have strong doubts. Your Landauer. To Marguerite Sussman 2. Krumbach, Swabia, November 14, 1918. Dear friend. No, it is best for me to be in Munich and I will travel there today. The very difficult and almost discouraging situation demands that I do not push from behind but pull from the front. Discouraging is that the old forces, the political parties and the bourgeois press, have already been allowed to raise their heads again with the greatest impudence. This and nothing else hides behind the name National Assembly. If a National Assembly comes now, if all important decisions will be put in its hands, then everything will be lost. Germany would take its place even behind the embarrassing and pitiful so-called French Republic. National Assembly means that the revolution unhitches the horses and puts them in the stable. This is not at all what we need. I hope that I can contribute to Bavaria doing the things that are really needed and that there won't be elections for a National Assembly before a new spirit has been created. As long as I do not tell you otherwise, Krumbach remains my address. I hope that we can talk soon and I ask you to come to Munich once it is possible to travel again. With love. Your Landauer. To Martin Buber 3. Krumbach, Swabia, November 15, 1918. Dear Buber. I have recovered enough to return to Munich tonight. The situation there is the best in Germany, even if it is not ideal. You should come too, there is enough work to do. I will write once I have found a suitable task for you. In the meantime, let me make it clear that I am strongly opposed to convoking a National Assembly anytime soon. Should this happen, it will only be in the interest of the rotten parties, which shamelessly act as if they have already regained legitimacy. This is not the case. There has to be a new spirit first, born from new conditions. These conditions can only be instigated by revolutionary interventions. We need an entirely new press. I would not condemn any act of violence that helps destroy the old. I am favoring an advertising monopoly for the state and the municipality. Right now, this means the workers' and soldiers' councils. I am in total opposition to the pompousness of intellectual councils. There shall be no more divisions between manual and intellectual workers, nothing that resembles the idea of Hiller's Herrenhaus. 4. Yours. Landauer. To Martin Buber. Krumbach, Swabia, November 22, 1918. Dear Buber. I rushed back here last night, because I felt the flu returning, and I did not want to be sick away from home. After sleeping properly, it now only feels like a common cold. I hope to be able to return to Munich in a few days. I work closely with Eisner. The situation in Munich is very serious. It will almost be a miracle if the revolution can survive the economic problems left by the war. The worst danger is that the Entente demands a central government, elected by the people through a national assembly, in order to engage in peace negotiations. Otherwise, the autonomous republics would manage despite all difficulties, and Prussia would dissolve into different parts. In any case, and this I can promise, Bavaria will not abdicate its autonomy. You should write down your thoughts on people's education, on publishing, etc., and send them to me, or even better, you should come with them to Munich soon. Apart from counseling, my work in Munich consists of, as Eisner calls it, transforming the souls through lecturing. The collaboration with Eisner functions very well. I am sure you have seen from his proclamations how anarchist his understanding of democracy is. He favors the active participation of the people in all social bodies, not bleak parliamentarism. Yours. Landauer. To Leo Kestenberg 5. Krumbach, Swabia, November 22, 1918. I do not share your opinion on the relationship between Berlin and the rest of the nation. I have always been a federalist, and the spontaneous movements that have erupted everywhere prove how strong the independence of the individual states is. The dominance of Prussia has ended. I am convinced that not only the Eastern German and Polish but also the Western German parts want to separate from Prussia to be independent. I am certain that once all these states, including Austria, are autonomous, they will unite to form a union of German republics. However, this union cannot be the centralist beginning of the movement, it has to be its federalist end. This process would be natural if the economic situation left behind by the war and the necessity of peace negotiations did not stand in the way. We need solutions soon, and all peoples need to chime in. Unfortunately, it will be difficult to avoid the requirement of convoking a national assembly. This is the big danger. Those who have made the revolution and who are ready to expand it hold the key to a new humanity and a new spirit, but for the sake of the Entente and under the threat of the possible occupation of Germany, the bourgeois and social democratic reactionaries will get a chance to ruin it all. The parties of Schiffer Sixsolf and Scheidemann, now even supported by men like Witting and Einstein. 7 Once again, the only salvation would be a union of independent republics based on the direct democracy I have always propagated. Luckily, it is very close to Eisner's vision. 8. Unfortunately, I fear that we will face tremendous difficulties in the near future. The parties in Berlin are already engaged in bitter feuds, because no new spirit has been created that could bury these. The shortages of coal and the damages of the railway system are also huge problems. I intend to continue working where things have begun in an exemplary way and where there is still hope that they will carry on that way, in the Bavarian Republic. I believe that I can serve the cause best if I do not push from behind but pull from the front. In heartfelt connection. Your Gustav Landauer. To Hugo Landauer 9. Krumbach, Swabia, November 22, 1918. Dear Hugo, I have been meeting Kurt Eisner every day and I believe that we will continue to work well together. You have probably read his programmatic declarations. The revolution has developed better and more smoothly in Bavaria than anywhere else. If it wasn't for the reparation payments due to the war, we could be very optimistic and begin with fundamental social transformations. Under the given circumstances, however, it is impossible to start any such process. How can one think about fundamental social transformations if it is uncertain whether we will have coal next week? Many of your ideas are very good. You only forget that one cannot draw a strict line between yesterday and today. In a situation like this, one has to find solutions on a day-to-day basis in order to survive. For example, nothing would be more desirable than to end the domination of Prussia and of the central government in Berlin. The revolutionary development is certainly heading that way. The most beautiful outcome would be a federation of autonomous republics. It makes no sense to discuss a national assembly or a new German constitution before radical political and social changes have been made. If the National Assembly is established before a new spirit and new social institutions have been created, then we will only have the same old bleak, dastardly party politics under a new label. But it is true, the Entente demands a central government elected by the people as a condition for peace negotiations. The danger that it will treat us the same way we treated the Russians is great. 10. Of course it would help if the revolution soon reached the countries of the Entente as well. But will this happen? Maybe it would help if the countries of the Entente understood how well the German republics are doing, that they are going through a development that must not be hindered. But their bourgeois governments might fear ordered socialism even more than they fear the Bolsheviks. Maybe it would help if the rulers of the Entente countries convinced themselves that the German republics are heading in a positive direction, that this is a development that must not be interfered with. But their bourgeois governments fear ordered socialism maybe even more than they fear the Bolsheviks. In short, right now I think we can only adapt to the situation on a day-by-day basis and to keep the revolutionary ship from sinking completely. We will always be able to make small steps in the right direction. But significant social transformations following a solid and committed plan are not possible right now. We are facing so many dangers, some threatening to destroy the revolution completely, that, at this point, we have to be satisfied if the old economic and administrative institutions at least keep on functioning. The bourgeoisie was shocked by everything that happened. If it dares to do anything right now, it is to revive its old rotten parties. The only forces we can rely on at the moment are the workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils. I have become a member of the Central Workers' Council of the Bavarian Republic and try to spread the idea of socialism. I also intend to give lectures in the barracks. In fact, I have already started doing it and it has been very encouraging. I get to talk to men who will soon be dispersed across the country. You should try to become a member of the Peasants' Council in Baden. 11. As soon as I am healthy, I will return to Munich. I will be in touch and I hope that you will come and see for yourself what is happening and what the future possibilities are. Munich will be without doubt the center of developments in southern and western Germany. Warm greetings. Your Gustav. To Marguerite Sussman. Krumbach, Swabia, November 23, 1918. Dear friend. I am very happy that I agree with you on all the crucial questions. Yes, the citizens. Whatever policies the SPD and the trade union bureaucrats are supporting now, I have not expected anything else from them. They have really adapted to the new situation masterfully. It is a disgrace. But it must not matter to us. I do not believe that we need the central government of Berlin or a national assembly based on the old party system and parliamentarism for the sake of the Entente. We rather need a constitution and a democratic structure based on the people's direct participation in all the individual republics. Hessen, Rheinhessen and Kurhessen, Frankfurt, the Rhine Valley, and Westphalia shall separate from Prussia and form an autonomous republic. Hanover will follow. Then, the union of the Southern German, Western German, and Austrian republics must form. Then the rest of Brandenburg Prussia must follow. Each republic must be sovereign and based on participatory democracy, strong municipal autonomy, and cooperatives. The current workers, soldiers, and peasants' councils are the right beginning. Eventually, delegates from each republic can form a federal council. This federal council will have enough central authority to engage in negotiations without threatening the freedom and the development of the individual republics. Furthermore, the danger of Bolshevism will be kept at bay. The spiritual revolutionaries only have to follow my example and become active in the workers' and soldiers' councils instead of pursuing elitist and exclusive politics. The term worker has to be understood more widely. Everyone working in the fields of technology, trade, and administration has to be included. Our motto must not be dictatorship of the proletariat but abolition of the proletariat. The next steps in Bavaria are the 8-hour workday and the work-free Saturday afternoon. The individual republics must also establish adult education centers where the workers can make use of their newly won time. Ministries and independent bureaus for people's education have to be established. However, I repeat, most importantly, Prussia must be destroyed. The old Reich no longer exists. The central government of Berlin has to be ignored. Warm greetings to both of you. Your Gustav Landauer. To Augusta Hauschner 12. Krumbach, Swabia, November 24, 1918. My dear Frau Hauschner. You are absolutely right in your critique of the shameless opportunism we are witnessing. No word is strong enough to express one's disapproval of these sham revolutionaries with their parties and their propaganda for the National Assembly. All they want is to continue old politics under a new label. The only excuse they might have is the fear of a dictatorship of the proletariat. This, however, is no danger as long as Berlin's presumptuous power is broken. The great hope, I dare say, is our Bavaria, where the revolution has been conducted with reason and humanity from the beginning. I hope that Bavaria will unite with Western Germany and Austria. In that case, the Berlin terrorists of all shades will be left without power, from Scheidemann to Liebknecht. Affectionately, your Gustav Landauer. To Adolf Neumann 13. Krumbach, Swabia, November 25, 1918. My dear Neumann. A second bout of the flu drove me away from Munich. I still need a few days of rest. I only received your letter today. About the situation, the political and social transformation of Bavaria can only continue if Kohl arrives immediately. This is an imminent danger. It is relatively unimportant what is happening in Berlin right now, since there no longer is a central government and no Great Prussia either. All developments confirm that the immediate foundation of a West German Republic and of a Republic of Hanover is an absolute necessity. The West German Republic should consist of Rheinhessen, Kurhessen, Nassau, Frankfurt, the Rhine province, Westphalia, Lippe, and Detmold. Once the republics of Austria, Bavaria, Württemberg, Baden, West Germany, Hanover, and Bremen unite, they will form the core of the Union of German Republics, which Brandenburg Prussia will have to join. The autonomous republics send delegates to a federal council, which will have the authority to negotiate with the Entente in the name of the new German Union. All ties to the old Reich must be cut. Otherwise, we will end up with a Caesarean proletarian dictatorship, no matter whether it will be led by Scheidemann or Liebknecht. The new National Assembly must only consist of delegates sent by the autonomous republics. Each republic must have its own assembly, formed by delegates from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils. The factory owner and the merchant who is involved in administration is a worker. The shareholder, if he does nothing other than holding shares, is nothing. That is why citizens' councils and councils of intellectual workers are mere shenanigans. The direct, atomized, and secret ballot corresponds to the past conditions of oppression. In a free society, we need indirect, corporative, and public vote, consensus, imperative mandates, the possibility to recall delegates at any time, and representatives of permanently active corporative bodies, not people's delegates. This is the way in which we will defend the revolution and humanity while establishing the democratic institution that the Entente rightfully demands of Germany. However, this democratic institution will not be the rotten parliamentary system and the rule of the parties. Warmest greetings. Your Landauer. To George Springer 14. Krumbach, Swabia, November 27, 1918. Dear Springer, I will return to Munich as soon as possible. The work with Eisner delights me. But not even 10 horses would get me to Berlin to engage in politics there, although they would get me to the Volksbühne 15 and to my friends. This nest of foolishness and of party egoism shall be on its own. Luckily, Germany is not France and 1918 is not 1789. We have no central city in which the fate of the German people is decided. Warm greetings. Your Landauer. To Fritz Mothner. Krumbach, Swabia, November 28, 1918. Dear friend. If, after 4 years, you want to reflect philosophically on politics again, and the assertion that man is evil is philosophy, then grant me a bit of heresy. Why should anyone anyone with an understanding of eternity and humor care about what you call Germany? The German people have been defeated, the Reich has collapsed, and now, suddenly, Germany leads humanity in the struggle for justice and reason, expressed in all public institutions. A man who has led a modest, pure, and honorable life as a starving writer, Kurt Eisner, has suddenly become the spiritual leader of Germany, only because this brave Jew is a man of spirit. Formerly unimaginable forces are all around us. Everything is on the move and will develop. This is about meaning or about mania, You call it as you wish, be a participant or an observer, but tell me one thing, my dear philosopher, why do you not thank fate that it lets you experience this time? Let disappear what has to disappear. Let emerge what has to emerge. Help or step aside, but we did not study Spinoza to satisfy our teachers, we studied Spinoza to learn for life. 16. This revolution might last as long as the war. However, I was only able to endure the horrors of the war because I was always hoping for what we have now. I have the same approach today. I feel free and at ease, because I constantly remind myself of the revolution's ultimate goal. There will be terrible hardship, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Germans will be unemployed, and factories will turn into ruins like castles did. If we have learned one thing from this war, it is the following: men will only do what is necessary and right when misery has become unbearable and when it has become impossible to do anything wrong. Considering this, they will probably not use this chance of salvation, no matter how much we urge them to. They will probably throw themselves into disaster instead. But, eventually, the revolution will give people something that the war couldn't give them, except for those who already were revolutionaries: genius, both in word and deed, momentum and fire, a glowing and intensive life, the fulfillment of the moment and of centuries, and historical existence. I wish my wife could have experienced it, but I will faithfully carry everything I experience and do during this time to her. 17. I try to experience and realize some of the hopes I have for humanity. I admit that I expect things to change. For me, the expectation that the next generation will create new and unfamiliar things belongs to the greatness of this time. But this is not what's most important. Most important is that the people have finally become active. Without this activity there can be no renewal. You talk about keeping the church out of the schools and consider this a big step forward. Yes, I do too, and I agree that this separation must be implemented at some point. But more exciting is that religion now fills the people. We can already see it, the people's activity is the beginning. At first, it might cause the destruction of Germany, but that is only an important step. In the long run, the unity created among the German people will be much stronger than anything a Bismarck could have ever achieved. The process that has started now will take us a long way further. It will take us to what Buddha and Jesus have already taught us, the unity of humankind. That's why I dedicate all my strength to the struggle against the remnants of the Germany of Bismarck for the sake of German unity. In heartfelt friendship and trusting that you won't be mad at me. Your Gustav Landauer. To Adolf Neumann. Krumbach, Swabia, November 28, 1918. My dear Neumann. In Munich, I am very happy with everything concerning Eisner. Unfortunately, many stupid things are being done as well, especially by the workers who do not know what to make of their power. I hope to return to Munich next week. In the meantime, one must be aware of the counter-revolution that sits in Berlin and in the central government's offices. These men lie and betray more than ever. It is also possible that the counter-revolution comes in the form of armies crossing the Rhine 18 in agreement with Berlin and Wilhelmshahe. The West German Republic must form fast, immediately, and, at least in its first phase, it must cut all ties to Berlin. Warmest greetings. Your Gustav Landauer. To Augusta Hauschner. Krumbach, Swabia, November 29, 1918. Dear MRS. Hauschner. I am very happy with everything that Eisner has done, especially during the last days, and if he really manages to reach the people, the effects will be evident. 19 By enforcing old ways with old men, the Berlin central government is at fault for our entire relationship with the Entente. We have to deal with a truce that was made for the Kaiserreich. There is no shame in making mistakes. But once the truth is clear, one must feel and express remorse. Men who don't must not lead a republic. Warmest greetings. Your Gustav Landauer. To Hugo Landauer. Krumbach, Swabia, December 2, 1918. Dear Hugo. It is entirely impossible for me to continue this correspondence. There is not enough time. And you are too emotional to understand what I am saying. I have, in my quiet disappointment with humankind, foreseen everything that must happen before misery will bring men to reason. And you turn this into something ugly and outrageous? You know me, and such misunderstanding should not be possible. You contradict yourself constantly. First you say that the people are ready for socialism, then you urge me to understand that they are not. You even accuse me of wanting to introduce socialism from above. How shall I have the time to clarify all this? If at all possible, try to be less emotional. Nobody can steer the developments we are in, only history knows how everything will unfold. All we have now are 1,000 currents clashing. Nobody can be made accountable for what will come, you included. We can all only do our duty to the best of our knowledge and conscience right where we are. So, do yours where you are. I think that quite a lot can be done in the Lake Constance region, with both thousands of workers from the war industry and big landowners there. Join the Peasants' Council, talk to your neighbors, go to the workers in Friedrichshafen, etc. This is much more useful than to interrupt the life of others and to steal their time with terrible misunderstandings. Concerning Eisner, you are completely blinded by the press of the counter-revolution. There is no other yet, you just don't realize that. How you could welcome the writings of Mulan, Lichnowsky 20 and others during the war, when you now at a time when a new, pure Germany must show remorse to the world reject the simple truth that our old rulers were responsible for this catastrophe, you have to negotiate with yourself. Erdberger, Solf, the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Scheidemann, and David 21 are all perpetuating the old lies. I do not consider the politicians of the Entente to be angels. But this is the business of their people. We have to deal with our own government. I grant you your hatred against the French. If they were angels they would forgive and trust us. But my hate does not reach them yet. I am no grasshopper that can jump over its own guilt. We violated Belgium's neutrality, and that was the only reason we were able to devastate northern France. Otherwise, we would have been defeated earlier on our own territory. You might deem it fortunate that this didn't happen, I don't. I am German, but I have a human conscience, not a German one. Besides, I prefer to be the victim of injustice and misery rather than the perpetrator. We have practiced a murderous campaign against travelers and trade ships 22, pulling even America into the war because of it. You know all this, yet you want us to remain silent about our guilt and to cover it up. At the same time, you hate the French because they might do something for revenge that we simply did for power. This is the politics of fear. This is the politics of German patriotism. It is not the politics of humanity, not the new politics that alone can bring salvation. Only the truth and a complete change of heart can save us. Also the other peoples would have to change their hearts, that is true. But shall we wait for them? Now it is our turn. This is the hour that history has bestowed upon us. We have to repent. You don't trust Eisner, you say. I believe you because Eisner's conscience is braver than yours. If you believe that the National Assembly, that is, the reactionary forces, will save us from the Entente, you are wrong. The counter-revolution would have probably already happened, because of you, the bourgeoisie, if the rulers didn't have to fear the immediate invasion of the Entente. The Entente and Wilson will negotiate with a union of autonomous German republics, not with a central government in Berlin that is only the perpetuation of the old regime. Whether there will be a National Assembly or not doesn't matter. I know that the provisional government of Eisner will only last a short time. He knows it too. That's exactly why he does everything that he considers right and appropriate. There will come a new phase afterward, and then another, and so forth. Not because that's the way we want it, but because that's the way it has to be. Warm greetings. Your Gustav. To Charlotte and Bridget Landauer 23. Munich, Hotel Wolf, December 9, 1918. My dear children, I am fine, as exhausting as all this is. Right now, the Bavarian Central Workers' Council is assembling. I gave a long speech yesterday and must partake in many discussions and councils. Point 24 Those who have been affected the least by the revolution and who remain the old squares are the social democratic workers. Be kissed from the heart. Your dad. To Marguerite Sussman. Krumbach, Swabia, December 13, 1918. Dear friend. A difficult case are the Bolsheviks, Spartacus. They are pure centralists like Robespierre and his men. Their aspiration has no content, it only knows power. They advocate a military regime that would be uglier than anything the world has seen. Dictatorship of the armed proletariat. I'd rather have Napoleon. Unfortunately, the best of the country have ended up in their ranks. Their radical means attract many, because radical understanding and radical ambition, in other words, the humility and piety of the new humanity, have not found the right earth-shattering tone yet. We not only have to say what we want, we have to say how we want it. And we have to implement it. We have to begin. All the best to you, from the bottom of my heart. Your Gustav Landauer. To Kurt Eisner. Krumbach, Swabia, January 10, 1919. Dear Eisner. I am sending you 1. A pamphlet of mine that appeared some weeks ago, but that I only received now, 25. 2. A response to the pamphlet by Professor Hans Cornelius, University of Frankfurt am Main, 26, which deserves highest attention, and 3. A pamphlet by Cornelius related to this. Point 27. As I've already stated in the telegram I sent you today, I am convinced that it is crucial right now to speak to the masses and to work calmly and quietly at the same time. Only this can save us from the Entente, from the collapse of the revolution, from newly elected, but essentially old parliaments. The revolution, shall it not be crushed between party parliamentarism, the counter-revolution, and desperate and misguided social insurrections, needs a new vision. Here it is. The vast majority of the German people of all classes will agree. Let us Bavarians take the leadership. The time is here. This is Bavaria's calling. The cause contains everything, true democracy and true socialism, everything we want to save and build. I will come to you as soon as you have time to discuss this and everything related to it. One more thing, despite it all, win back the Spartacists. Their radicalism is driven by blindness. Either they have no direction at all or they are heading into the wrong one. But we need them. Calling elections for the Landtag was a mistake. The consequence is that your machine gun, the referendum, 28 has become unusable. Well, I am not completely certain of this. But I fear that it is the case. Immediately after the elections, the counter-revolution will get to work. Their demand will be, away with Eisner. However, a parliament of that kind will have to be dissolved. If this won't happen, if you will be pushed into parliamentary opposition, where you would be almost alone, then our only help would be the social desperation of the unemployed and tormented masses, and this would be worse than an immediate strike against an intolerable parliament. Affectionately. Your Gustav Landauer. To Adolf Neumann. Krumbach, Swabia, January 11, 1919. P.S. I have to add that I am a candidate for the Bavarian Landtag. I reject the creation of this parliament, but I will use the opportunity to share my ideas with the voters. I would do the same inside the Landtag. But there is no chance that I will be elected. Women will carry the Zentrum Spartae to victory, as they did in Baden. Point 29. And mine is the most conservative district of all of them. Apparently, someone has also put me on a list of candidates for the German National Assembly. But I can't be concerned with such things right now. This is the time of reckoning for the revolution, and the situation is gloomy. People should have listened to me at the right time. Even in Bavaria, the situation is bad. Eisner has been forced by the circumstances and by his own complicated politics to estrange the non-political and eccentric among his friends, that is, practically all the friends he really had. What will come of this? Long and dark confusion. I think I am the only person who remains calm and joyful. To be in the middle of things while observing them as if you were on another planet is the privilege of someone who has already experienced all this a long time ago and who has left it all behind. Again, warm greetings. Your Gustav Landauer. To Marguerite Sussman. Krumbach, Swabia, January 13, 1919. Dear friend. Your beautiful pamphlet 30 has passed a hard test. I read it right after I received the first results of Bavaria's parliamentary elections. 31 The results confirm everything that I expected. However, this provides no joy, as it means that we are back in times when those in solitude remain right and lonely. The revolution should have never trusted the business of voting and parliamentarism. It should have used the new social structures to remodel and educate the masses. I fear that we will now have to deal with the old party politics again, that is, with the counter-revolution. This will last a long time until things will become so miserable that people will finally no longer accept it. Kurt Eisner has a pure spirit and pure goals. However, due to a mixture of prudence, calculation, naivete, and optimism, he has left his true way and chosen to engage in deceitful political games. He was horrified by the revolutionary energy. He has lost his bearings between Spartacus and compromise. He has postponed his own way, which he never recognized as clearly as I did. He has been a social democrat for too long. The entire German Revolution is bound to fail because its dependency on the Social Democrats. The Spartacists will not be able to win. Nor should they. As frightening as it may be, we need a power vacuum. Misery has to rise in Germany for the creative spirit to emerge. My only conciliation is that the struggle will continue. It is a struggle for meaning even if it now expresses itself in meaningless ways. There is one part of your pamphlet where you miss the point. What you say on page 6 and 7 needs additions. 32 The revolution has to bring people happiness in every respect. It has to provide people with a reality, a here and now, a salvation. For a few hours, maybe for a few days, our revolution was great and real, because it meant liberation, physical joy and redemption to our soldiers. Then, it did not know how to proceed and was not able to provide people with anything real, something to do, something that could have changed their plight. This caused a pause in its development, a pause that we are still in. Help can only come from a new economy. Only an emergency socialism can provide what we require. It will arise from a combination of free action and desperate need. Some of this I have already said in the preface to the new edition of Aufruf zum Sozialismus. You should receive a copy soon. A lot remains to be said, however. With love to you both. Gustav Landauer. To the daughters. Munich, January 15, 1919. My dear children. Here is a longer greeting after my telegram. It comes from my heart. I am fine. Everything is calm. No need to be afraid. However, I am not in the least happy with how things are developing. I will tell you more in a longer letter or in person. I am not sure how long I will stay here. Many regards, also from the Eisner children and Helma 33. Your father. To Charlotte Landauer. Munich, Hotel Wolf, January 16, 1919. My dear Lottie. The dateline already reveals that my thoughts are not really gathered today. 34 The terrible news of the death of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg has just arrived. It is received with open happiness by the bourgeoisie and even by many workers. One could almost despair with such people. Liebknecht was the only one who brought Germany some honor during the war. No individual deserves more credit for this revolution than him. And now he has been killed by the supposed leaders of the German Republic in the most repugnant and cowardly of ways. You, my children, still keep me alive. I will not give up. It is only due to my ethos and my hopes for humankind that I object to the methods of violence and revenge, and that I work for the passionate but peaceful creation of socialism instead. Don't be afraid in any way. I will continue on my way as I have done until now. Yesterday evening, I spoke to a big assembly of Munich workers slowly understanding the big changes that lie ahead. However, the situation here has become very difficult. It is everyone's fault, also Eisner's. I don't have the time to go into details now, but I will tell you more about it in person when I get the chance. Live well, dear children. Be kissed. Your father. To Gustav Meyer 35. Munich, Hotel Wolf, January 17, 1919. Dear Meyer. I actually have to respond to 2 letters of you. However, our opinions differed already before the war and the revolution. Why should this have changed? Why start to argue before at least trying to understand each other properly? I am not satisfied by the way you have read my pamphlet. 36 You say, for example, that I reject majority rule. How so? In mathematics, 3 plus 4 plus 6 equals 13, but in democracy the majority vote of 13,000 people is something very different to the majority vote of 3 towns with 3, 4, and 6,000 people, respectively. Yet, it is still a majority vote. I am for corporative processes of discussion and decision-making. I am against political parties and their lists, in both senses. 37. I find that the electoral system of proportional representation is but the completion of the atomization and isolation of the mass individual. But none of this contradicts majority rule, which, if properly implemented, is very practical and useful. You should have understood this. My pamphlet expresses it clearer than I have done now. And why are you talking about the Bolsheviks, about Radek and Trotsky? The difference between you and me is only that you are afraid of these folks while I have the cure against all forms of violent centralism, the federalist principle. Domestic politics remain a function of foreign politics, you say. But then you should be as consequential as Ranke and be a monarchist. 38 This crazy principle fits only a monarchy. In a republic, you are expected to act as a decent individual in the public realm and to be as just and gracious to the people outside the republic's borders as to those within. Whoever is not willing to be that should not join a revolution or a republic. What you write about the Foreign Office, documents, and the responsibility for the war does not alleviate my concerns. I do not speak of the general danger of war and its preconditions. I speak of this war, declared by a certain people at a certain time against Serbia, Russia, and France. I speak of the decision to invade Belgium, of the war with England, and of the war with America. In all these matters, we can point to certain individuals who have done and ordered certain things, while not doing and ordering other things. Philosophers of history can outline the general context, and subjective aspects will always play a role. But when I look through documents related to the war, I look for proof of individual people's actions, German people's actions, first and foremost. Needless to say, the documents of the Foreign Office alone will not suffice to find such proof. I do not believe that Eisner has unlimited trust in the rulers of France. However, he is certainly right in not ignoring them, like the sentimental fools do, and in permanently corresponding with Wilson. By the way, you must not see Eisner and me as one. What you call his brave journey to Berlin was very well done, had very positive effects, and will continue to have them. But as far as I am concerned, he did not go far enough in his critique of the central government. 39 Even his domestic policies I am less willing to support the longer I am working with him. You will soon be able to read an article in Herzog's Republic about my views on the terrible recent developments in Berlin. 40. Warm greetings to both of you and the children. Your Gustav Landauer. To Hugo Landauer. Munich, January 17, 1919. Dear Hugo, I am very upset about the atrocities in Berlin and about the entire course that the revolution is taking. Maybe you now start to realize what the National Assembly, the central government in Berlin, and the provincial parliaments mean. Even in Munich the situation is not very encouraging, neither politically nor with respect to the development of socialism. Eisner means well, he is by far the best of everyone in power, but he zigzags between the different parties and political currents and he doesn't have the energy to implement his ideas. Sadly, without this energy we are lost. The way things are right now, one has to hope that Eisner leaves the government soon, and his allies with him. Backed only by the workers' and peasants' councils, which are too well established now to disappear, he will be able to do more than in a government backed by parliament, something we would never have if anyone had listened to me. It will be a long and difficult struggle before people find the way to socialist creation. Misery will force them to. Meanwhile, one has to do small things and show the way. Warm greetings to you all. Your Gustav. To George Springer. January 25, 1919. To me, the deplorable things that you write about in your letter are a symptom of the sordidness of the German spirit. The revolution has, in every respect, got stuck in the mud. We will see whether Kestenberg is right in his consolation that we are only at the beginning. 41 If we are only at the beginning, that is, if the united efforts of the Entente capitalists and the splendid German Social Democrats will not save German capitalism from its collapse, then we still have terrible chaos awaiting us. After all, we are not listening to the few who actually have a solution, the creation of a new Bedarfswirtschaft. 42 I already feel almost as alone as I did before the revolution. I only see helplessness, confusion, and mediocrity. Unless the conditions will become even more miserable, I do not believe in a renewal of the revolution among these pitiful people. Even such noble and courageous souls as Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg did not know anything better than to struggle for power in order to create a new society. Even such spirited men like Kurt Eisner lose their spirit the moment they begin speaking of socialism. All are blinded by Marxism and have lost sight for reality. They do not realize that socialism needs to fulfill the needs of eternity and of the moment at the same time. They do not understand that the peaceful creation of socialism needs thousands of tiny, decentralized beginnings as much as revolutionary energy and power concentrated in one point. As a result, we have all sorts of bloody battles that I want no part of and that I refuse to take sides in, because all positions are equally wrong. If I do open my mouth, I am taken for a mediator or someone who stands in the middle. The truth is, I stand somewhere else entirely on very radical ground. Look at the political situation, the old parliamentarism has returned, and with it the truly Prussian constitution of Unitarian centralism. 43 And all the means of mediocrity that turned Germany into a bleak country already a long time ago. All I see is the Philistines on top and the revolutionary spirit in a lonely corner. It is the same as before. In the best case, we will have a situation like the one in France in 1848 and some Ludendorff will become a Napoleon III. If this man joins the SPD and acts cleverly on the domestic as well as on the international plane, it will take him less than 2 years to seize power. Be generous regarding my disheartenment. I have been too close to the best people we have. They have already been consumed by the revolution. Meanwhile, their possible successors no longer find the spirit among the people they need to take the revolution further. We have to put our hope in other peoples. The Germans are too pitiful. I will finish here. However, there is only consequence I can draw from my bitterness, to do my work even better than I have so far. Warmest greetings. Your Gustav Landauer. To Hugo Landauer. Krumbach, Swabia, January 29, 1919. Dear Hugo. You are probably disgruntled and distressed about the state of the revolution and the pitiful prospects for the economy and for socialism. But you probably don't understand that you are only harvesting what you have sown. Our goal was to transform the entire economy, that means both Arbeitswirtschaft and Bedarfswirtschaft. 44 and to create new agriculture, new village artisanry, and new factories with the help of big city proletarians leaving for the country. In order to do all this, we would need strong revolutionary energy and a central administrative power that could rely on many decentralized people's initiatives in small towns and in the country. We would need a new revolutionary government, not obstructed by the old parties and their counter-revolutionary capitalist interests but based on the solidly structured people's organization of the workers' and peasants' councils and the new public servants appointed by them. My main intention, however, was never to simply speak about socialism to newspaper readers or lecture audiences, or to no one, in case no one was listening, but to contribute to a political organization willing and able to implement the new economy of the Bedarfsarbeit and its voluntary cooperatives. And what happened? You people, with your fear of the Entente, have reinstated the old governmental system and the old parliamentarism, even diverting a man like Kurt Eisner from the right way with all your panic. As a result, almost everything has been lost. A final hope lies in the federalist movement whose center is Brunswick, but I fear it will be crushed with military force too. And then what? With the help of the Entente, a disgusting mix of capitalist, state monopolist, and state-controlled industry will return. We will be fed and clothed poorly by the victors of the war and we will have to pay for their service. We will have to pay reparations and will be controlled in all respects by the League of Nations, or rather by the capitalist governments afraid of losing power. If, as it will probably be the case, the conditions for the working class will become so bad that it resists, then Caesarism will come, some Napoleon III, only worse than the original, be his name Ludendorff or something else. A shrewd, brutal military officer with an organizing talent who joins the SPD has great chances to become Germany's dictator within 2 years. Already now, those who look into the future have no other hope than a new people that has more talent for revolution and creation than the German people. You were all afraid of your own power and decided to ask the majority of the people, most of whom had not even been touched yet by the revolution, for their opinion. Now you have their answer. Do not confuse me with the Spartacists. I have never had anything to do with this Marxist current who knows as little about Realization 45 as the other Social Democrats. One should have never recognized the central government in Berlin. This would have saved us from civil war and the National Assembly. The Union of Autonomous Republics should have been established instead. But what am I doing, talking about details? The whole spirit of renewal, destined to lead to self-determination, to the self-management of new bodies and cooperatives, is gone. From all this bitterness, we can draw only one consequence: we have to begin slowly and with small steps. The revolution has at least widened the group of people who are ready for realization and for a new beginning. Unfortunately, this is almost its only achievement. By March 1st, Der Sozialist shall appear again. 46 If you can help in any way with funds for advertising, it will be appreciated. Warm greetings to you all. Your Gustav. To Charlotte Landauer. Munich, Hotel Wolf, February 10, 1919. My dear Lottie. Yesterday, I only sent you a short card, the day was very busy. I do not know if you have read about the bold arrest of a Spartacus leader, Dr. Levien. 47 There is also a new trial pending against Mussum. 48 These are all preparations of the counter-revolution. There have been meetings with the Justice Minister, the State Prosecutor, and long sessions in the Munich Workers' Council. We are preparing a great demonstration for Sunday. 49 Hopefully, Eisner returns these days and will make the right decisions. 50 He needs to make them now. Warm greetings to you all. Tell your sisters to write me a proper letter at some point, too. Your father. To the daughters. Munich, Hotel Wolf, February 11, 1919. My dear children. I am happy about the good news. The weather is wonderful for your winter activities. I do encourage you to go for a walk in the snow landscape too. It is a quieter thing to do, but an absolute pleasure. Today, we managed to free Dr. Levien by the simple and peaceful means of announcing a mass demonstration. I am very happy about it. Now, the demonstration for very general demands will probably happen on Sunday anyway. Tonight, Kurt Eisner shall return. He has to make a decision now. He returns as Germany's most celebrated man abroad 51 while he is the most despised man among his own people now more than ever. This is how Germans are. Live well and be kissed. Greet the Eisner children and Helma. Your father. To the daughters. Munich, February 17, 1919. My dear children. I am doing very well. The demonstration was fantastic. It took over an hour to watch it pass by. Red flags were flying everywhere and there were many signs with all sorts of slogans. All over Munich, long live this and down with that could be heard. In between, revolutionary songs were sung. At least 80,000 people joined. Others watched, often in tight rows, and the reception was in most cases very positive. The demonstration certainly made an impression. 52. I will definitely come home this week Wednesday or Thursday, I will let you know. Be greeted and kissed. Your father. To Ludwig Berndl 53. Krumbach, Swabia, March 14, 1919. Dear friend Berndl. I am sending you what I said at Eisner's grave. 54 Be not concerned about my life. Of the three dimensions, length was always the one I was least worried about. The problem of violence does not give me any headaches. I don't engage in bloody violence. The rest is self-defense. Most importantly, I know more about creation than the Bolsheviks, who are tragic fools. In Russia, you only need to work the land and give craftsmen something to do. Everything here is more difficult. Their theories are Marxist madness. I could help. But the world is deaf, so I will be silent. The children are fine. Greetings from the heart. Your GL. To Hans Cornelius 55. Krumbach, Swabia, March 20, 1919. Dear Mr. Cornelius. In private circles, one repeatedly hears the suggestion to unite the councils in a bigger political body. I cannot get excited about such plans. It seems most important to me right now to get to work, not to quibble about matters of structure and authority. You are far away and you might only receive insufficient reports. There are two very different understandings of council democracy. One wants to use the current, insufficient, and spontaneous form of the councils to establish a dictatorship of the proletariat. The other trusts the councils as a new instrument and the spirit that fills these bodies enough to make them the basis of public administration, whereby local activity is crucial, not the replacement of parliament by a council congress. However, the most urgent questions right now are the following: how shall the councils be formed, and how shall the delegates be appointed or elected? The bureaucrats demand the proportional system. This is without doubt the worst option because it will only give us millions of voters and a few dozen parliamentarians, but no self-determined, organic political body of the people. At the same time, it is difficult to vote according to workplaces and trades. These are no organic bodies either. They are destined to disappear with capitalism. One solution is, the councils aren't, they become. The transformation of the economy must go hand in hand with the growth and the transformation of the councils. The other solution is, no elections according to workplace and trade, but according to municipality and neighborhood. This works very well for the country and small towns. But in the cities there is nothing organic about this either. The cities also belong to capitalism and will disappear with it. In other words, each attempt at a solution rests on a parallel creation of a new economy and a new political structure. This needs a provisional phase. I would never call this phase dictatorship of the proletariat, but it is true that it is not the formal participation of all people that matters but the content and the spirit, the direction and the way we are following with strong energy. Yet, this implies an enormous danger of abuse and confusion. It is wrong to assume that the evil means employed by the counter-revolution can be justified if employed by the revolution. The provisional phase can only bring us forward if we are guided by men who are as upright as they are strong. The provisional phase is the point at which every revolution faces the danger of enormous corruption. Nonetheless, the good can only be prepared in the shell of evil. This is a part of humanity's destiny. We always face the same dilemma that we face in education: the adults shall educate the children to purity, but they themselves have been spoiled. The only thing that can help is a revolution that brings the hidden to the surface, that awakes the child in the adult, and that inflames the good that lies somewhere inside all of us. We must face all the dangers ahead of us and still advance. We must put ourselves at risk, and even others, as long as the revolution is alive. If all those who remain untouched by the revolution see us as irresponsible criminals or fanatical lunatics, it is only a confirmation that we are on the right way. I hope you understand that I did not digress, but that all this concerns the core of what we are discussing. Greetings. Your Gustav Landauer. To Fritz Mothner 56. Postcard with Landauer's photograph 57 Munich, April 7, 1919. Thank you, dear friend. The Bavarian Council Republic has honored me by making my birthday a national holiday. 58 I am now the people's delegate for propaganda, education, science, arts, and a few other things. If I'll have a few weeks, I hope I can achieve something. However, it is very likely that it will only be a few days, and then all this will have been but a dream. I wish both of you all the very best. Your Gustav Landauer. To the daughters. Monday, April 14, 1919, 11 a.m. My beloved children. I am still free and secure, as I wrote yesterday. Apparently, there was fighting in Munich, but the Council Republic prevailed. Some of my friends were or are still imprisoned. But do not worry about me. I am looked after well in every respect, and I will be cautious. My greatest concern is that false rumors will reach and worry you. I do not know how long it takes for my messages to arrive, but I do hope that you have received the telegrams that I have sent. My second concern is that agitated bourgeois and peasants might harass you. I hope not. If it happens, however, be wise and prudent. If you decide to leave Krumbach for some time, go to the Bernsteins 59 who will assist you. Do not forget to take the little money that is in the house as well as your and your mother's jewelry. I hope to hear from you soon. Now I kiss you, dear Landauer and Eisner children. Your father. To the daughters. Fragment, Munich, April 16, 1919. My beloved children. I am writing a letter again. Yesterday I telegraphed. I wonder whether you received the message. In any case, I have not received the response I had asked for. I wanted you to come to Gr Hadern, however, there is no way to reach Munich right now anyway. If you are harassed even in the least, start traveling to Uncle Hugo, all of you. It will be his pleasure to be your host. As far as I am concerned, I am all right staying here, although I am starting to feel rather useless. To the Executive Council of the Second Council Republic 60. Munich, April 16, 1919. I have declared that I would continue working for the Council Republic in the name of liberation and a more beautiful life for humanity once the old Central Council was replaced by an organization that seemed to have the trust of Munich's proletariat. 61 So far, you have not shown any interest in my services. In the meantime, I have seen your work and I have gotten to know your means of propaganda and struggle. I have seen what your Council Republic looks like compared to the one you call a sham Council Republic. 62 We both speak of creating conditions that allow each human being to participate in the goods of the earth and of culture, but we mean different things by it. Therefore, the reservations to working together are mutual, which, in fact, was never a secret. Socialism, when it becomes reality, instantly frees all creative forces. You, however, do not understand this, neither on the economic nor on the spiritual level. This message is only meant for you, and I will keep it that way. It is far from my intentions to further complicate the very difficult work that you are doing and the defense of it. However, it is very painful to see how little this work has in common with mine, a work of warmth and growth, of culture and revival. Gustav Landauer. To Marguerite Sussman, 1872–1966, Left-leaning German E.S. The United Republics of Germany and Their Constitution. Gustav Landauer. Published as a pamphlet under the title Die Vereinigten Republiken Deutschlands und ihre Verfassung as number 3 in the series Das Flugblatt, the leaflet, edited by Norbert Einstein and released by Tiedemann and Ozieli in Frankfurt. Blessed Pufendorf 1, I have asked for your forgiveness a long time ago, and I am doing it again. I was about 15 years old when I bought your booklet on the Constitution of the German Reich for 20 Pfennig in a Reclam's Universal Bibliothek edition. Point 2, I was surprised and disappointed that it contained the description of a past document, rather than the actual Constitution of the German Reich founded by Bismarck. Today, however, I have learned that a constitution is not a document with a number of paragraphs, but an actual social condition. Another German Reich has disappeared recently, and it will only live on in history as a temporary expression of violence. Bismarck, master of Realpolitik, countered the ideas of 1848 with a union of fiefdoms that was both hammered together by war and crafted with shrewd diplomacy. Point 3, this union has been smashed by the revolution. The German Reich of 1871 to 1918 is gone. It has collapsed in shame. That is always the case when an apparent power disappears like dust in the wind because no one is embracing and defending it. Now we must face the new situation, both its being and becoming, and we must do what we can to understand it. The spook of the old regime burst because new forces appeared that used their energies and desires wonderfully, not only tearing down the old but building the new, right in the midst of upheaval. I speak of the movement of democratic soldiers and rebellious workers that began on the North Sea coast and in western Germany, rapidly swept away all royal dynasties in Germany, and included the proclamation of republics in Austria and Bavaria. Point 4. Things are in a stage of becoming, they are growing. New divisions and new alliances have appeared and will continue to appear. A glorious public spirit can be felt in all of Germany. Occasional stupidities and excesses are, as a southern German idiom has it, as superfluous as a goiter. With one exception, it appears that the new spirit has not yet reached Berlin and parts of Brandenburg. However, this can be turned into a rather insignificant affair if we do what needs to be done. In Berlin, death, disguised as life, still reigns. In Berlin, one attempts to uphold the legacy of the old Reich with its Prussian Caesarian central government and its stifling party politics. In Berlin, one issues resolutions for the entire country, cooked up by a few random Berlinians. The revolution might be their mother, but Prince Max, the Kaiser, and Ludendorff are certainly their fathers. No one ever bothers asking the new autonomous republics whether they need these resolutions. Would it not be better right now if Brandenburg Prussia was modest and focused on its own affairs, just like the other republics in Germany and Austria do? Is this not what nature demands? Does not everyone feel that this is the way, the only way, in which the new country can grow together beautifully and securely? I speak of Brandenburg Prussia, because today's Prussia is a result of land theft and consists of territories that do not belong together. It will soon dissolve into its natural parts. Schleswig will leave. The regions of the North Sea coast will leave. Hanover will leave. Rheinhessen, Kurhessen, Frankfurt, Nassau, the other Rhine provinces, Westphalia, and Lippdetmold will form a West German republic. This is inevitable. These tribes work well together, while they will never work well with Prussia unless all German republics will form a union. If Prussia refuses, if it does not want to be a part among parts but to maintain the old Reich and to remain a privileged leader, then northwestern, western, southern Germany, and Austria will first form an independent union. This is the only organic development that will create an unconquerable entity. Two concerns are being raised against this encouraging and comforting idea that understands, accepts, and demands with clarity the current state of being and becoming. 1. The fear of the Entente and its demand for a democratically elected government legitimized to negotiate in Germany's name. 2. The fear of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which exists both among wide parts of the German people and among the governments of the Entente. Both concerns are closely linked. He who laughs last laughs best, and he who makes the political revolution last shall and must establish the best form of democracy. Democracy as self-determination of the people, and of individual groups among the people, is something entirely different to the nonsense of elections, which means abdication of power by the people and governing of an oligarchy. Our revolution has already begun returning to the true democracy we can find in the medieval constitutions of municipalities and provinces, in Norway and in Switzerland, and especially in the meetings of the sections of the French Revolution. 5 No longer shall there be atomized voters abdicating their power. Instead, there shall be municipalities, cooperatives, and associations determining their own destiny in big assemblies and through delegates who are in constant exchange with their constituencies, who can be recalled and replaced at any time. The principle of the imperative mandate will be crucial, not only in the fields of government and legislation but regarding all motions presented to the people by executive bodies. Atomizing, direct elections and, in particular, the detestable secret ballot do not contribute to a people determining its own destiny. Both electoral procedures belong to an era of disempowerment, of rape, of a Caesarean and demagogical betrayal of the people by men with privilege and their political parties. A republic is a public affair, a common body. This means that the people themselves take care of things, publicly, in their own bodies, with their own responsibility, and under their own control. Beware everyone, trying to put political or economic pressure on the people. The degrading times of the voting booth, of the secret ballot and its box must be gone forever. We must return to the times when men put their tools into a corner, picked up their weapons and sticks, and went to the thing. There they discussed whatever concerned the community, and all of the energy left after work united to commonly take care of public affairs. The communities of villages and towns gathered that way, the delegates reported, new delegates were appointed, there were heated debates and anger and unity and resolutions, and it was all free and open. Each individual proudly represented himself and worked for the common good. There must be equality and freedom. There must be federative structures, and they must form from the bottom to the top. Furthermore, German freedom must be colorful and diverse. The municipality takes care of municipal affairs, independently and without anyone's interference. The same goes for the district, the region, the province, the autonomous republic, the Union of German Republics, and the Union of all nations. This is not about imitating the old society of estates in romantic nostalgia. Not everything has to be decided upon in personal meetings when electricity can spread information today from town to town, from country to country, across the world. People will trust their delegates and will not limit their ingenuity. The spirit of community will find its place among the people and it will spread wide and far. The people and their institutions will always be involved in determining their destiny. This form of democracy is intrinsically linked to socialism. I will explain this in more detail in another text. 6 We are speaking of democracy and socialism in which all people unite with their neighbors and colleagues, where there no longer will be isolated, secluded, and dispersed individuals. Democracy and socialism, with their institutional and communal bodies, will provide the conditions for individuals to grow, independent and original in soul and spirit. The workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils that the revolution has brought us on the basis of both old revolutionary examples and the current developments in Russia are the best beginning for all this. Who is not a worker? The laborious housewife is one, the tradesman or factory owner involved in organizing the workplace is one, and so is the painter, the sculptor, the musician, the writer, and the public servant. The fact that this will change in the future, especially with respect to the dreadful nonsense and misfortune of the purely intellectual trades, does not change it now. Let us only state that there has never been anything like non-intellectual labor. In any case, there won't be any such thing in the future. The shareholder who does not do anything but holding shares is no worker but a parasite. I am not going to elaborate on their future economic situation here, but since I have empathy for disabled men who are unable to change, I propose that they shall receive welfare benefits just like everyone else in need. Politically, however, they cannot have any rights, because political rights will be reserved for those who are in the widest sense productive, workers, peasants, and soldiers. Only they can join a trade organization or be accepted as observers. Let me not be misunderstood, though. It is impossible that we will see councils of factory owners or shop owners as political bodies. They can form as private associations to represent their class interests, but in everything that concerns the common good, the factory owner has to be in the same body as his technical and commercial helpers and his workers. He must be one active part among many. This will benefit everyone. The same is true for a writer or an artist. The writer must unite with publishers, printers, booksellers, and newspaper agents. The priest with doctors and undertakers. The artistic painter with house painters. The minister with sewage workers and garbagemen. Together, they must nominate their delegates for a workers' council. This will be a blessing for everyone and for the spirit of our people. Our intellectuals should not be afraid to meet the people who Jesus of Nazareth met. A spirit that is honest and communal will prevail everywhere. In many individual cases, the heart of a worker can come to a better conclusion than the mind of a scholar or the imagination of a poet. Who does not acknowledge today that a new political structure of true democracy is developing? It grows organically from the bottom to the top, to a federal council that can certainly lead negotiations and come to agreements with foreign powers, representing the will of the people. Who does really fear a dictatorship of the proletariat? If this was really a possibility, I would not only fear it, I would hate it and I would fight it like the plague. But it will not come. What will come is not the dictatorship of the proletariat but its abolition and the emergence of a new humanity. Someone might still ask, and the National Assembly? Well, whoever poses that question will be in the same situation as I when I was searching in vain for the Constitution of the Reich in Pufendorf's book. I have outlined the National Assembly here, assemblies of all German workers, male and female, organized according to trade, will elect responsible delegates for their provinces, and the provinces elect, publicly and responsibly, delegates for the Federal Council. What else do we need? Do we need an extra body that legitimizes the organic union of the new country? What for? We need organic growth. We are on the best way. All we must do is continue in the spirit of the revolution. My dear intellectuals, it was the Spirit 7 that crushed the old regime and that brought to life the new political structure that is developing, a beautiful structure like everything that is young and growing. There is no need to bring the spirit to the revolution now, after the fact, as you seem to foolishly and self-importantly assume. The spirit prepared the revolution, executed it, and carried it. It filled the hands and, when it was necessary, the fists of our beautiful, tormented, and now liberated and joyous soldiers, of some workers and youths and of their leaders, determined freedom fighters of eternal youth who you dared call utopians. By the way, fists were not necessary very often. In general, the revolution followed the excellent prescription of the youthful preceptor of all revolutionaries, Etienne de la Boétie, who wrote against tyranny in the 16th century. 8 The people no longer supported the parasites and no longer worked against their own interests but formed their own government while ignoring the individuals who took themselves for rulers. Once the rulers had lost the grace of the people, God's grace disappeared too. The problem of revolution has occupied the minds of scholars and politicians for decades as the most complicated problem of all. Well, you clever and earnest Philistines and professors, what else could have solved this problem in such an incredibly simple manner but the spirit? The revolution is the victorious spirit that has finally, realized itself. Now there are many who impatiently want to be part of it since ignoring it is no longer possible. They demand a national assembly and desperately try to give their parties a new face. But they must understand that the spirit has no particular place that can be occupied by those who get there first. The spirit is time, filled by magic. I recommend those who were unprepared for the revolution to sit back, to be quiet, humble, and reflective, and to wait to catch up. The old Reich is dead, its royal dynasties are gone. The government has crumbled. Also the old parties are dead, even if they still seem alive. In any case, when history shook everyone's conscience, when it was time to admit guilt and to repent, they acted dead. Now, they act alive in order to strangle the revolution and to transform the republic into a sham democracy of shrewdness. They know that the old comfort of the violent regime will not return. They demand elections and their National Assembly, hoping for the support of those not affected by the revolution yet, which is the majority in the country. However, the spirit of the revolution always represents everyone. Those who have made the revolution and who carry it stand for the exact same that only isolated prophets stood for earlier, not for an instrumental, random majority of a still lingering past, but for the future, for becoming, for everything that moves the world forward and that contributes to happiness, for historical unity and community, and for a new humanity. November 25, 1919. Postscript, December 6. By now, the remains of the party system have won disdainful victories over the revolution. It appears as if the revolution was caught unaware, resting on its laurels and trying to catch some breath. This will prolong and complicate its course. 9. From Eisner to Levine. The emergence of the Bavarian Council Republic. Erich Mussum. Mussum was arrested during the first attack on the Bavarian Council Republic on April 13. He was sent to a prison in Ebrach near Bamberg in northern Bavaria. After the fall of the Council Republic, he was sentenced to 15 years of confinement in a fortress. He was freed by an amnesty in December 1924. Mussum wrote this text in September 1920 while incarcerated in the Ansbach fortress. He called it a personal account of the revolutionary events in Munich from November 7, 1918, to April 13, 1919, written for purposes of information to the creators of the Russian Soviet Republic, and addressed to Comrade Lenin. Mussum explains his intentions in the preface. The original booklet, published as von Eisner bis Levine by Mussum's Final Verlag in Berlin in 1929, also included the following lines, dedicated to the memory of Gustav Landauer, courageous comrade and martyr of the revolution, and to all the heroes of Munich's proletariat. The preface also explains the delay in getting the text published. Mussum mentions various councils that played a central role during the Bavarian Revolution. The most important are, the Revolutionary Workers' Council, RWC, which formed immediately after the proclamation of Bavaria as a republic on November 7 and consisted of about 50 self-appointed members, mostly USPD and KPD members. Mussum calls it the strongest force of the Bavarian Revolution until April 1919, the Munich Workers' Council, MWC, a body of about 400 members, most of them close to the SPD, appointed by workers' councils elected in Munich's shops and factories and including the RWC, the Bavarian Central Council, BCC, a body supposedly representing all of Bavaria's workers, soldiers, and peasants' councils, but effectively appointed by the RWC and the socialist parties in Munich, and the Provisional Central Council, PCC, a body of members appointed by the instigators of the Council Republic in April 1919, replacing the BCC. In addition, the Bavarian Council Congress convened in Munich from February 16 to 20, 1919, assembled again on February 24, after Kurt Eisner's assassination, and served as a kind of people's parliament for a couple of weeks. Preface. On July 12, 1919, Munich's court-martial found me guilty of high treason. I was sentenced to 15 years of confinement in a fortress. I have already written about the legal implications of this sentence. 1. A tribunal of royal officers and judges installed by Social Democrats spoke Republican justice on the basis of monarchist laws. This not being enough, it was also unclear which republic they referred to, that of the Bamberg mini-cabinet II or that of the Council Republic of the Bavarian workers and peasants. On December 20, 1924, I was released from the Niederskannenfeld fortress after my sentence had been reduced to 8 years and I had been given probation for the remaining time due to good conduct. Point 3. The punishment had, contrary to the sentencing, no longer any relations to the monarchy. In the monarchy, confinement in a fortress meant privileged treatment for officers and students. In the Republic, however, confinement in a fortress was turned into a tool of revenge, with the aim of physically and morally crushing the proletarians and their advocates. I have already compiled a book on this, based on the material I was able to collect. It is called Niederskannenfeld. Een Chronic in Ingeben Niederskannenfeld, a chronicle in petitions. It will be published as soon as I have found a publisher. Point 4. I hope it will help reveal the disinformation campaigns of the authorities both with respect to the situation of us fortress prisoners and to the events that brought us there. On July 14, 1928, the Reich's amnesty law cleared my legal record and forced the Bavarian judiciary to return the manuscripts they had confiscated over the years. While looking through the material, I found a copy of this text. I probably would have never written this account, and definitely not in this form, had it not been for the publication of P. Werner's Die Bayerische Räterepublik. Tatsachen und Kritik, the Bavarian Council Republic, Facts and Critique. Werner's booklet was perceived by all of us fortress prisoners irrespective of political affiliation as nothing but malicious and biased propaganda. Today, I am much less infuriated by the account, especially since I have learned that the author is a communist comrade who was a KPD member at the time and who has now been expelled. Point 5. I personally know and respect him in many ways and am convinced of his personal integrity, despite all the confusion and party bias in his text. Nonetheless, I still feel a strong need to rectify the facts he presents, as they are exclusively based on one-sided information. P. Werner's critique must be rebuked as completely off-target. Concerning the individuals Werner brushes away with the mere wave of a hand, it has to be said that he knew nothing about them. According to Werner, Gustav Landauer had done nothing but publish a number of historical works. Apart from the fact that Landauer had done much more, this even distorts the nature of his literary output. It is also ludicrous to say that Landauer approached the Bavarian Revolution with ethical insurrectionist intentions and was forced into a conflict contradicting his own principles. The fact that I had been involved in the workers' movement for about 18 years before the revolution came, did not stop Werner from calling me an epigone of those merry cafe poets described by Peter Hill. 6. To Werner, I was a political child whose moving naivete earned me at least some sympathies. Silvio Gesell 7, whose name is misspelled throughout the text, is mocked as a kind of economic quack doctor, while Werner has no proper knowledge of his ideas whatsoever. Gesell's theories are entirely based on Proudhon, by the way, something Werner also denies. Werner's critique of other participants in the First Council Republic 8 is based on statements made in court. Neither we, the protagonists of the First Council Republic, nor the KPD members had this information at the time. For example, the scandalous confession of the peasants' delegate Kubeler 9 that he had only accepted his post in the Council Republic to prevent it from falling into the hands of more radical comrades. Werner must have known that Kubeler always professed radical ideas, which is why he was trusted by the revolutionaries. The distinction between the sham Council Republic and the Council Republic run by the KPD, supposedly the only true one, was drawn by the party communists to justify to the proletariat its lack of support for the First Council Republic. The presentation of this nonsense in a published account of the Council Republic can only be characterized as demagogic historical revisionism. The workers associated with the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat the simple notion that the oppressed class throws off the chains of capitalism in a revolutionary uprising in order to exercise self-determination over its own affairs through its councils. This is all they were interested in. They knew nothing about a distinction between the Council Republic proclaimed on April 7 and a Council Republic that formed on April 13 under a new administration. They fought for one and the same Council Republic, risking their lives and sacrificing their freedom. They were the comrades who shouted after Eisner's murder, and even before, "Power to the councils," who demanded the proclamation of the Council Republic in early April, who refused to accept a reactionary bourgeois dictatorship in Bavaria modeled after the one in northern Germany. 10 who forced the ill-prepared events from April 4 to 6, who declared their confidence in the Central Council of the Sham Council Republic on April 11, who stormed Munich's Central Station after the Palm Sunday Coup 11 and who sacrificed their lives as Red Guards, were executed, or spent years in the dungeons of the vindictive social democratic justice system. The one thing I would like P. Werner to know is that his biased account evoked outrage among all of the Red Guards in the fortress, apart from a few whose personal discipline kept them from commenting, and that there were quite a few comrades from the KPD among the prisoners who urged me to write a response. In late summer of 1920, I learned from communist papers we received in the fortress that Werner's text was the only document on the revolutionary movement in Bavaria that was widely read, apparently also, and even especially, in Russia. It was only then that I decided to heed my comrades' call and write a text correcting at least some of Werner's false claims. I was in a very bad state at the time. I had been sent to prison for 2 months for libel against the Bavarian Minister of Justice, Müller-Meiningen. 12 When I returned to the fortress in Ansbach, where I was confined at the time, the comrades who I had spent a year with and gotten close to had been transferred to Niederskannenfeld. I had only 4 fellow inmates left, one of whom was later exposed as an informant. His main tasks were to undermine my reputation among the comrades by means of defamation, to keep an eye on my activities. For example, my entire correspondence was handed to this prisoner before I received it, and to isolate me. Unfortunately, he succeeded. Out of the other 3 inmates, one is now with the nationalist extremists, one ended up in a monastery, and the only one who remained true to the revolutionary cause was threatened into joining the boycott against me. During this time, in which I was even subjected to physical assaults, I wrote the report presented here. It had to be based entirely on my own memory. In my eyes, Werner's main mistake was to rely exclusively on hearsay. This is the reason why he is not doing the events he meant to portray any justice. When I wrote my account, I knew that I could only include the parts I had experienced and partly initiated myself. Perhaps wrongly, I omitted many things that did not seem very important at the time. For example, I did not mention the developments in the Ministry of War during the first days of the Bavarian Revolution, which were in many ways eye-opening. I was working in the security department and had my first serious disagreements with the Social Democratic Minister of Defense. When I wrote the account, not much time had passed since the collapse of the revolution, and many things seemed mainly anecdotal to me. Should I get another opportunity to write the true history of the Bavarian Revolution, hopefully, with the possibility to draw on other material as well, I promise to make up for this. What is mandatory, I think, is to put the events into historical perspective. In this respect, too, P. Werner failed completely. Otherwise, he would have at least mentioned the obvious example of the Paris Commune, which shared many features with the Bavarian Council Republic. Like I said, I did not have the means to do a comparative historical study. However, I want to use this preface for at least one comparative reference, which is very important to me for 2 reasons. 1. The party communists love to hold the anarchists, by which they always mean Gustav Landauer and me, responsible for the mistakes of the so-called Sham Council Republic. 2. Even many of our anarchist comrades often believe that our undertaking was condemned to fail from the outset due to the power of the KPD and its Marxist doctrines. I believe that I can respond to both criticisms with a quote by Friedrich Engels, who, in 1891, in his introduction to Karl Marx's Der Bürgerkrieg in Frankreich, the Civil War in France, wrote the following words about the collaboration between Proudhonists and Blanquists in the Paris Commune: what was more important than the previously criticized failures were the many things that were accomplished by this commune, consisting of both Proudhonists and Blanquists. Of course, the Proudhonists were primarily responsible for the economic resolutions, for better or worse, and the Blanquists for the political decrees. However, as it is usually the case when doctrinarians take control, in the end both did the opposite of what their doctrine demanded. Such is the irony of history. Does this not perfectly sum up the roles of the KPD and of the anarchists in the Bavarian Council Republic? On the crucial night from April 4 to 5, Landauer and I decided, against our usual convictions, that it did not really matter whether or not the proclamation of the Council Republic happened with the mandate of the factory workers. Furthermore, despite certain concerns, we had decided to participate in a provisional government, thinking that this was a historical necessity. The party communists, on the other hand, who generally imposed authoritarianism on the masses, criticized our actions, because they insisted that a council republic could only to be built from the bottom up. Nonetheless, on April 13, the pressure of the events forced them to do exactly what we had done a week earlier. Unfortunately, the party egoism of the KPD had prevented collaboration at that decisive moment. Otherwise, some mistakes of the First Council Republic might have had less fateful consequences, some mistakes of the Second might have been avoided, and the many things that had been achieved during both, at least in terms of goodwill, might have led to real success. My account was written in the form of a letter with the address, for purposes of information to the creators of the Russian Soviet Republic, attention of Comrade Lenin. Today, it might seem strange for an anarchist to make such a choice. One must remember, however, that at the time the text was written, the civil war in Russia was still in progress. We knew that the Red Guards, whose organizer Trotsky we admired, were engaged in the fight against the white bands of Kolchak, Yudenik, Denikin, etc., and we had no idea that the revolutionary proletarian forces were already being corrupted and that the absolute power of the councils was replaced with the dictatorship of the Bolshevik Party. The terrible crime against the sailors and workers defending the rights of their councils in Kronstadt only happened later, and if we had heard the name of Nestor Makhno at all, then only in connection with the Bolsheviks and the Ukrainian anarchists commonly fighting the White Guards of Denikin and Petliura. Lenin's name symbolized to all of us the tremendous force of the Russian Revolution. Bolshevism was a formula for the Revolutionary Council idea. The Russian Revolution itself was a burning fire, a shining star, a glowing beacon of hope. How could I have known in 1920 what Russia would be like in 1929? Therefore, I will not omit anything of what I wrote at the time. I have no reason to be ashamed of my words. This is why I decided to leave the text exactly as I had first written it. Of course I see many things differently today. But each alteration, even the tiniest addition, would distort the image of who I was in 1919 and of what I thought in 1920. 10 years after the events, I do not want to tell the world what I think of all this today. I want people to know what I had to say right after the events, which I had witnessed and participated in. The readers are welcome to criticize my actions and intentions. I do not want to bend the truth by pretending I knew more than I actually did. The handwritten draft of the original text was smuggled out of the fortress in the fall of 1920. Then, typed copies were produced. One of them was meant to be returned to me by regular mail. It ended up being confiscated by the censors. It is this document that is now in my possession again and that has been printed here. Another copy of the text was brought to Moscow by a comrade in 1921 and was, if the information is correct, read by Lenin. 13 Whether it is true, as I was assured of, that the text convinced him of the mistakes his Bavarian party comrades had committed, I do not know. It would need someone who was there to confirm this. However, this matters little. What matters is that, with the publication of this text, we finally have an alternative to the biased material about the Bavarian Revolution that has been available so far. What matters even more, in fact, what matters the most is that the revolutionary proletariat of today and of tomorrow can learn from our mistakes and failures while gaining strength and inspiration from what we did achieve in the ongoing struggle of liberation from misery, slavery, and the state. Berlin Brits, February 1929, Eric Mussum. Comrades. My dear Russian comrades, there have been so many misleading and biased reports about the history of the Bavarian Council Republic that, as someone who has experienced the revolution in Munich from its first day, I consider it my duty to present a picture that will show the events in a less gloomy light. Of course I am aware that, as a direct participant in the revolution, my account can only be subjective. It should become obvious, however, that it is in no way my intention to cover up the mistakes that have been made. At the same time, I deem it necessary to present an alternative to P. Werner's account die Bericht Ratere Public. Tatsachen und Kritik. Werner's account has so far been regarded as a reliable source. To me, it is a self-righteous attempt to glorify the role of the KPD and to defame everything that was not instigated by the party. With my account, I hope to allow outsiders to form their own picture or to rectify the picture they already have of what actually took place in Bavaria during the weeks in question. I have no intention to talk about the, in my opinion, crucial mistakes that were made by the leaders of the KPD in a condescending or accusing manner. Crucial mistakes were made by everyone. I believe that the task for us revolutionaries lies in looking critically at ourselves, and not in trying to defend our personal opinions with dubious claims against those who are, in fact, not enemies but simply people whose opinions might differ from ours. At the same time, I see no reason why wrong accusations should stand unchallenged, and I especially think that I have the duty to clear the memory of the great revolutionary Gustav Landauer, my teacher and best friend, who was slaughtered on May 2, 1919, by White Guards. I want to clarify right at the beginning that this text can only lead to a very basic understanding of the events. After the proletarian revolution was crushed, I was sentenced to 15 years of detention by a drumhead court-martial in Munich. I will soon have done 1.5 out of these 15 years. My hope for revolutionary developments in Germany, including Bavaria, is so strong that I happily delay the presentation of a historically accurate and extensive report on the Bavarian Revolution from November 7, 1918, to April 13, 1919, the day of my arrest and deportation from Munich, until I will be freed, have access to all the necessary documents and papers needed to fulfill such a task, and do no longer have to submit my writing to censors. This is also the reason why it is not my intention here to polemicize against Werner or other historians, but only to present my views, entirely personal, in broad strokes to you, Comrade Lenin, and to whoever else you decide to share this report with. The following information might help you understand who I am. I first came in contact with revolutionary politics in Germany at the age of 22, in 1900, and became part of the communist anarchist movement under the guidance of Gustav Landauer. I have since remained loyal to this movement. Some early lack of clarity brought me close to Stirner, then, under Landauer's influence, to Proudhon. This had to be overcome before realizing the necessity of the uncompromising and unconditional class struggle. Concerning its means, I always followed Mikhail Bakunin, and concerning its goals with slight reservations Peter Kropotkin. In 1909, my Bakuninism led me to the attempt of organizing the Lumpenproletariat in Munich. I ended up in court in 1910. However, the article on conspiracy cited by the prosecution proved ineffective and the code of law contained no provisions of use in this case. As a result, I was acquitted. 14 I tried to spread revolutionary ideas in a monthly journal entitled Kuhn, founded in 1911, particularly among the academic youth and artistic Bohemia. My intention was to make intellectuals aware of their natural affiliation with the proletariat. When the war broke out, I suspended the journal's publication because I was not willing to submit my thoughts to military censorship. During the war, I was in regular contact with many revolutionaries. In 1916, I attempted to unite all revolutionary socialists without consideration of academic formulas in an illegal alliance to take action. The attempt failed, but it also brought me to Berlin on April 16, where I discussed the idea with a cautious yet sympathizing Karl Liebknecht. I had not been entirely without support. I had Landauer on my side and the late Comrade Westmayer, Stuttgart. 15 In my opinion, the failure of the attempt was due to the conspiring maneuvers of some USPD leaders I had tried to include in my plans. In 1917, I corresponded with Franz Mehring about my idea to reorganize the Second International. My opinion was that the suspension of the London Resolution from 1896, which had excluded anarchists and anti-parliamentarians 16, would cause the entire Schademann wing to leave, and would thus revitalize the revolutionary spirit. In the spring of 1917, Kurt Eisner started to organize weekly study circles in Munich, in which he evaluated and discussed the most recent political developments from his democratic pacifist perspective. After some of his younger listeners had asked me to join, I strongly opposed Eisner by confronting his democratic ideal with the ideal of socialism, and his Entente chauvinistic war opportunism with my revolutionary internationalism. Eisner called himself a jurist 17 while truly reiterating the views of Edward Bernstein. 18 What led to an open rift between him and me were our opposing views on the Russian Revolution. Following his bourgeois mentality, Eisner praised Kerensky. 19 The June offensive seemed to him the beginning of a new, the Wilsonian, era. 20 The passage of the Bolsheviks through Germany meant treason and proved to him that Lenin and Trotsky were Ludendorff's puppets. 21 Contrary to this, I expressed my disgust with the politics of Kerensky, who made the proletarian Russian Revolution serve Western imperialism, and who, in order to please French and English capitalism, executed revolutionary deserters. My strong defense of your insurrectionist plans and the adoption of the term maximalist for myself 22 drew the wrath of Eisner to the point where, from about mid-December on, I was no longer welcome at the study circles. When the January strikes began 23, in which Eisner played a leading role in Munich hoping they would incite the revolution, his first order was to prohibit me from speaking. Front against the left became the leitmotif of a supposedly proletarian revolution. Eisner's minions followed this order loyally. This is why, at first, I avoided the fate of Eisner and some of his closest comrades, namely arrest. 24 A few months later, however, in April, I was sent to Traunstein, because military emergency laws were enforced. 25 I was detained there until the German army collapsed. There were no preventive custody laws in Bavaria before it became a republic. I decided to include this personal information to counter the suggestion that the Council Republicans from April 6 had no political experience. This certainly does not apply to me. As I have mentioned, my sympathies for Bolshevism date back to Kerensky's time. Back then, I even had the opportunity to defend these sympathies against Russians. My illegal social interactions in Traunstein mainly consisted of dealing with incarcerated Russian civilians who were all Mensheviks, and among whom I was the only one defending and supporting Bolshevism as a German. The revolution in Munich started 2 days before the one in Berlin, on November 7, 1918, the anniversary of your victory. 26 Its political dynamics carried it far beyond any of the plans that Eisner had made with the counter-revolutionary Social Patriot Hour. 27 Originally, the two wanted to do little more than extort a purely democratic constitution from the government by means of a mass demonstration. They had no intention of toppling the monarchy. They simply wanted to install a socialist cabinet, or at least a cabinet containing some so-called socialists. Their promises were the usual: inheritance tax, dissolution of the upper house, taxation of war profits, etc. Eisner only instigated the formation of a workers' council in the evening, several hours after the end of the official demonstration at the Theresienwiese 28, when he realized that the mood among the masses was revolutionary. The crowd had grown dramatically and the demonstrators were joined by the entire Munich garrison, defying orders to remain in the barracks. I had already proclaimed Bavaria a republic and called for the formation of workers' and soldiers' councils in the afternoon. Eisner only proclaimed Bavaria a socialist republic after a workers' council had been formed with him as chairman. The very same evening, Auer demanded 500 reliable units from the military authorities in order to suppress the revolutionary movement. However, such soldiers were no longer to be found. Since I was busy agitating on the streets until late at night, I took not part in the formation of the Workers' Council and was only informed about the events at the Landtag the next morning. I wanted to include this brief historical introduction to emphasize the special character of the First Workers' Council, which was going to play an important role during the months to come. It constituted itself spontaneously from about 50 proletarians actively involved in the revolution. These proletarians gathered around Eisner, who was at the time immensely popular. The Revolutionary Workers' Council, Revolutionärer Arbeiterrat, RWC, that they formed remained the strongest force of the Bavarian Revolution until April 1919. Its regulations included the right to expel unreliable members and to appoint comrades of their own choosing. While, on November 9, Eisner formed a socialist government with himself as minister-president and the traitor Auer as Minister of the Interior, the RWC went straight to work. Already on the second day, it used its powers to call me into its midst very much against Eisner's will. Shortly after that, we appointed Gustav Landauer, who had arrived in Munich some days after the revolution's beginning. It was the RWC which then initiated the formation of the Munich Workers' Council, MWC, after elections in the factories. The RWC also organized elections for workers' councils all over Bavaria, and prepared a general organization of Bavarian councils, including soldiers and peasants' councils, with the Bavarian Central Council, BCC, at its head. All 50 members of the RWC entered the MWC, and we also attended the first constituent meeting of the General Council organization. The MWC consisted of 400 members. Our first resolution was that no official representatives of the SPD or of the trade unions were allowed in our ranks. We argued that it was necessary not to compromise the council as a representative body of the workers. When the leaders of the reactionary trade unions attended the first public meeting of the MWC nonetheless, we physically threw them out. We were 50 men against 400, but we set the tone. The revolutionary spirit of the RWC grew constantly stronger because wavering men were expelled while dedicated revolutionaries were appointed. Eisner, who was still the official chairman but never acted as such, soon realized that this body was his most dangerous enemy. As its chairman, he was summoned by it only once. In January, he was asked to justify his highly ambiguous politics. In the beginning of the revolution, the differences between the different currents were very murky. The members of the RWC belonged for the most part to the USPD. Landauer, me, and 2 or 3 workers were anarchists and not organized in any party. Quite a few comrades, and by no means the worst, were formally still members of Scheidemann's SPD. We never asked anyone if and where they were organized. The only thing that mattered to us was how they acted as individuals. Our sole condition was that they had the will to pursue the revolution until a socialist society, based on the council idea, could be implemented. The KPD did not yet exist. The Spartacus League existed as the left wing of the USPD, but had no presence in Bavaria. In late November, I founded a revolutionary proletarian organization. To give you an idea of it, I present the following leaflet, which was published on November 30th. It had a great impact on the proletariat's revolutionary vanguard. Revolutionary and internationalist communist workers and soldiers. Men and women. Not everyone is happy with how the revolution has developed. We are not happy with the restriction of revolutionary demands to everyday political causes. We demand the realization of socialism as the crowning of the current people's movement. The end of the World War together with the World Revolution means the collapse of capitalism. On its rubble we do not want to preserve the old but to create the new. We do not care about the way, we care about the goal. The means of revolution is revolution. This does not mean murder and slaughter, but visionary work and construction. With these means we want to create a just socialist society, so we can give the same example to the brothers of the International that our Russian comrades have given before. Just like them, we want to make the love for humankind the guideline for our actions. First, we have to enlighten the people and to gather the forces, recognizing that the salvation of the world lies in the revitalization of a radical and uncompromising socialist communist international. We call upon the Bavarian and the German people to help us unite with the people of all countries in order to smash international capitalism and imperialism, and to make both manual and intellectual workers the beneficiaries of their own labor. Long live the freedom of the people. Long live the world revolution. Long live the Socialist International. Alliance of Revolutionary Internationalists of Bavaria. Erich Mussum, Jos. Merle, Hilda Kramer, F.A. Pfister 29. This very general call to action did not mention the fundamental communist demand, namely the council dictatorship, with a single word, and it only hinted at the sympathies we had for you Bolsheviks. Yet, it represented the most radical left that existed in Munich at the time. We organized meetings for the masses every day. This was the only way we could do the work that so urgently needed to be done, to disperse the deeply rooted reservations against Bolshevism among the people, to destroy the superstitious belief in liberation via parliamentarism, promised by Eisner, to popularize the term communism, and to gather the revolutionary will under the formula, all power to the councils. Very soon, the Alliance of Revolutionary Internationalists, Bund Revolutionärer Internationalisten, ARI, gathered much support among the revolutionary workers. Its meetings became the focal point of the opposition against Eisner's bourgeois democratic politics, an opposition that grew stronger by the day. I am certain that the growth of our organization was mainly due to foregoing party structures. I used to tell the workers, keep records if you want, and as many as you want, or don't. We don't want to argue about questions of organization. The ARI wants to gather all those who wish to direct the revolution toward communism and who want to know how to do this. Propagate our ideas in your party, your union, your factory, your circle of friends. Proper membership did not exist. The means for agitation, etc., were raised by donations. Our committed work within the proletariat proved very rewarding. In the late evening of December 6, after I had given a speech against the rottenness and treachery of the press, the audience basically forced me to lead a march to the office of a particularly despised clerical paper. Since we were joined by about 1,000 soldiers along the way, we ended up occupying almost all of Munich's bourgeois newspaper offices that night. Instantly informed by the reactionary forces, Minister-President Eisner appeared personally with the town major and the chief of police. At the time, the workers still held him in high enough regard to end the occupation. The press he had liberated thanked him by orchestrating a smear campaign against him, which finally led to his assassination at the hands of Anton Graf Arco on February 21.30. The ARI met daily in a small circle in the side room of an inn. Many members were also in the RWC. During these meetings, the bookkeeping took place, the leaflets and posters were prepared, and our principles and tactics were discussed. In late December, we were approached by Comrade Max Levien who wanted us to become the local chapter of the Spartacus League. I was opposed to this. Landauer, who lived away and only came to Munich occasionally, was not part of the group. I feared that forming a party would have the same consequences it had always had in Germany, the submission of the proletarian revolutionary will to party interests. Furthermore, I could not agree with the point in the Spartacus League's program that demanded a unified, centralist council republic for all of Germany. Bavaria, and all of southern Germany, only joined the Reich 50 years ago. Prussia had always dominated the Reich, and the last war of German states against Prussia only dated back to 1866. Separatist sentiments were very strong in Bavaria. In turn, the unification pursued by the democratic government and the social democratic parties was extremely unpopular. I explain the current rise of reactionary forces in Bavaria, which makes it, at the time I am writing this, the German Wende, mainly by the instinctive hatred that the peasant, and partly also the proletarian, Bavarian feels toward Prussianization. I explained the special situation in Bavaria to Levien and got the support of the ARI. At the same time, the debate made it very clear that joining a revolutionary party organization was an urgent wish of many comrades. Therefore, I suggested joining Bremen's IKD. Like me, the comrades in the IKD wished to maintain the federalist character of Germany. 31 The ARI comrades approved, and we joined the organization in the north. Personally, I tried to find a compromise. On the one hand, I wanted to retain my integrity as an anarchist, on the other, I wanted to express my total solidarity with the comrades. As a consequence, I became an IKD member, but only as an observer. I did, however, dedicate a few copies of my journal Kuhn, which I had resurrected in November, to discussions of the IKD. Despite joining the International Communists, the RE continued to exist in its own right. In early January, after the Spartacus League had left the USPD and founded the KPD by uniting with the IKD, the revolutionaries whose unification I had initiated, it shall become clearer later why I emphasize this, turned into the Munich chapter of the KPD under the leadership of Comrade Levian. In the beginning, Levian and I worked together very closely. It was in a spirit of strong camaraderie. We were very productive. Many posters calling for meetings were commonly signed by the local KPD chapter and the RE. At many meetings, Levian and I appeared as speakers together. We also spoke separately at simultaneous meetings after we had agreed on the contents of our speeches. The RE slowly became unnecessary. The KPD provided me with plenty of opportunity to address the masses. In many meetings, I was their appointed speaker and often had to replace Levian when he was not available. The party even sent me to rally support outside of Munich. Among the revolutionary workers, Levian and I were equally popular, I believe, although it was known that I was no party member. I am convinced that the rapid revolutionization of Munich's proletariat happened because of the decision to boycott the scheduled elections for the National Assembly and the Bavarian Landtag. The boycott was supported by both the KPD and the RE. Propagating parliamentarianism was so central to the social democratic belief system that workers who became disillusioned with the social democratic leaders also became disillusioned with parliamentary politics. By advocating the council republic instead of parliamentarian democracy, we won the support of the proletariat's most revolutionary sections. On November 8, Eisner had promised the fast implementation of the Landtag. Facing the growing radicalization of the workers, it was the reactionary forces that now demanded from Eisner to stand by his promise. The support for the Landtag, or lack thereof, defined the border between the bourgeoisie and the revolutionary proletariat. I have no doubt that if the KPD had decided to run in the elections, the party, or at least the Munich chapter, would have dissolved, since the vast majority of workers organized in the KPD were strongly opposed to parliamentary politics. Even Eisner, a firm believer in parliamentarism, had to acknowledge the growing resistance against his politics, especially within the RWC. This was hardly surprising, considering that Eisner's vision for the councils amounted to little more than a side parliament with a few monitoring rights. Eisner tried to play for time. He tried to appease the bourgeoisie with promises of returning the last army units, and even the prisoners, from the war. In late December, however, an armed demonstration of reactionary army regiments finally forced him to announce elections for January 12, 1919. Since Eisner feared disruptions of the elections from our side, he decided to resort to violence on January 10. In the early morning, he had the leading figures of the KPD and the RWC arrested. In total 12 people, among them Levian and me. However, the act backfired and Eisner lost the last sympathies he had had with the masses since his courageous stance during the January strike and the proclamation of the Republic in November. A spontaneous demonstration marched to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and demanded our release. Eisner wanted to avoid this under all circumstances and refused to even negotiate with the speaker of the demonstration. Finally, the sailor Rudolf L. Hofer, later Commander-in-Chief of the Red Army 32, made his way into the ministry by climbing up the walls of the building and into Eisner's office. Eisner realized how angry the masses were and ordered our immediate release. In the Landtag, where the masses awaited us, we were received with thunderous applause. Eisner had lost his gamble, while the revolutionary workers had now lost all trust in him. The reactionary forces had regained enough strength to attack him and to replace him with our, who was ready to do anything against the proletarians. The bourgeois hatred against Eisner had other reasons than the fear of socialist radicalism. It was rooted in nationalism. Eisner had adopted the rhetoric of the Entente against the Box 33, and while he did by no means fight capitalism, he had turned against, righteously, I might add, militarism, the corruption of the press, although he never dared to really challenge the power of the press, bureaucratic inflexibility, secret diplomacy, and chauvinism. These moves were perceived as shameful and dangerous by orthodox nationalists. In his very first proclamation as minister-president, Eisner took a bow in front of the great patriot Clemenceau, and later, following his sympathies for Wilson, he published Bavarian documents to prove Germany's responsibility for the war. As a socialist, however, the Bavarian capitalists really did not have to fear him. It took Eisner only a few days in office to publish a declaration reassuring the capitalists that an attack on their exploitative interests was out of the question. Eisner stated that there was no need to contemplate socialization if there was nothing to socialize. He took the stand that the capitalist system that had collapsed during the war had to recover and blossom again before it could grow into socialism. Generally, the bourgeoisie could have been content with Eisner. In one of his resolutions, he reinstalled all officers and civil servants driven out by the masses. In the fight against Bolshevism, he gave Minister Auer, who controlled the police, a free hand. As a result, we had our posters banned and our leaflet distributors arrested, while the Liga zur Bekämpfung des Bolschewismus League against Bolshevism 34 could freely call for pogroms. The two other SPD ministers assisted their colleague Auer loyally. Mr. Timm, controlling the judiciary, used the old paragraphs of the monarchist code of law against revolutionaries, and Mr. Rosshaupter, the Minister of Defense 35, served as a tool for the Wittelsbach officers in their fight against the soldiers' councils. 36. After the elections, which brought a devastating loss for Eisner's party and strong gains for the Auerochs, as I like to call the SPD members in meetings 37, the revolutionary masses grew more and more impatient. Two events brought the tensions to a head. First, Rosshaupter reinstated the rights of the officers of the old regime that delivered the soldiers' councils to their mercy. He also declared that he was going to dissolve the soldiers' councils because they were unnecessary given the imminent end of military power. Strangely enough, these announcements received their strongest support from the Central Soldiers' Council itself. When the radical wing of the MWC sent deputies to a meeting of the Central Soldiers' Council in early February, demanding the dismissal of Rosshaupter, I was the messenger. The council members flatly rejected us. In the barracks and among the workers, however, this attack against the revolution caused extreme concern. The other event concerns a speech that Comrade Levien, who had also become a RWC member by now, held in the MWC. He called for a committed struggle against the bourgeoisie that had to be fought eye to eye, chest to chest. The consequence was his arrest based on the article of incitement in the old criminal code. The RWC organized a special meeting of the MWC, in which it was unanimously decided to demand Levien's unconditional release. Delegates were sent to see the state prosecutor. They came back with no results, having been told that the gentleman had just gone to the movies. The next step was to elect 3 RWC delegates to see the Minister of Justice, Timm, the following day, threatening a mass demonstration. The delegates were the comrades Landauer, Hagemeister 38 and I. Mr. Timm hid behind the state prosecutor, who was his subordinate, and made no promises. However, Levien was released the same afternoon. Mr. Timm must have understood that refusing to do so would have put him and, in fact, Eisner's entire cabinet in danger. This was on February 9, a memorable day for the Bavarian Revolution. In the evening, the MWC was going to meet at the German Theater. In the afternoon, the RWC discussed the current situation in the Landtag and decided to file a motion for the organization of a mass demonstration in the MWC. During the debate, Comrade Levien entered the room, arriving directly from prison. Following a proposal by Landauer, we decided to march together to the German Theater with the red flag in order to join the MWC meeting. So it happened. Due to the significance of the meeting, nothing less than the basic right of free speech was at stake. All stewards from Munich's shops and factories had been invited to attend. They filled the rows of the two bottom levels, while the balcony was filled with KPD members. When the RWC, led by Levian under the red flag, entered the hall, the welcome was enthusiastic. The meeting itself developed dramatically. Levian gave a stirring speech in which he stressed that he was released from custody because the rulers feared the proletariat's revolutionary wrath, but that the criminal proceedings against him were continuing. Meanwhile, two comrades showed me letters from the investigating magistrate. The two had been called as witnesses in a case against me. Apparently, the government now wanted to sentence me for disturbing the peace, 2 months after the occupation of the press offices on December 6. When I told the assembly about this, many demanded a demonstration forcing the government to guarantee that none of the old penal clauses would ever be used against revolutionaries. The debate was very emotional, and when we radicals requested that the resignation of our Tim and Rosshaupter and the suspension of the elections for the Landtag should be demanded, there was a scuffle. In the end, the SPD workers, who constituted a big majority in the MWC, left the hall in protest. Landauer jumped on the empty chairman's desk and asked the shop and factory stewards to take the empty seats as true representatives of the proletariat. Under thunderous applause from the stands, and while I waved the red flag on the podium, the rearrangement took place. Once things had quieted down, a unanimous decision was made to organize a demonstration on February 16. The demonstration's demand should be the suspension of the political laws. Apart from that, it should demonstrate the proletariat's revolutionary commitment both to the government and to the people. The same week, a General Bavarian Council Congress assembled in Munich. Its main purpose was to define the powers of the Landtag. The Landtag was to be convoked on February 21. In the Council Congress, the RWC was represented by 10 members, one of whom was I. Eisner had just returned from the Socialist Congress in Bern, where he had held an apologetic speech in front of the representatives of the Entente countries, pleading for the admission of Germany to the League of Nations 39 as well as to its socialist dependency, the Second International. He had earned the sympathies of Renaudel and his comrades 40 but provoked the wrath of the German nationalists to a point that would later cost him his life. The reactionary press, the freedom of which he had never touched despite our repeated warnings, accused him in defamatory ways of supporting the French's intention to keep German prisoners of war. The opposite had been the case. Circles of students and military officers openly demanded his assassination. Even within his own cabinet, a shrewd intrigue was spun against him. Upon returning from Bern, Eisner found out that Auer and Rosshaupter, who Eisner himself had appointed as ministers, had already formed a shadow cabinet. Auer himself claimed the presidency, while Eisner and his two USPD aides, the Minister of Social Welfare, Unterleitner, and the Minister of Finance, Jaffe, by far the most revolutionary minister in Eisner's government, had been ditched. 41. A very emotional Eisner disclosed these plans at the Council Congress. Rosshaupter was personally present. The next day, however, the cabinet held a meeting without any consequences. Eisner even defended his friend when Landauer called Rosshaupter an escape. 42. As a result, I demanded that the entire cabinet should be dismissed and replaced by a revolutionary body. Meanwhile, the RWC prepared the demonstration on February 16 with a lot of dedication. Our intention was to give it a clearly revolutionary character, especially since it became known that the Social Democrats wanted to participate in it in order to rally for democracy, quiet and order, and the parliament. However, most party and trade union leaders realized early enough that the sentiments of the masses were against them, and so they ordered the other Social Democrats to stay home. Eisner, on the other hand, who had long tried to sabotage the entire event, knew that his authority among the proletariat was profoundly shaken and decided to spearhead the march himself, not least in order to sabotage its revolutionary character. By doing so he hoped to achieve two things at once: 1. to turn a protest against the government into a rally of confidence for himself, 2. to strengthen his popularity among the masses. The latter seemed necessary if he wanted to align himself with the radical opposition once he was ousted from government, which, given the moves of the SPD cabinet members, had to be expected soon. Eisner's intention failed in every respect. When the masses gathered on February 16 on the Theresienwiese for a demonstration never before seen in Munich, Eisner appeared in an open vehicle. Contrary to his expectations, however, there were no ovations, and he could gather the discontent of the proletariat from the passion with which the assembled men and women carried the banners that had been distributed by the RWC. It was obvious that the only symbol accepted to represent the convictions of those marching was the red flag, which was carried along by thousands. Among the slogans painted on signs were the following: "Remember Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. All power to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils. A sovereign people allows no state prosecutor to stop the revolution. Long live Lenin and Trotsky. Don't let babblers represent you, the people rule themselves in their councils. The workers' and soldiers' councils don't dance to the Landtag's tune. Enough workers' blood has been shed. Disarm the White Guards. 8 more days of this and the bloodhound Niski will shoot in Bavaria. Down with the dictatorship of capitalism. Long live the dictatorship of socialism." The red flags flew from all of Munich's public buildings and from many private homes along the way. 15,000 people might have taken part. The KPD alone made up a whole block. Various regiments of the Munich garrison constituted entire blocks as well. The disabled were taken along in carts. Many delegates of the Council Congress participated, and various factories were represented by delegations. The RWC, as the organizer, carried a huge revolutionary emblem and was greeted with cheers. Eisner, however, driving at the head of a march that protested his own politics, felt so out of place that he left halfway through the demonstration and joined the ministers Unterleitner and Jaffe, who awaited the delegation of the masses in the German theater. There, Landauer, as the delegation's speaker, presented the proletariat's demands. Meanwhile, the march continued through the main streets of the city under hails for Soviet Russia and the Bolsheviks, and jeers for Niski, Bauer, Scheidemann, Rosshaupter, the press, and the bourgeoisie. In front of the Ministry of War, from which huge red flags were suspended, one could hear angry shouts, especially from the soldiers, "Down with Rosshaupter." There were very positive responses from the windows of Rosshaupter's own ministry. Later in the afternoon, the march returned to the Theresienwiese, where the results of Landauer's meeting with the government were delivered. Eisner had agreed to stop the legal persecution of Levien and myself and had promised to demand the abolition of the political laws in the Ministerial Council. The tangible results of the demonstration were therefore modest. The masses were not content and expressed desire to march to Eisner's ministry. However, after a short meeting of a few members of the RWC and the KPD, we agreed that this contained incalculable risks and that we did not want to jeopardize what was the biggest success of the demonstration, namely that we had sent a very strong message to the bourgeoisie and the passive citizens. Therefore, we asked everyone to go home. Levien and I gave the closing speeches. We stressed the necessity to continue the fight against Eisner's government and praised the proletarian world revolution. The Council Congress ended a few days later and transferred all of its powers to the Landtag, which was to assemble on February 21 in the same building. In response to inquiries of our comrades as to which powers should remain with the workers' councils, Eisner said, as far as I remember on February 18, the last time I saw him, that he intended to force all ins to have a common menu and that the workers' councils were meant to supervise this. I told him that I was really looking forward to the meals at the Regina Palast Hotel 43, but that we revolutionaries would prefer an actual improvement of the economic situation in Bavaria over jokes. I demanded, under applause from the stands, that Eisner should establish diplomatic relationships with Soviet Russia and pursue economic collaboration, no matter what Berlin might think. Eisner did not respond. I am mentioning this to illustrate the mindset of a leading and hugely influential USPD figure at the time. Right from the outset, Eisner's intention had been to diminish the influence of the councils and to render their activities completely insignificant. With regard to his position towards Soviet Russia, nothing had changed since Kerensky's time. When Eisner was questioned by the RWC in January, I was the elected RWC speaker. Already then, I asked him how he saw the future relationship of his government to Russia. His literal response was, "I entertain no relationship to a government that works with millions." I assume you Russian comrades have received a personal account by Comrade Toya Axelrod 44 on how Eisner executed his wrath against the Bolsheviks. The Council Congress ended officially on February 20. Since I was convinced that nothing of any importance could still come from it, and since the revolutionary organizations had agreed to let the Landtag assemble without interference, I left on a trip to Baden on February 19 to give some speeches. I had been invited by Mannheim's and Heidelberg's Spartacists. On the very same day, the reactionary forces dared for the first time to engage in an open act of violence against the revolution. A group of sailors, called in all the way from northern Germany, allegedly to protect the Landtag, staged a coup against the Council Congress and tried to occupy the Parliament building. The attempt failed. There are strong indications that the orchestrator of the coup was none other than the Social Democratic Minister of the Interior, Auer, himself. However, I do not want to get into details of what happened that day, because I was not there. As I have stated before, it is important to me to only address the things I personally witnessed or participated in. On February 21, I heard about Eisner's assassination. I was in Mannheim. I immediately tried to get back to Munich, but I only made it there on the morning of February 24. The delay was due to the disruption of the railway system. There was so much confusion in Munich that I could not even get through on the phone to arrange a car or a plane. Unfortunately, Landauer was not in Munich at the time either, which left us unable to influence the first moves after the tragedy. I assume that, in general, you know what happened. However, you might appreciate some extra information. Eisner was shot dead on the way from his official residence to the Landtag. As it became known later, he had decided to resign and to hand all of his powers to the counter-revolutionary parliament. The assassination was not an independent act of the murderer Arco, despite what he claimed and what the court concluded. Arco was part of a far-reaching conspiracy. Apart from Eisner, also Landauer, Levian, and I were to be assassinated. A day before the murder, a soldier came to see my wife in order to warn her. As an orderly, he had overheard in an officer's mess hall that the next day, February 21, an officer was supposed to come to my house in a regular soldier's uniform. His intentions would be far from good. Similar plans had been made with regard to Landauer and Levian. The soldier did not speak of Eisner, but named the officer who wanted to come visit me. Since Landauer and I were away and Levian did not have a steady apartment and was always difficult to find, there were no further assassinations. The conspirators probably found out about our absence early enough. It must be noted that the small group to which Arco belonged was not even able to distinguish between the views of Eisner and of us communists, despite their great differences. This became obvious in the trial against Arco, when he repeatedly mentioned Eisner and me in the same breath, obviously thinking we had been the closest of comrades. The murder was directed against the proletarian revolution. With his death, Eisner saved it from the downfall he was about to deliver it to. It was only natural that there was a lot of sympathy for Eisner among the proletariat after his death. His murder turned him into the symbol of the Bavarian Revolution. In fact, the urge for vengeance was strongest among the proletarian radicals who had criticized his politics the hardest. It was also natural that the urge for vengeance turned against the parliament as such, and especially against Auer. It was commonly known that Auer had wanted to topple Eisner, just as it was commonly known that in order to do so he had assured himself of the support of the bourgeoisie. It had been proven that in his role as Minister of the Interior he had initiated and organized the armament of the reactionaries among the peasants. In fact, he had, together with the SPD Minister of Justice, Tim, signed a petition demanding the formation of a civil defense force, Bürgerwehr, meaning, a white guard, against the proletariat. The names of Auer and Tim led the list of the signers. The suspicion that Auer might have been responsible for the murder of Eisner was probably false. But it was understandable. I was convinced that a failed shooting attack on me on December 26 could be traced to Auer's influence. That no means were too low for this socialist in his fight against revolutionaries became crystal clear later. During the trial against the comrade Lindner 45, it was revealed that the wife of a first lieutenant who had come to visit me regularly was an informant sent by Auer. Lindner, who had been a member of the RWC since the first day of the revolution, was a very simple, but reliable proletarian, devoted to the communist cause. He was also an easily excitable man. His interruption of a Landtagsdelegates meeting, in which Eisner's murder was hypocritically condemned, and the shots he fired on Auer were the simple reflex of the revolution and the consequence of the calculated violence of its enemies. 46 It is characteristic that Lindner's act was judged by the class court as a regular crime, while the premeditated murder by Arco, who had shot Eisner in the back, was seen as the result of honorable ideals. Comrade Lindner is in jail, while Arco's sentence was reduced to confinement in a fortress. 47 Conditions in the fortress are dramatically better for Arco than for the revolutionaries with regard to us. Entirely new rules have been established. When I returned to Munich on February 24, I was hoping that the RWC had formed a provisional government until a new council congress, based on new revolutionary shop and factory councils, would decide the next steps for a country abandoned by cowardly Landtag members. 48 And indeed, at first, the RWC took the right steps. It declared a state of emergency in Bavaria, proclaimed a general strike, occupied the offices of the newspapers, which were only to appear under strictest censorship, and armed the workers. Unfortunately, however, it did not dissolve the old BCC. This allowed the BCC to reconvoke the old Council Congress. So, basically, we ended up with what we had had before, a workers', peasants' and soldiers' Council Congress that, given the dominance of the Social Democrats not only in the Congress but also in the BCC, saw itself only as a temporary replacement of the bourgeois parliament and its government. This was particularly worrying because the Council Congress had now become the only sovereign power in the country, since the cabinet no longer existed. The day of Eisner's funeral was a memorable day in Bavaria's history. In all towns and villages, the church bells rang and processions were organized. The bourgeoisie partook in cowardly fear. In Munich itself, a never-ending flow of red flags and wreaths moved from the Theresienwiese to the Ostfriedhof Eastern Cemetery, where the memorial service and the cremation took place. The USPD had sent a delegation from Berlin, including Louise Zayat's 49 as well as Hasse, Koskai, and Barth. Unfortunately, these three former members of the Scheidemann government did not travel back to Berlin with Mrs. Zayat's, but infiltrated the Council Congress, laying the seed for all of the misfortune that was about to come. Now that it held the entire legislative power in Bavaria, the Council Congress proved to be a completely helpless and directionless body. It did not dare to implement anything of relevance, it did not even implement its own resolutions. The following example might illustrate its ineffectiveness. In November, a certain Aschenbrenner 50 had established himself as the commander of the Central Railway Station. Together with a squad of the Republican Defense Force, Republikanische Schutztruppe, controlled by Town Major Durr, a Social Democrat 51, he had installed a true terror regime. People were arrested for distributing communist leaflets and terribly beaten under the pretense of being looters. Aschenbrenner continued with this even after Eisner's death. One day, two young people who had been mistreated in the station's police room came to see the Council Congress. They uncovered their torsos and showed their wounds and bruises. A delegation was sent to Aschenbrenner. It returned with one of the delegates, Comrade Dr. Wadler 52 carrying one of the torture instruments, a whip handle with an exposed inner wire frame. The outrage among the council's Congress members was huge. It was decided to remove Aschenbrenner from his post. However, the BCC, whose duty it was to implement the decision, proved unable to do so. Aschenbrenner sent the insolent message that someone should come and get him. Nothing ever happened and he stayed in his post. There were only two groups in the Council Congress with any kind of a plan: 1, the Social Democrats, who tried by all means to reinstall quiet and order, meaning, a rightful democratic government in which they would dominate, and 2, the few radicals, 10 representatives of the RWC as well as the delegates of the unemployed and of the demobilized soldiers who had forced the Council Congress to include them. Our weak numbers were strengthened by the stands, where our speeches used to be cheered, and by the street, where meetings took place all the time, mostly organized by the unemployed. Delegations from these meetings were sent to the Council Congress with revolutionary demands almost daily. In the Council Congress itself, we also found support among some USPD members and a minority of the Peasants' Council's members. The core of the Council Congress, however, was formed by compromising USPD members and peasants who were only reluctant revolutionaries. The soldiers' councils were almost entirely reactionary. The aims of the demands expressed by the proletarians meeting in the streets and put forward with our help might be illustrated by the following excerpt from an article I published in Kuhn after Eisner's murder. Now, there is no turning back. Now is the time to strangle the counter-revolution, so it can never raise its head again. The Council Republic needs to be proclaimed immediately. There will be no more place for compromises with bourgeois parliamentarism. One can no longer allow the freedom of the press, monopolized by capitalist interests, to poison our souls and to incite murder. One has to render the conspiracies of the military officers and the students impossible, using the most radical means of the people's dictatorship. One has to expropriate the big landowners, take away the rights of capital, start socialist work in towns and villages, and not refrain from revolutionary resolutions of world-tumbling dimensions. One has to chase all the representatives of the old system from their posts, disregard the grip of Weimar 53 and connect quickly with the natural allies of the socialist revolution, namely the glorious pioneers of world liberation in Russia. Council Republic. After Eisner's death, this was the central slogan of all rallies. Within the proletariat, its immediate proclamation was strongly demanded, and especially the KPD adopted the demand as its own. You have probably noticed that I have not said much about the KPD so far. Up to this point, the party had focused its activities on agitation among the masses and on organizing its own ranks. The wrath it drew from the bourgeoisie, which took to calling them Spartacists, proved that their work was effective. However, the local chapter was still too weak to act alone. This is why it always left concrete political work to the RWC, of which Levian was a member and which consisted to at least 50% of KPD members. Through the RWC, the party was also represented in the Council Congress. Furthermore, some delegates of the workers' councils from the rural areas belonged to the KPD, but without forming its own faction in the Council Congress. The demand for a fast proclamation of the Council Republic was even more understandable given the steady rise of reactionary activity in Bavaria. First, the arming of the proletariat was sabotaged. Although Town Major Der had ordered the distribution of guns to shop and factory workers, he had hardly done anything to actually make this happen. The few weapons that were distributed ended up in the hands of selected Social Democrats. This implied the danger that weapons would finally be controlled by reactionary trade union leaders. In addition to this, the BCC expanded right after Eisner's death because 2 trade union officials were appointed as members by the SPD. In turn, the RWC appointed 2 comrades to the BCC as well, Levian and Hagemeister. 54 They were instantly expelled, however, because the influence of the Social Democrats had turned the BCC into a political body full of double standards. The main reason for the proletariat to seize power as soon as possible were the secretive actions of the three USPD leaders from Berlin. Erich Barth, for example, appeared on the speaker's podium of the Council Congress and talked about the necessity of a new state order. He also appeared as a guest at a RWC meeting, trying to discourage us from pursuing a council republic. He argued that one had to proceed diplomatically, that this would get us much further, and so on. I decidedly argued against him and he found no support. Meanwhile, however, intrigues were spun behind the scenes. A council congress meeting had to be interrupted because the Munich chapter of the USPD held an important conference. It leaked out that the gentlemen Hasse, Koski, and Barth took part in this conference. There was also a joint conference of the USPD and the SPD. Something was in the air. The communist agitation for the Council Republic made the counter-revolutionary forces very nervous. On February 27, airplanes dumped leaflets over Munich with the signatures of Nuremberg's town major Schneppenhorst and Dr. Ewing, who would later become the dictator of Upper Bavaria. 55 The leaflets were mainly directed against Levien and me. The same day, another incident enraged the proletariat even more. During a meeting of the Council Congress, the leaders of the Republican Defense Force entered the hall, waved their guns about, and yelled, "Hands up!" Levien and me were pulled out, mistreated, and thrown down the stairs. Landauer, who just entered the building, was also arrested, and furthermore Dr. Wadler as well as the representative of the unemployed, Kronauer, and the delegate of the demobilized soldiers, Marcus Reichert, KPD. As it became known later, we were to be abducted and used as hostages for negotiations with the proletariat in the case of an armed conflict. The plan did not succeed, however, mainly thanks to the Republican Defense Force unit protecting the Landtag. The unit had always proven its revolutionary spirit, probably because of its constant contact with the RWC members. It now came to our defense, confronting their colleagues. When the situation got extremely tense and a violent conflict seemed inevitable, machine guns were already in place, the town major gave orders to retreat and we were freed. The RWC now decided with the approval of the KPD to demand clear measures from the Council Congress. I was appointed to file a motion the next day, demanding Bavaria to be proclaimed a council republic. The Council Congress would be asked to turn a provisional into a definite arrangement, while the proletariat itself would become active, take up arms, rid all state bureaus of counter-revolutionary elements, re-elect the factory councils, and implement the council system under a proletarian dictatorship. I presented the motion on February 28. 70 delegates voted for the Council Republic, 234 against it. I have to add that my friend Landauer was also among those who voted no. He refrained from an explanation of his position in front of the Council Congress, but in private, he cited reasons that were very close to those cited by the KPD 5 weeks later. His main concern was that the proclamation would be premature. The opinion of the masses became obvious during the counting of the votes. A huge demonstration of agitated workers appeared outside the Landtag to await the results. The tension was high. Landauer, one of the most popular revolutionary figures, tried to placate the workers by explaining the reasons that did not make the proclamation of the Council Republic feasible right now. He had to retreat. The crowd demanded Levien and me. It was very difficult to persuade the masses to dissolve. They were ready to storm the building and chase the Congress to hell, even though they were unarmed. I later very much regretted that we pulled the brakes that day. Otherwise, the Council Republic would have been born by a heroic act of the proletariat and we would have spared the Bavarian workers the internal struggles that condemned our activities to fail later. The tensions in Bavaria remained. A few days earlier, motions filed by Comrade Dr. Wadler in the MWC had already proven how popular the idea of a council republic was even among SPD workers. Although they held a majority in the MWC, Wadler's motions were passed: instant proclamation of the Socialist Council Republic, appointment of people's delegates, appointment of a revolutionary tribunal, martial law against the reactionary forces. Meanwhile, the counter-revolutionary forces were not satisfied with the rejection of the Council Republic's proclamation by the Council Congress. They continued their defamations. On March 1, more leaflets were dropped over Munich, this time signed by Munich's town major Der, the chief of police, Steiner, USPD, and representatives of the SPD and the free unions. The leaflets said, "How much longer do you want to bear the terror of the streets? Can you allow people like Levian, Mussum, Hagemeister, Kronauer, and their lot, to put their foot on your neck, their pistol on your chest? No. Just like the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie would throw us back into misery, the Spartacists and their followers, the looters, will throw us into misery. That is why all workers and soldiers have to shake off the unbearable yoke of a militant minority and settle together on the grounds of order provided by a united social democracy, the true rule of the people. We have to build a truly socialist cabinet without delay. We especially have to put an end to the dangerous game of the Spartacus League and the ever-increasing lumpen proletariat. Workers. Soldiers. It is time to act. Be sensible and stay home. The street has to remain free for the soldiers whose destiny it is to establish a socialist order. Everything is at stake. The achievements of the revolution are at stake. The protection of the rights of the councils from the terror of the street is at stake. A unified socialism is at stake. Soldiers. Gather around your destined leaders. Follow only the orders of those you trust. To the barracks. There, your elected barracks councils and your leaders will guide you in what needs to be done for the people's good. This was an open declaration of war. In the evening of the same day, I publicly settled the score with Der and Steiner by demanding their dismissal. Both of them were present. They managed to get away with citing nervousness as an excuse, and the same MWC that, a few days earlier, had passed Wadler's radical motions, now, in a vote of confidence, expressed their support for a chief of police and a town major who had called for a bloodbath against the revolution. The meeting ended late at night. Because my friends from the RWC were concerned about my safety, they forced Der and Steiner to take me home in their car, and so the town major and chief of police who had wanted to arrest, and possibly execute, me the same afternoon dropped me off at my house 12 hours later. After it rejected the proclamation of a council republic, the Council Congress decided to recognize the Landtag elected in January as legitimate, despite the Landtag's delegates' cowardly flight during their very first meeting. Characteristic for the half-heartedness of all of the Council Congress's measures, however, was the decision to postpone the assembly of the Landtag. This simply happened out of fear of the proletariat's hostile reactions. Following this decision, the SPD members hurried to present a motion in which they declared themselves ready to join a socialist cabinet. At the same time, they demanded a reshaping of the Council Congress based on a proportional electoral system. This would have rendered the right to recall delegates meaningless. Without this right, however, the entire council system doesn't make sense. Furthermore, the SPD proposal would have restricted the rights of the councils in a way leaving them practically powerless. During the debates, it became obvious that the main objective of the SPD was to deal a death blow to the RWC. The Speaker of the Aurochs declared that it was impossible for his party to work together with RWC members in an action committee, Aktionsausschuss. He therefore demanded to expel the 3 members that the RWC had appointed to the committee. Landauer responded. He pointed out that the man who had just spoken here had been able to do so only because he had been invited by the RWC, the same body he now wished to exclude. On this occasion, Landauer spoke the later often quoted words, "In the entire natural history I know of no more disgusting creature than the Social Democratic Party." Meanwhile, the tensions between the revolutionaries and the socialist counter-revolutionaries became fiercer and fiercer. The town major dared to remove the unit of the Republican Defense Force that had protected us at the Landtag and that had the complete trust of the Council Congress. He even expelled some particularly revolutionary soldiers from the force. The soldiers turned to the Council Congress, which promised to act on their behalf. The Council Congress also demanded the return of the unit to the Landtag. However, the BCC proved once again unable to enforce a resolution. The Council Congress's order was simply ignored. In general, the debates in the Council Congress now mostly took on the form of completely unnecessary blabber about trivialities. Essential things got delayed and in the end just forgotten. For example, a motion filed by me and a Radical Peasants' Council member, proposing to dissolve the existing administrative bodies in the rural areas and to transfer their powers both to the Peasants' Councils and the Urban Workers' Councils, never even came to debate. By now, following the activities of Berlin's USPD members in Nuremberg, the SPD, the USPD, and the more moderate branch of the peasants held a joint conference, and on March 7, the Nuremberg Compromise, Nürnberger Kompromiss, was presented to the Council's Congress by one of the most reactionary Peasants' Council members. Since this agreement caused a chain of events, I choose to present it here at length. Immediate convocation of the Landtag for a short meeting. Formation of a socialist cabinet by the two socialist parties. Appointment of a Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry with a Peasants' Council member as minister, after consulting with an action committee of the workers, soldiers, and peasants' councils. Ratification of this ministry by the elected Landtag, drafting of an emergency constitution. Transfer of far-reaching powers from the Landtag to the Ministry of Governmental Affairs. Enlargement of the Department of Information. During the time of the provisional arrangement, the legislative and executive powers lie in the hands of the cabinet alone. One representative each of the workers, soldiers, and peasants' councils can partake in the meetings of the Ministers' Council in an advisory capacity. Immediate formation of a voluntary civil defense force by union workers, immediate abolition of the standing army. In the representative bodies of communes, districts, counties, and administrative offices, the workers, soldiers, and peasants' councils have the right to participate in practical work through delegates. In the Ministry of the Interior, a departmental section for the Council's organization is to be formed and its members appointed in collaboration with the Action Committee. The workers, soldiers, and peasants' councils have the right to file complaints, submit petitions, and introduce bills in the Landtag and in government, with one of their delegates being present. The newly elected councils have the right to appeal against the resolutions of the Landtag that affect the entire population. Referendum. Re-elections of the councils are to be held in the whole country as soon as possible, according to proportional vote. Concerning the active and passive right to vote, special regulations have to be made by the Cabinet with participation of the Action Committee. The rights of the councils are to be established immediately by a special law and under special consideration of points 6 and 7. The revolutionary minority was outraged by the self-abasement that was apparently expected from the Council Congress. However, it could not prevent the adoption of the agreement. The points were debated one by one. After the call for forming a cabinet was approved, it was elected right away. Needless to say, the involved parties had long agreed on the outcome. The SPD member Hoffmann was appointed minister-president. He had been the Minister of Cultural Affairs in Eisner's cabinet, rather passive and inconspicuous. Only now, reaching the peak of his career, he showed his true face. Even as Minister-President, he kept the Ministry of Culture and Education, although the Council Congress had first voted for the left-leaning SPD member Nyekish 56 chairman of both the BCC and of the Council Congress. Hoffmann even took over the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Commissioner of Demobilization, Sejits 57 was elected Minister of the Interior, and Mr. Endres 58 Minister of Justice, both were SPD members. The Ministry of Social Welfare was handed to the right-leaning USPD member Unterleitner, who had already held the post in Eisner's cabinet. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry went to the right-leaning USPD member Simon from Nuremberg. 59 The only candidate who was elected unanimously was Professor Jaffe as Minister of Finance. Jaffe had proven himself to be the most revolutionary spirit among the ministers under Eisner. The already mentioned Schneppenhorst was proposed as Minister of Military Affairs. However, after the leaflet he had dropped over Munich, even reformists had strong reservations and the USPD objected to his appointment. The SPD gave in and the right-leaning USPD member Sheet 60 was appointed instead. After this procedure, the remaining points of the Nuremberg Compromise were dealt with. When it was all done, only a small minority understood the terrible danger that this agreement meant for Bavaria. When the adoption of the agreement was announced, I yelled, "Lord, forgive them, for they don't know what they do." Then the Council Congress disbanded. It had sold out the revolution. The workers themselves, however, remained committed to the revolution's ideals. They followed the further developments suspiciously and attentively, committed to defend their revolutionary rights by any means. The Landtag reunited at the Parliament building, while the RWC was sent to the former Royal Palace instead. The heroes of February 21 met under grotesque military security by obeying the dictate of the Nuremberg Compromise. Once their first meeting opened, the decisions of the Council Congress were simply ignored. The next meeting got rescheduled, and the Nuremberg Compromise parties, together with the BCC, changed their purely socialist cabinet by dismissing the two individuals who held the posts most important for the Council Congress. First, Professor Jaffe, who had already worked under Eisner in the spirit of the left wing of the USPD, was thrown overboard, even though he was the only ministerial candidate against whom not a single voice had been raised in the Council Congress. He was Jewish, though, and considered a radical. The Ministry of Finance was then provisionally left to a civil servant, and another minister was to be appointed at a later date. Mr. Sheed, elected as Minister of Defense, was the other USPD member taken from the list. He had so far held the office provisionally, and probably seemed too radical for the counter-revolutionary socialists, even though his signature was among those on the Civil War inciting leaflets of March 1. Sheed was replaced by Schneppenhorst, although Schneppenhorst had been rejected unanimously by the Council Congress. He was now going to play the role of the Bavarian Niski. The Landtag tried to prove its democratic intentions by adopting a ridiculous law rendering aristocratic names illegal in Bavaria. This was a mockery of a proposal that Landauer and I had made in the Council Congress, where it wasn't even discussed. We had wanted to abolish aristocratic privilege by abolishing punishment for carrying false aristocratic names and titles. Since the law adopted by the Landtag only applied to the Bavarian aristocracy and since the families in question declared that the aristocratic title was an inseparable part of their name, the whole move remained completely pointless. The will of the masses was clear. One night, the SPD convoked 5 mass meetings in which their newly appointed ministers were meant to present themselves to the public. All of these meetings turned into communist rallies and all of the speakers were viciously opposed. The masses did not leave any doubt about the radical opposition that the new government had to face. They also reminded the government that the reactionary forces were already campaigning for White Guards. The common ground of all of the proletarians' words and actions was one demand: Council Republic. The March riots in Berlin and the atrocities committed by the white murderers troubled Munich's workers. 61 They demanded guarantees against such events in Bavaria, forcing the government to ban all military campaigns for the so-called Border Protection East, Grenzschutz Ost, a reactionary military unit, and all anti-Bolshevik activities. They forced even Mr. Schneppenhorst to issue arrest warrants against recruiting officers. This caused Colonel Epp 62, who wanted to play the role of a Bavarian Kalkak 63, and later, with Schneppenhorst's support, really did, to move his activities away from Bavaria. He went to Arodra in Thuringia, where he raised an anti-Bolshevik Free Corps. As it had to be expected, the Landtag meeting ended right after it had done the job the government needed it to do. From then on, it was only meant to assemble when the BCC needed it. One expected that the next time would be in late May. Meanwhile, the governmental affairs lay formally in the hands of the individual ministers. All the practical work, however, was done by the state commissioners who had been working since Eisner's murder. Some of them did a good job. One of the centers of administrative work was the State Commissioner's Office of Demobilization, where the head of the department, Policum, a USPD and RWC member, was highly committed to protecting the interests of the workers. As Commissioner of Housing, Comrade Dr. Wadler acted so rigorously that he was hated by the bourgeoisie. He confiscated all speculation property to build homes, registered all big apartments, and accommodated workers' families in capitalists' homes. He personally traveled around the country to gain a first-hand impression of the dreadful housing conditions of the workers near the big industrial plants, for example, around the mines of Penzberg, and to take measures to improve the situation. In the spirit of solidarity, I consider it my duty here to add a few words about this comrade. Dr. Wadler only reached a socialist conviction after the outbreak of the revolution. A lawyer by profession, he was a military officer during the war and entirely under the influence of pan-Germanic ideas. In Belgium, he played an important role in the forced deportation of Belgian workers. He did his job according to the ideology of his superiors, and his reports and proposals, disclosed by the court-martial, revealed indeed the unsocial sentiment that characterized the German military dictatorship during the war. When the German army collapsed, Wadler's eyes opened. He realized how blinded he had been, and now dedicated himself to the revolution with his whole heart. No one who ever worked with him had the impression that he was merely an ambitious sham revolutionary. The RWC received him happily in its midst, and he proved himself loyal in every situation. The Martial Court later sentenced Wadler in denial of his civil rights to 8 years in prison. It justified this shameful sentence by claiming that his role during the war proved that neither his revolutionary beliefs nor his commitment to communism were genuine. In reality, the sentence delivered by lawyers and military officers was an act of revenge against the lawyer and military officer who had changed his colors. And it was also an act of revenge by the bourgeoisie against the person who had given workers shelter in their homes. By doing so, Wadler had violated the wholly bourgeois notion of private property. That Werner repeats the arguments employed by the counter-revolutionary court-martial against Wadler's honor and thereby further incriminates this man who, as it happened, had not joined the KPD, is disgraceful. The government was well aware of how the masses felt, and it knew that it could not restrict the powers of the popular state commissioners. It rather had to meet or at least pretend to some of the most important demands of the proletariat, for example the expropriation of the expropriators. The ever more threatening demand for total social revolution, a revolution beyond the mere formation of a dictatorship of the councils, had to be kept at bay, and therefore the term socialization was popularized or, rather, abused. It was around this time that the political economist Dr. Neuwirth arrived in Munich. 64 Neuwirth had presided over an institute for national economics in Leipzig before. This highly intelligent and knowledgeable man started to give public lectures about socialization, in which he developed far-reaching plans for the nationalization of economic production. He presented himself to the RWC, was invited to speak by the MWC, and was very well received by the workers. He only caused suspicion by presenting his ideas to anyone who would listen, even to the most reactionary bourgeois circles. His basic idea was that the entire economic production should be devoted to the satisfaction of basic needs. As these he defined adequate housing, food, clothing, and entertainment, for all people without distinction. He wanted to bring an end to the industries of luxury and speculation, believing that this would guarantee a sufficient supply of fuel and power for the production of food, textiles, tools, etc. He also wanted to facilitate the transfer of large enterprises and estates into the hands of the people without compensating the former owners. These were socialist demands that the proletariat welcomed. The only problem was that Neuwirth was of the naive opinion that his measures could be implemented without changing the country's political constitution. He used to say that he would collaborate with any government that would let him go to work, whether it was an absolutist monarchy or a council republic. Out of sheer opportunism, Neuwirth joined the SPD. He thought that with the support of what seemed to be the most powerful party in the country he would be able to convince the entire bourgeoisie, by virtue of his diplomatic eloquence, of the usefulness and necessity of his ideas. He won over the Minister of Trade, Commerce and Industry, Mr. Simon, who in his very opportunistic USPD mind seriously thought it possible to introduce socialism in Bavaria by ministerial decrees. Thanks to Simon, Neuwirth was appointed Commissioner of Socialization with extraordinary powers by the Ministerial Council. On March 21, the news about the proclamation of the Council Republic in Hungary struck like a bombshell. 65 The excitement of the proletariat was overwhelming. Next to those of Lenin and Trotsky, the name of Belikon 66 was now on every proletarian's lips. The speakers at the demonstrations and assemblies found excited approval when they encouraged the workers to emulate the Hungarian example. For the bourgeoisie, the spook of the Council Republic had now become a reality. The government was very worried and put its hope in Neuwirth. He persuaded the cabinet to issue a proclamation announcing total socialization. The SPD government of Saxony was invited to follow the example, but Mr. Gradnauer in Dresden was not interested at all. 67 When Neuwirth even managed to win a leader of the clerical agrobourgeoisie, Mr. Dr. Schlittenbauer 68 for his plans, it became evident how distressed the bourgeoisie was. Schlittenbauer probably saw the inevitability of the communist victory so clearly that he thought only a pact with the revolutionary forces could save him and the big landowners he represented. Neuwirth himself, however, who had tried to achieve something very practical, had to realize more and more that the capitalist forces were much stronger than the limited powers of Minister Simon. Neuwirth soon had to aim much lower. The main concern of Hoffmann's government was to consolidate its position amid a population that got increasingly impatient and demanded revolutionary action. Again, it was Neuwirth who the government turned to. At a mass meeting convoked by the RWC in the last week of March, at which I held the main speech, Neuwirth asked to speak unannounced and surprised the audience of several thousand people with a program for which he claimed to have the government's approval practically secured. The Bavarian state would provide the communists with a big and fertile area of land able to support a few thousand people. The communists would further be provided with all the necessary tools and a capital of 1,000,000 marks to cultivate the land according to their principles. This would allow them to prove that the realization of their ideas was possible. Neuwirth painted the splendidness of his plan in bright colors and promised total government cooperation in the selection of the area, general generosity on part of the government, and the government's readiness to work out all the details in a joint effort. The assembly was perplexed and rather at a loss at how to respond. Landauer suggested accepting the proposal, pointing to the Russian model communes and emphasizing the possible outcome of such an exemplary revolutionary seed. In the speeches afterward, not a single speaker mentioned Neuwirth's proposal, a sign of how skeptical the workers themselves were. Speaking at the end, I poured quite a lot of water into Neuwirth's wine. I agreed that the plan should be considered, if only to avoid the suspicion that we were afraid of communist experiments. However, I made Neuwirth understand that the workers did not want to become passive receivers of governmental handouts. It was crucial that they would join the negotiations as equal partners. This meant that strict conditions had to be formulated to prevent the government from believing that sending a few thousand communists out into the country would put an end to communist opposition. I told Neuwirth to let the government know that his offer would only be discussed if the communist area in question was recognized as politically autonomous, if its inhabitants would not be subjects to the Bavarian capitalist laws, if the community was allowed to have its own diplomatic representatives, and not only in Munich and Berlin, but also in Russia and Hungary, if all men were armed in order to defend themselves and their communist structures, and if their agitation in the rest of Bavaria would not be interfered with. My words found the decided approval of the assembly. No one ever heard of the matter again. The uplifting news from Budapest: the Hungarian Council government had immediately installed a Bureau of Information in Munich was a huge inspiration for the communists' activities. Almost every day, overcrowded mass meetings took place in which the prospects of the proletarian revolution were discussed. They always ended in calls for the Bavarian Council Republic to be established soon. Almost all of these meetings were organized by the KPD, some by the unemployed, some, very few, by the RWC. Levien and I were invited as speakers over and over again. I ended up speaking even more often than Levien because he focused most of his energy now on strengthening the structures of the party and on the party's paper. Munchner wrote Fanny Munich's Red Flag. When he was busy, people always turned to me, and he was busy a lot. It happened that I spoke every night for an entire week. One day, the KPD had organized a row of parallel meetings and I had to speak in 4 consecutive ones. At the end of March, all this ended from one day to the next. I was told that the party headquarters in Berlin had sent special organizers to Munich and that the Munich KPD therefore had enough speakers now. This did not bother me at all, since I was overworked anyway and had completely neglected my economic existence. So from then on, I restricted myself mostly to talks at factory meetings and got in closer contact with the factory councils and the workers in general. This had not really been possible when I was constantly running from lecture to lecture. On April 1st, I joined Comrade Polycom in the Commission of Demobilization as an assistant. I did this, on the one hand, for the financial security of my family, and, on the other, for gaining personal insight into the dismantling of the war economy and the transition to a peace economy. I never got to learn much about this difficult and complicated matter, though, since entirely unexpected events shook the Bavarian Revolution to the bone on April 4, events that were the beginning of its end. Behind the obvious facts, much of what happened remains unclear even today. This also means that a balanced description of the Bavarian Council Republic's proclamation is not possible yet. I can only contribute with my personal experience, which will hopefully contribute to an overall better understanding of the events. If I limit my account to what I have personally experienced, even more so than I have already done in this text, it is because I believe that the unaltered presentation of subjective experience holds more truth than a tortured objectivity without any actual knowledge. So, from now on, I will only speak of what I have personally witnessed. On the afternoon of Friday, April 4th, I took part in a factory meeting to which the factory councils had invited me. I gave a talk on the ideological differences among the workers. At 6 p.m., an RWC conference was scheduled in the Wittelsbach Palace. As I was about to enter, a few comrades met me in the front garden, among them a number of members of the RWC, including Landauer, Njekic, and a few USPD members. They told me to follow them, saying that they were on their way to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because the Bavarian Council Republic had to be proclaimed immediately. I first thought they were joking. I soon realized that they were not. On the way to the ministry, I got the following briefing: Njekic had just returned from Augsburg, where he lived. The workers in Augsburg were on general strike and demanded that the BCC proclaim the Council Republic, dismiss the government, and handed all power to the proletariat right away. These demands alone would not have caused such a far-reaching decision, however. More important was the evidence that the counter-revolution was preparing to strike, violating the agreement with both the Council Congress and the BCC. The government wanted to assemble the Landtag already on April 8. Mainly to establish legislative securities for the bourgeoisie that was frightened by Neurotha's plans of socialization. I was told that if we did not want to surrender to the capitalists, we had no choice but to act and to fulfill the desire of Augsburg's workers now. The spirits of the small crowd were soaring, and I will not deny that this affected me. The imminent realization of the proletariat's dreams made my heart beat faster. The euphoria with which I entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly waned, though. The Minister of the Interior, Segetz, received us. He was regarded as one of the most upright and honest individuals among the leading SPD members. He knew about the developments, because Njekic had already met with the Ministerial Council. Apart from Segetz, the other ministers present were Simon, Unterleitner, and Schneppenhorst, whom I met for the first time in person. Furthermore, the town major Durr and the chief of police Steiner appeared, as well as a few leaders of the Bavarian Peasants' League 69, the USPD, and the trade unions. All in all, we might have been 30 people. When Nyekish was about to open the meeting, I wanted to make sure whether the KPD was fully represented. I was told that Levien was expected to arrive any minute. When he did not, the meeting began nonetheless. Everyone agreed that the situation was very urgent, and an agitated Der explained that under the given circumstances the proclamation of the Council Republic was a necessary measure for defending the revolution against counter-revolutionary attacks. He vouched for the support of the troops. With this promise, the smooth course of the proclamation seemed secured and we proceeded to discuss its contents. Landauer and I were instructed to draw up a declaration that should be read to the people the next morning. It should contain the names of the people's delegates replacing the ministers. The posts should, if possible, be equally divided between the SPD, the USPD, and non-party affiliated socialists. It seemed mandatory to radicalize the BCC, and so we intended to fill it with a number of delegates from the RWC and the KPD. For now, Nyekish should continue as chairman. Upon Landauer's proposal, it was decided to emphasize the provisional character of all measures. The proclamation ought to be signed by a Provisional Central Council, PCC, and by a Provisional Council of People's Delegates, since all final resolutions and appointments had to be approved by the councils themselves. I was not satisfied with the meeting and got even more irritated when the election of the Provisional People's Delegates took place. I did not oppose Sejits to be appointed People's Delegate of the Interior analogous to the Hungarian example, his party should be represented. However, when Simon and Unterleitner were also confirmed in their posts, I became suspicious. I expressed the concern that simply changing titles from minister to People's Delegate was not what the workers expected from a council republic. Thereupon, it was decided to hand the Department of Information to Landauer. I furthermore demanded that the three most important posts would be transferred to communists, namely the ones of Foreign Affairs, Justice, and Defense. For Foreign Affairs, Dr. Milan was proposed 70, a pacifist writer who became known during the war by publishing facts compromising the German government. His publications were based on his experience as a former director of Krupp Enterprises. 71 Since Milan, who, by the way, was not in Munich at the time, had publicly propagated the council system while also enjoying the respect of the Entente governments, some among us believed that he might be able to create close ties with Russia and Hungary without drawing too much protest from the Western Allies. I was the only one to object. For Justice, we wanted to ask the KPD to propose one of their members, perhaps someone from northern Bavaria. I suggested offering the Department of Defense to Levien. The SPD, however, declared that they had to demand two departments, since two had already gone to the USPD and to non-party affiliated socialists. This seemed even more necessary since Sejits's participation was not secure yet. He insisted that he could only accept his post with the explicit permission of the party. To my astonishment, the USPD member Simon proposed the previous Minister of Defense, Schneppenhorst, as the new People's Delegate of Defense. This led to a fierce controversy between Schneppenhorst and me. I emphasized that the People's Delegate of Defense had to arm the proletariat and raise a Red Army able to protect the Council Republic against all interior and exterior attacks. Schneppenhorst, however, had the reputation of being a Bavarian Niski and was not trusted by the masses at all. Firstly, because of the leaflet affair, and secondly, because he had ordered the military in Nuremberg to move toward Munich. Schneppenhorst responded very emotionally. He excused the leaflets by claiming that he had been wrongly informed. He said that he was told Levien and I were ready to violently dissolve the Council Congress and introduce the Council dictatorship ourselves if the Council Congress refused to do so. Once he, Schneppenhorst, had understood that this was not the case, he felt very sorry for his hasty actions and he apologized. Concerning the troops in Nuremberg, he stated that he had never wanted to send them against Munich. This was all a misunderstanding and completely harmless. What had happened was that he had received notice that the Republican Defense Force in Munich was exhausted after weeks of constant alert. Therefore he simply wanted to send a number of soldiers from Nuremberg for relief. They had not even been armed, and in the end never got sent anyway. In an attempt to prove his proletarian loyalty, Schneppenhorst stressed that he had prevented military recruitment in Bavaria and even arrested recruiting officers. Schneppenhorst's crafty speech left a strong impression on those assembled. I responded that I could not verify his statements, but that even if he was totally honest, he still seemed unacceptable to me as a people's delegate of defense. I stated that the sentiment of the proletariat had to be considered above all when filling this important post, and that the workers simply had no trust in him. I remained alone with my opposition. The appointment of the People's Delegate of Agriculture was unanimously left to the Radical Peasants' Alliance. 72. The members of the RWC insisted that the final resolutions concerning the Council Republic could only be adopted once they were approved by the KPD. However, since Levian was still absent despite various attempts to bring him to the Ministry of War, it was agreed that another, bigger meeting should take place there in the evening. The proclamation of the Council Republic was scheduled for the morning of April 5. Landauer and I retreated to a secluded inn where we drew up the declaration. I did not hide from Landauer my fear that the proletariat might be disappointed with the list of people's delegates, especially with Schneppenhorst included. Landauer thought of this more sanguinely. He reckoned that the events in Hungary had convinced the revolutionary workers that the unification of the proletariat was possible and necessary. The involvement of the Social Democrats in our plans was proof that they had realized, just like their comrades in Budapest, that no other way remained open but the adoption of our principles. And as far as the people's delegates were concerned, this was of little concern since the proletariat would soon replace them anyway. No one even considered the possibility that the KPD might oppose our plans. We all knew how passionately Munich's proletariat demanded the Council Republic, and so we overlooked the danger implied in the random form of its proclamation as we had planned it. I believed that we had been given an opportunity that was unlikely to repeat itself, a general strike in Augsburg with a clear demand by the proletariat for the immediate proclamation of the Council Republic, a breach of the agreement that the bourgeoisie had reached with the Council Congress, the fresh impressions of the events in Hungary, unrest in Brunswick and Thuringia, with the explicit goal of establishing a Bolshevik council dictatorship, the possibility of building bridges, since the power of the Bauers and Adler 73 in Austria was expected to crumble as soon as the country would be wedged between council republics in Hungary and Bavaria, the possibility of islands in Brunswick and in central Germany, making our actions the signal for a general German revolution that would shatter the rule of Ebert Schiedmannsky. These were the reasons why I believed that the proclamation of the Council Republic in Bavaria was a necessity in the pursuit of world revolution. In the evening, about 150 people assembled in the conference hall of the Ministry of War. Many members of the RWC were present, among whom a significant number belonged to the KPD by now, official delegates of the SPD, the USPD, and the trade unions, the ministers Schneppenhorst, Simon, and Steiner, Minister of Agriculture, 74, a strong delegation of the peasants' councils, representatives of the soldiers' councils, the town major, the chief of police, and others. The KPD as such was not officially represented, despite being urged to come. Niekisch spoke in his role as chairman. There was a consensus on the necessity of our actions. The representative of the peasants, Gandorfer 75, laid out the conditions under which his friends would take part. The most delicate issue concerned the peasants' demand that property under 1000 Tagwerk 76 was not to be socialized for now. Since working against the peasants seemed entirely out of the question, we were forced to accept these demands. After April 13, the KPD complied with them as well. I deemed it necessary to make the SPD and half-hearted USPD members understand in all clarity that proclaiming the Council Republic did not mean the overhaul of some enterprise, but the transformation of a social system. I explained furthermore that we had to learn from the example of Hungary and declare our uncompromising commitment to communism. While I outlined the next measures, among them the formation of a Red Army, the appointment of a revolutionary tribunal, the immediate nationalization of the banks, etc. I was interrupted by a shout from a union leader, "I'm scared, but I'm in." To me, this seemed to show both the weakness of these people and their good and honest will to accept the inevitable. At some point, 3 men I had never seen before entered the hall, and the chairman informed us that a delegation of the KPD demanded leave to speak. First, Comrade Schumann took the podium. 77 He declared to the total surprise of everyone that his party objected to the proclamation of the Council Republic. Besides, the proclamation of the Council Republic could not be decided by this meeting, but, if at all, only by the Council Congress. I took it upon myself to respond. I responded to all the KPD speakers that night. First, I laid out, one more time, the reasons that demanded fast action, reminded everyone that the Council Congress had proven to be a reactionary body without vision, and that it was the BCC that now had the initiative and therefore the authority to implement a provisional arrangement, even if it had to be ratified later by a new Council Congress assembled on the basis of Revolutionary Council elections. As the second speaker of the KPD, Comrade Dietrich 78 claimed that the masses were against the proclamation of the Council Republic. All he earned was laughter, and I remarked that his comments revealed how alienated he was from the realities in Bavaria. The Council Republic had been the constant demand of the proletariat since Eisner's murder. I also reminded everyone of the crowd that was ready to oust the Council Congress on February 28. Finally, Comrade Nielsen spoke, also entirely unknown to everyone. We only got to know a few days later that his real name was Eugen Levine. His talk had to be taken far more seriously than those of the previous speakers. Levine mainly argued against collaborating with the SPD. He pointed at the SPD's treacherous tactics in Berlin, in Hamburg, and especially in Bremen. Then he attacked the minister Schneppenhorst and the town major viciously, which caused strong reactions among the SPD members in the hall. Schneppenhorst almost got engaged in a fight. My response was that I completely shared the reservations against the SPD, but that it still seemed inappropriate to draw analogies between the SPD in Berlin and in other parts of Germany. Besides, people should not be defamed as traitors before there was any proof. Furthermore, my opinion was that a provisional Central Council and a provisional Council of People's delegates appointed this evening were in no way binding for the proletariat. I expressed the hope that as soon as the Council Republic was proclaimed, the masses would come together on the Theresienwiese to chase us all to hell and appoint the men they really wanted to represent them. However, I also assumed that a coalition of all socialist parties and movements would be welcomed by the proletariat, especially since the events in Hungary had shown that such a coalition was possible. After I had explained all this, the KPD delegation left. The confusion that this entirely unexpected incident caused was huge. Generally, even among the KPD members belonging to the RWC, one seemed to agree that these 3 men who no one knew, they were complete strangers even to me despite my close relationship with the party, could not possibly express the opinion of the communist workers of Munich and only represented a party leadership that was out of touch with the proletariat. Concerning the opposition to the proclamation of the Council Republic, it was suspected that their hidden agenda was to wait for a time when they could proclaim such a republic solely in the name of the KPD. The questions floating around were, why did no one come to the afternoon meeting despite our urgent call? Why does the party send 3 men from northern Germany instead of Levien or another party comrade known to the Bavarian people? Who were these 3 men? Who delegated them? About one thing there seemed no doubt: if the Council Republic was proclaimed, the rank and file of the KPD would be at the forefront of supporting and defending it, regardless of the leadership's stance. Even today it remains my conviction that if we had proclaimed the Council Republic on the morning of April 5, we would have had a united proletariat behind us, which does not deny the fact that the KPD was right in its critique, but more about this later. The consequences of the KPD's position were felt instantly. The SPD explained that we were facing an entirely different situation now with the workers' unity threatened. This unity had been a precondition for their own participation. At around midnight, they demanded to interrupt the meeting for 15 minutes in order to retreat and discuss among themselves. When they were not back after a full hour, the negotiations continued without them. Finally, they reappeared. By then, it was expected that they would denounce their participation. In that case, Landauer wanted to proclaim the Council Republic right away in the name of the RWC. The Social Democrats did not withdraw entirely, however. Schneppenhorst announced that they wanted to postpone the proclamation by 48 hours to get the country prepared. Otherwise, the reactionary military of northern Bavaria might attack. Schneppenhorst wanted to travel to Nuremberg first. He said that since the 2nd and the 3rd Bavarian battalions were totally under his control, he could make sure that all of northern Bavaria would be loyal to the Council Republic. We radicals protested fiercely against the postponement, in particular Landauer, who argued that only a surprise attack against the bourgeoisie could prevent the reactionary forces from preparing a counterstrike. It was obvious that Landauer was losing trust in Schneppenhorst. Landauer reminded him that one cannot just take back one's words. Schneppenhorst swore on his life that the only reason he wanted to travel to Nuremberg was to work in the interest of the Council Republic. He tried very hard to convince us of his integrity. We found strong support for the immediate proclamation of the Council Republic in a member of the Peasants' Council, the editor Kubler. 79. In an excellent speech, he demanded to move fast and swiftly. The SPD, however, was supported by the right wing of the USPD. The only one who suggested postponing the proclamation not just by a few days but, given the circumstances, by a few weeks was Dr. Wadler. He found no support. We voted on how to proceed. The majority decided for a postponement of 48 hours. I thought this to be a very dangerous move and, thinking of Landauer's earlier suggestion, I proposed that the RWC should leave the meeting, get in touch with the KPD, and proclaim the Council Republic together with the Party Communists in the morning. Unfortunately, Landauer talked me out of the idea. Today, I believe that this would have been the only way to get out of the muddled situation we had gotten ourselves into, because it would have been a truly revolutionary act. The revolutionary vanguards of the proletariat would have worked together and treason could have been prevented. However, we accepted the decision of the vote. The list of the people's delegates was now ratified. It was decided to make the best of the 48 hours we had to prepare the country for the Council Republic. Delegates should be sent into the rural areas as soon as possible. The USPD minister Simon was sent to Nuremberg along with Schneppenhorst, and I was requested to travel there to negotiate the possible involvement of the Nuremberg KPD, maybe even persuading them to appoint a people's delegate. The meeting ended in the early morning. I still had to drive a number of comrades home who lived further away. We only had one car at our disposal. Then I had to organize travel permits at the police station and reserve seats over the phone. I only got home at around 5 a.m. At 8 a.m., I already sat in the express train to Nuremberg. I shared the compartment with Schneppenhorst and Simon. More delegates were with us, among them the comrades Hagemeister and Sauber 80 who were traveling to Würzburg. Politics were not really discussed. I do recall, however, that Schneppenhorst criticized the conditions for the support of the peasants. He suggested that sparing properties under 1,000 Tagwerk from socialization was a selfish act by Gandorfer whose property was 800 Tagwerk. In Nuremberg, I met comrades all day. I was accommodated in the apartment of one of them who had a telephone. The board members of the local chapter were summoned to a meeting there, and I was asked to join. I first asked about Schneppenhorst. The information I received made me phone the RWC immediately. I told them that Schneppenhorst could under no circumstances be part of the Council Republic. I had to make my own participation dependent on this. Then, with my assistance, the Nuremberg comrades drew up their minimal demands for participation. These resembled almost word for word the demands that were later presented by Toller for the USPD. 81 I promised that I would make these demands my own. In the evening, I traveled back to Munich in the company of Toller, who had been in Nuremberg by chance. I informed him about the recent developments. I now had proof that the KPD in Nuremberg did not share the views of the KPD leaders in Munich. The comrades in Nuremberg had also promised to send 2 delegates to Munich the following day. When I got to the Wittelsbach Palace late at night, I found a number of comrades assembled. I was told that Wadler had announced the proclamation of the Council Republic in a public meeting, and that this was met with enthusiasm. After a very short night's sleep, I had to attend an RWC meeting in the morning of April 6. Spirits were high, also among the KPD members. I found out that a general meeting of the KPD took place in a public hall at the same time. I went there in the company of an old KPD comrade. Even though I was not a member, I was greeted jovially by the guards and was allowed in without any problem. There might have been 600 people at the meeting. While Comrade Levine spoke, I went to the podium and asked Levine to give me leave to speak because I had to deliver an important message from the party comrades in Nuremberg. To my bewilderment, Levine made big difficulties and protested against me having intruded into a closed members' meeting. I demanded that the members should decide whether they wanted to hear me or not. After Levine had ended, Levine told the assembly that I was present although I was not a registered member. Mussum is my personal friend but my political opponent, he declared to everyone's surprise. The assembly loudly expressed their desire to hear me speak. So I was allowed to give an account of my mission to Nuremberg. I passed on the information I had received about Schneppenhorst, read the conditions of the Nuremberg KPD, and explained that my own participation in the Council Republic was dependent on both the fulfillment of these conditions and on the removal of Schneppenhorst from public office. The strong applause that followed proved to me that the KPD rank and file did not share the opinion that their unknown delegates had presented at the meeting in the Ministry of War. After me, Comrade Levine spoke again. He attacked me viciously. He alleged that just a day earlier, I had not only made common cause with the same Schneppenhorst I now attacked, but that I had also traveled with him to Nuremberg for common agitation. I tried to correct this and yelled in protest, which only led to the allegations being repeated in even worse form. This made me so mad that I lost my nerve. I felt my righteous intentions were pulled through the mud in front of my closest comrades, many of whom I had won for revolutionary politics, and I left the hall furiously. This was a huge mistake. Had I stayed, I am sure I would have been given the opportunity to justify myself, especially with respect to Schneppenhorst, and I am sure that also Comrade Levine would have come to understand that he was ill-informed and that I had not conspired with Schneppenhorst. I had shared a train compartment with him by pure coincidence. After all, I had gone to Nuremberg to confer with Levine's own party comrades. In the end, there would have been a simple difference of opinion, and, given the popularity I enjoyed among the KPD members, the conflict over the next few days would have been significantly milder, whether we would have reached an agreement or not. Instead, I allowed myself to get angry due to overexertion and fatigue, and by simply leaving the meeting I might have given the impression of feeling guilty and of trying to avoid responding to Levine's accusations. I was not aware of the effects of my conduct at the time. To the contrary, after the positive response of the KPD members to my speech and after the disapproval with which the speeches of the comrades Levine and Levine had been received, I believed that the masses of communist proletarians organized in the KPD did not condone the tactics of their leaders, and that they would force them into participating in the Council Republic. In the evening, the same group of people, with a few exceptions, who had met on Friday, April 4, got back together in the Wittelsbach Palace, in the bedroom of the former Queen, to be exact, in order to ratify the final proclamation of the Council Republic. None of the former SPD ministers were present. An emergency SPD meeting had been held in Munich and a vote about participation in the Council Republic had brought a split result. Whether this caused Segetz and Endres to be undecided, or whether they had already worked in the interest of the counter-revolution like their colleague Schneppenhorst, does not matter. The SPD was now only represented by a few second-tier members who remained quiet and cautious. Meanwhile, The USPD had sent their most active leaders, and Toller, who had already voiced his opposition to the Nuremberg Compromise in the Council Congress and who had filed a resolution of disapproval at a party meeting in Munich, acted as their main voice. The RWC was almost fully represented, and a number of the members belonging to the KPD declared that they were ready to participate in the Council Republic even if this meant violating a party resolution. The two comrades that were expected from Nuremberg did appear, but only to let me know that they had to withdraw their support for the Council Republic after talks with the KPD leadership in Munich. Facing the apparent lack of support for the Council Republic by the KPD, I was convinced that the measures needed to secure the Council Republic had to go beyond the demands that I had originally agreed upon with the Nuremberg KPD. To only keep Schneppenhorst out was not enough. I demanded that not a single SPD member and not a single member of the previous cabinet, including the USPD ministers, were to belong to the Council of People's Delegates. Since my influence on the RWC was known, and since it was clear to everyone that without the consent of the RWC no revolutionary action was possible, Nyekish conceded that a fight over certain individuals was not worth it, and my demands were accepted with the exception that the peasants' councils should still be allowed to elect their own representative. The membership of the PCC changed as well. Nyekish remained chairman, but the body became decidedly more left-leaning by the appointment of 6 RWC members. The election of the new people's delegates was very difficult, and only the emphasis on the provisional character of all of our decisions allowed us to come to a conclusion. Mulan was proposed again as People's Delegate of Foreign Affairs. The proposal was rejected upon my initiative. I pointed out that the People's Delegate of Foreign Affairs needed to be a man with unconditional trust in Russia and Hungary. As a consequence, the RWC proposed me. Opponents expressed the fear that my politics against the central government in Berlin would be too aggressive. Since I confirmed that in the case of my election I would take an uncompromising stand against Ebert's bourgeois republic, the proposal was rejected as well. The USPD proposed one of its own members, the comrade Dr. Lipp, who was hardly known outside the party. 82 Since his extraordinary expertise in international politics was highly praised, since he declared himself an uncompromising supporter of the council system, since we did not know who else to appoint, and since the USPD vouched for him, he was elected. The USPD member Soldman was appointed as Minister of the Interior since he was reputedly left-leaning. 83 As Minister of Transport, Comrade Polikum, one of the most radical RWC comrades despite being an USPD member, was appointed instead of the bourgeois Mr. von Frauendorfer 84 who had been appointed by Eisner and who had kept his post until now. Due to the lack of anyone more suitable, the member of the Peasants' Council, Kubler, was elected People's Delegate of Justice. He had earned the trust of the revolutionaries by his speech in the Ministry of War. Professor Jaffe vehemently refused to take over the financial department. In fact, he refused to take part in the Council Republic at all. Landauer and I proposed the physiocrat Silvio Gesell 85 whose wide-reaching knowledge in financial matters and his sincere anarchist orientation were known to us. Furthermore, the realization of his theory of free money 86 together with the nationalization of the banks, seemed to be an effective means against exploitation and usury. Even the SPD approved his appointment, but probably only because, at that point, the SPD approved everything. Comrade Hagemeister, who had not returned from Würzburg yet, got elected People's Delegate of Welfare, and Gustav Landauer got elected People's Delegate of Information. The most difficult election concerned the People's Delegate of Defense. I insisted that the command over arms must be entrusted to an absolutely reliable communist revolutionary. The guns, I said, always shoot to the left. Therefore the man who controlled them could not have anyone left to him. I was still hoping that Levienne would eventually be persuaded to take the post. First, however, someone else had to be found. We elected Comrade Killer, one of the most radical and reliable comrades of the Soldiers' Council, although he was in the USPD. During the meeting, Comrade Levienne appeared as the official delegate of the KPD. He presented no resolutions, however. All he did was ask a number of questions, which were all answered patiently. After the meeting, I took Levien aside and explained the situation to him. I pointed out that we had ousted the SPD from government and that we had ensured that they would remain a minority in the PCC. I reminded Levien of the desire of the masses of Hungary and of the general political situation in which any hesitance on our side was an enormous moral boost for the reactionary forces. I stressed the danger that lay in letting pseudo-communists do communist politics while the real communists remained passive. I explained how much the revolutionary idea among the masses would be strengthened if he, Levien, took the formation of the Red Army in his own hands as a people's delegate. Levien did not seem categorically opposed to what I said but explained that he had to ask his party first. He left and never returned. We proceeded with preparing the Council Republic's proclamation. An address to the workers was drawn up, as far as I know, by Nyekish. I signed it upon request. The address included unfortunate phrases that added to the many problems we already had. Monday, April 7, was declared a national holiday. This was instantly criticized by the party communists who said that we violated our professed internationalism. Furthermore, a state of emergency was declared. This was a demand made by Landauer. However, Landauer had made it clear that the state of emergency was meant to be a demonstration of power of the proletarian dictatorship over the bourgeoisie and that it would only apply to the latter. This specification was missing in the address's final draft, and the following day the workers thought they were under martial law. Other preparations included sending a radio telegram to Budapest and Moscow. I was told to write a message and to sign it with Dr. Lipp in the name of the PCC. Further preparations, the newspaper offices were occupied, orders were given to ring all bells in Bavaria at noon when speakers would address the people on public squares. The day of the proclamation was announced as a workers' holiday. Sadly, treason had found its way into the new government before the Council Republic was even proclaimed. In the morning hours, the attendance list of our last meeting was missing after it had been made available for inspection. It could not be retrieved, even though everyone's bags were searched. I took it upon myself to send the radio messages personally and arrived at the radio tower at about 7 a.m. Once the messages were sent, the supervisors of the radio department called their teams together and I gave a speech that was received enthusiastically. At around 9 a.m., I finally got home. However, at noon I already had to be at the Statius, one of Munich's main squares, to speak. Admittedly, I was not too excited given how things had gone so far. Once I got a sense of the sentiments among Munich's proletariat, I became outright pessimistic. Even if life did seem more vibrant than usual, there was uneasiness in the air, a frightening silence revealing skepticism and a lack of confidence. On the Statius, I climbed a bench. A big crowd gathered around me. The first comments I heard were anti-Semitic insults. The reactionary forces already knew that the proletariat was divided and they dared express their beliefs openly despite the proclamation of martial law. I soon noticed a KPD comrade from the RWC in the crowd who, passionately supported by nationalist students, heckled my speech relentlessly and told the people to reject the council government. Instead of celebrating the Council Republic, I was defending it. After me, speakers took the stage to oppose my words, first the mentioned RWC comrade, then an older man who claimed that, during the war, I had written poems honoring the German emperor. When I asked him to prove this, he couldn't. I demanded that he should at least justify his accusations, which he only did when pressured by the crowd. Finally, he took everything back. The entire situation was very unpleasant. Certainly, a big part of the crowd was on my side, and when I was escorted to a car, I was given an ovation. Nonetheless, I left with the bitter feeling that I had joined a dreadful and stupid adventure, although I still did not understand what I had done wrong. I put all the blame on the KPD. In the afternoon, the PCC assembled in the Landtag. We discussed the unification of the proletariat. The actions of the KPD were generally interpreted as an attempt to establish the dictatorship of the party rather than the dictatorship of the councils. While we were trying to establish a council republic as quickly as possible by re-electing all workers, soldiers, and peasants' councils, the KPD, seemingly by principle, tried to sabotage anything that was not based on its own initiative. While some speakers suggested to simply give up on the KPD and even, if necessary, to operate against it, the RWC stated very clearly that an agreement with the KPD had to be reached at all costs. We could not afford to engage in a fight with the strongest force of the revolution. We knew that the KPD was holding a public meeting at a different location. I received a mandate to drive there with 2 RWC comrades and to negotiate the conditions for the KPD's participation. I expected the party to demand the exclusion of all SPD members and trade union leaders from the PCC, a different council of people's delegates, and perhaps the immediate convocation of a new council congress. I was determined to make the demands of the party my own. When I arrived at the meeting, I went to the podium while Comrade Levine was speaking. As soon as the crowd noticed me, all hell broke loose. People shouted traitor, villain, backstabber, and so forth. I was even physically attacked. Under the protection of a few comrades who had not completely lost their mind, I managed to get outside and escape the danger of being torn apart. One of the comrades I had arrived with, a KPD member himself, was badly assaulted. The incident had a devastating effect on me since I had never expected such hostility among the workers. It became known afterward that the assembly was made to believe that I had gone to Nuremberg with Schneppenhorst to help him incite an attack on Munich's proletariat by the military of northern Bavaria. Now, all attempts at negotiation with the KPD leaders had failed. They had not appeared on the afternoon of April 4, when a single word from them would have been enough to stop the entire plan of proclaiming a council republic. In the evening of the same day, they had sent 3 comrades entirely unknown to us with arguments so inaccurate that nobody believed they could possibly represent the will of the masses. They had sent Levien to the crucial meeting of April 7 with questions rather than with resolutions. And now, when turning back was no longer possible, they instilled wild hatred among the workers against the revolutionary participants in the Council Republic. After the reception I had received at their meeting, I was very close to throwing everything in and to just letting things go their way. I had lost all joy in working for the Council Republic. However, I reckoned that, at this point, I could not become a deserter. Landauer, with whom I otherwise agreed on almost everything, had an entirely different take on the KPD. Since he had not worked with the party as long as I had, and since he did not believe that it had much support among revolutionary workers, he took their actions much more lightly. The SPD and the USPD even saw advantages in the KPD's position. They hoped that it would strengthen reformist positions in the PCC. At the same time, they used the KPD's refusal to support the Council Republic to shed responsibility. By claiming that their approval of the Council Republic had always been based on the proletariat's unity, they no longer felt bound to anything. This was particularly obvious in the case of the SPD, some of whose members already engaged in open treachery. I am convinced that these men could not have done the damage they were about to do, sabotaging all the resolutions they themselves had supported, if the KPD had taken a different position. The effects of the KPD's refusal to support the Council Republic were felt everywhere. The Revolutionary Workers' Council, Revolutionäre Arbeiterrat, which had up to that point always been characterized by a strong sense of unity, broke apart, because the KPD demanded that its members resign. Some of them did not comply, which led to major conflicts within the KPD. The same thing occurred among the masses. Many KPD members declared their disapproval of the party's official stance and resigned or acted against the orders of their leaders. Similar news arrived from around the country. For example, the KPD in Nuremberg split into 2 factions. Particularly devastating was that the lack of unity among the revolutionary proletariat had a negative impact on the soldiers. To give an example, I only learned about this later. in Nuremberg the leader of a corps of 2,000 men had offered his unconditional support. A day later, he declared that he and his soldiers had to withdraw their commitment since the KPD opposed the Council Republic. Schneppenhorst also turned the soldiers against the Council Republic with the argument that even the party communists did not support such a swindle. This was characteristic for the way in which this man went about his reactionary business. However, given all these developments, I at least felt reassured in my decision to keep working for the Council Republic. I felt that it was my duty to influence its development in a truly communist sense. I also felt that it was still my duty to do everything possible to get the KPD involved. I even played with the thought of forcing them to oust us violently so they could take control of things. As far as the defamation campaign against me was concerned, I chose to clarify matters with a public declaration. 87. On the evening of April 7, Comrade Killer came to a PCC meeting to hand in his resignation as the People's Delegate of Defense. He saw no possibility to raise Red Guards without, or, in the worst case, against the KPD. It took several days to convince the member of the Central Soldiers' Council, Wilhelm Reichhardt, to replace him. Reichhardt had been a member of the KPD but got expelled due to disciplinary issues. After the KPD seized power of the Council Republic, he still kept his post, however. There were rifts within the workers not only in Munich but in all of Bavaria. Southern Bavaria supported the council movement almost entirely. From northern Bavaria, however, only a few telegrams of approval arrived. Nuremberg, which had to carry the movement in the north, could not be counted on due to the lack of unity within the KPD. The loss of support from Augsburg after just a few days was particularly bitter, since the Augsburg workers had been the actual instigators of the Council Republic. I was asked by the PCC to assist the People's Delegate of Foreign Affairs and to preside over the office for Russia and Hungary. The first thing I did was order the release of the Russian prisoners of war still kept in a concentration camp in Bavaria. I never got to do anything else. After one day of being around the People's Delegate Dr. Lipp, I knew that working with him would be impossible. His post had obviously gotten to his head to a pathological degree, it seemed. His work ranged from highly compromising to unbelievably ridiculous. 88 I pointed this out to Landauer, and since others had already noticed the undependable politics of Lipp, the Council of People's Delegates forced Lipp to resign. Under the table, the post was now once again offered to me. I rejected the offer, because I did not want to alienate the comrades of the KPD even more. Ideologically, I still regarded them as my closest allies. The only thing I really wanted to do was settle the prisoners issue, but I did not have time for that. I received a delegation of the imprisoned Russians in the PCC and we agreed that I would organize a Congress for them on April 15. The Congress should make it clear that the Russians needed to be treated as guests with proper accommodation and work until their transport back home was possible. Due to my arrest, this Congress never took place. The work of the council government proved extremely difficult. On the one hand, the KPD opposed us rigorously, on the other hand, the SPD pursued the tactics of approving all resolutions while undermining their actual implementation. As Landauer was very busy in his post, the responsibility for formulating and passing the necessary revolutionary resolutions rested almost entirely with me. Only the few RWC members in the PCC stood uncompromisingly behind me. The USPD was entirely passive to a degree that made one despair. When the KPD approached the PCC requesting unrestricted use of the radio station for correspondence with Moscow and Budapest, I was glad. It was not easy to get them the permission, but I managed. I hoped that Moscow would now convince the party to become actively involved in the Council Republic. The armament of the workers was still a central demand of the RWC. It had gotten delayed again when it took several days to appoint a new People's Delegate of Defense. When it became known that the former minister-president gathered his allies in Bamberg to establish a counter-government and prepare for military action against Munich, the question became urgent. We were told that there were no guns left in Munich. This was obviously false, which embittered the workers. At the end of the week, I suggested to send a tank platoon to a gun factory in Amberg in Upper Franconia to get the workers their arms by force. The political bodies of the Council Republic agreed with everything and did nothing. After the Palm Sunday coup of the bourgeoisie 89, there were suddenly thousands of guns in Munich. The only redistribution of arms that ever happened was performed by the revolutionary workers themselves with the support of the only few revolutionary members of government. The case of the Revolutionary Tribunal was similar. The Peasants' Council's delegate Kubler didn't do anything. In his trial, after the end of the Council Republic, he claimed that he had only accepted the post so it would not be taken by a radical. He was acquitted. Consequently, the RWC installed a revolutionary court of its own. The court did its job, but it was very tame, something that didn't change under the KPD either. The meetings of the PCC consisted mainly of unnecessary blabber. Most time was spent on the peasants' opposition to Neuwirth's plans of socialization. I have to admit that, due to the mess we had gotten ourselves into, only very few positive things were achieved in the 6 days we governed, despite the goodwill of the revolutionaries and the support of the majority of Munich's workers. The few radical measures that Landauer implemented in the universities counted among the most obvious accomplishments. 90 The fact that Landauer occupied his post for only 6 days explains why he never got around to revolutionize the primary and secondary schools as well. In fact, the schools were not revolutionized in the 3 weeks after Landauer's term either, even though he had presented his successor with an extensive plan on how to do this. Only after a visit from the comrade Axelrod did I realize what a mistake we had made with our rushed proclamation of the Council Republic. Axelrod explained to me that he had opposed the proclamation because it had happened without sufficient preparation. There was no proper cabinet and no proper proclamation, and the military was far from effectively organized. However, he insisted, these things needed to be taken care of first. Then one can act, with the exact formalities not really mattering that much. If someone had presented these arguments on April 4, I am sure that the disaster that followed could have been avoided. When I asked Axelrod if things could be reversed, he said that it was too late. However, he still did not see this as an obligation for the KPD to get involved. This conversation, as well as the doubts among the workers caused by the KPD's accusation that we had established a sham council republic, made me turn to the proletariat with a declaration that Landauer released on April 9. Working men of the world unite. The final words of the Communist Manifesto have become the rallying cry of the International. Now we direct this appeal to the revolutionary people of our own country, workers of Bavaria unite. The unification of the proletariat must, as the glorious example of the Russian people has shown, be based on a single foundation, the Council Republic. Bavaria is a Council Republic. Disregarding the differences of their leaders, the working people have united in their will to realize socialism and communism. The Landtag has been chased away. The petty bourgeois SPD cabinet no longer exists. A provisional council of people's delegates and a revolutionary provisional central council are now administering the country's affairs. Since not a single one of the leaders of the War Socialists 91 is represented in these bodies, it is guaranteed that they will serve the revolution without considering the interests of the capitalists and the bourgeoisie. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a fact. A Red Army will be raised immediately. Relations with Russia and Hungary will be established at once. There will be no union between the Socialist Bavaria and the Imperial Germany, no matter its republican facade. A revolutionary court will punish any attempts at reactionary agitation. The newspaper's freedom to lie will be brought to an end. The socialization of the press secures the true freedom of opinion for the revolutionary people. The Provisional Central Council will schedule re-elections of the factory councils on a revolutionary basis as soon as possible. Based on these elections, the council system will be built from the bottom up. Power will be transferred into the hands of the working people themselves, and only the working people. The capitalists will be excluded from participation in the decision-making process. In the council system, the wealth will finally belong to those who produce it. Socialism will follow. Together with revolutionary Russia and revolutionary Hungary, the new Bavaria will form a revolutionary international, paving the way to world revolution. Proletarians, keep the peace among yourselves. We have only common enemies, the reactionary forces, capitalism, exploitation, and privilege. It is against these enemies that all fighters for freedom and socialism must unite. Get to work. Each one to his post. Long live the free Bavarian people. Long live the Council Republic. Erich Mussum. I added the following explanation to the text. The leadership of the KPD Munich does not support the provisional administration of the Council Republic for reasons of principle. However, we hope to overcome our differences soon, especially once the factory re-elections have taken place, which shall solidify proletarian power once and for all. As far as I am concerned personally, I declare that I will not accept any official post in the Council Republic before the unification of the workers has been achieved. It is impossible for me to hold such a post without the approval of the comrades who have so far been my closest allies in the struggle, and with whom I still believe I share a common desire. April 9, 1919, Erich Mussum. Facing strong pressure from the workers, the Party Communists made their first concession on April 9. They had revolutionary spokesmen elected in the factories and sent them with advisory capacity to the PCC. The spokesmen were, as far as I remember, 10 men, among them the comrades Levine and Dietrich. The first PCC meeting they attended was particularly chaotic. Delegations of all possible interest groups came to present trivialities that were endlessly discussed. Instead of actual work, there was only confusion. The Party Communists criticized the proceedings sharply. However, when I asked them to take on some responsibility and to try bringing order into the chaos, they refused. The next day, I had a longer conversation with Levine. It was the first and the last time that we spoke in private. Comrade Levine assured me that he had absolutely no doubt about the sincerity of my actions. However, he sternly rejected my requests that the KPD become actively involved in the Council Republic. He said that he was personally convinced of the hopelessness of the government's work. When I said, "But we can't just leave the cart stuck in the mud," he laconically replied, "Then pull it out." He confirmed, though, that turning the country over to the Hoffman government was out of the question. I suggested to Levine that we be removed by force so that the hopeless situation would end and the revolutionary work secured. Levine did not consider the time right for this but acknowledged that the fight against the bourgeoisie that had to be expected could only be led by his party. Although we had not found common ground, we parted with a handshake that transcended personal differences and that gave me hope that a political agreement was possible. The news from around Bavaria was very discouraging. While the Council Republic seemed on the way to establish itself in southern Bavaria, a strong setback occurred in the north. In Würzburg, where the Council Republic had been proclaimed by the KPD member Wabel 92 who happened to be there on an agitation tour, and where the whole movement was under the leadership of the KPD, there had been street fights ending in the defeat of the revolutionaries. Comrade Wabel, as well as the two comrades who had been sent there on April 5 from Munich, Hagemeister and Sauber, the chairman of the USPD's Soldiers' Council, had been arrested. We instantly planned to take hostages ourselves in order to guarantee their safety. The Würzburg success of the counter-revolution was decisive for the situation in northern Bavaria. It strengthened Hoffman's morale to the point that he could seriously consider an armed attack on Munich. Colonel Epp was very busy raising Free Corps and White Guards, and the SPD Republic of Württemberg sent troops. Niski's offer to march into Bavaria in the name of the Reich was rejected due to the hostility toward Prussia among the Bavarian peasants. Allowing Niski to do so would have also meant a violation of Bavaria's military independence. Bavaria had the right to keep its own sovereign army, a right that had remained untouched even during the World War. Niski and his gangs of professional murderers were only asked to interfere once Bavaria's own military forces, despite the support from Württemberg, proved too weak to break the revolutionary workers, who finally stood united and defended the Council Republic with arms in the second half of April. The price that had to be paid was abolishing Bavaria's independence. For us, the necessity of raising a Red Army became more urgent than ever. Comrade Reichardt worked on this feverishly. However, there was treason all around us, as the following example proves. A leading member of the Central Soldiers' Council, the SPD member Simon, not to be confused with the former minister Simon, presented Reichardt with a full-fledged plan for raising a Red Army. However, rumors began to spread that Simon actually stood in secret contact with Hoffmann's counter-government. At a meeting of the PCC, Landauer took Simon by surprise when he directly asked him to comment on the allegations. Simon assured us of his honesty and then declared that he would resign from all posts immediately and return to Nuremberg to resume his former civilian profession. Apparently, this should extinguish all doubts. Landauer and I demanded to take him into preventive custody and to stop him from leaving, but we were outvoted. Simon departed, and a week later his name stood next to those of Schneppenhorst and Hoffmann on the declarations calling for the mass murder of the workers. When Simon appeared in my trial as a witness, he admitted that he was already in touch with Bamberg while he was supposedly raising the Red Army. Possibly even more drastic is the case of the People's Delegate of Agriculture, Steiner, who had been appointed by the peasants. This man had secretly informed Hoffmann that he wanted to rejoin his cabinet as the Minister of Agriculture. Steiner was therefore at the same time a People's Delegate of the Council Republic and a Minister of the counter-government. This, of course, only came to light later. The workers knew that the reason for the prevailing confusion and uncertainty lay in the division among the workers and in the non-recognition of the Council Republic by the Party Communists. Eventually, the factory councils decided to take things into their own hands. All of Munich's factory councils were summoned to a meeting in the Hofbräuhalle 9-3 on the evening of Friday, April 11. Also invited were the leaders of the SPD and USPD and the most prominent comrades involved in the Council Republic without party affiliation. The call included the line, "To remain absent means to confess guilt." The meeting was overcrowded. An SPD speaker first declared his commitment to democracy. He earned nothing but laughter from the workers. Then another SPD member brushed his comrades' words aside, and took an uncompromising stance for the Council Republic. Toller, who had by now replaced Niekisch as chairman of the PCC, spoke for the USPD. He defended the current regime and strongly attacked the KPD. Then Landauer spoke and publicly admitted that he had been deceived by Schneppenhorst. However, he stood by the proclamation of the Council Republic and called for unity. Then it was my turn. I admitted that I now understood the reservations of the KPD, but that I still questioned the party's continuing non-participation in the Council Republic because the only ones who would profit from the lack of proletarian unity were the reactionaries who were already taking advantage of the situation, getting ready to attack. I once more pleaded with the KPD to give up their opposition and to become actively involved. I stressed that this was necessary for giving the dictatorship of the proletariat substance and stability. The strong applause that Landauer and I received proved that we had put the thoughts of the proletarians into words. The KPD was represented by Comrade Levien, who wasn't ready to compromise in any way. A minority of his party comrades agreed with him, while a strong majority clearly expressed their will to come to an agreement. Levien found a supporter in a party communist from Berlin who, causing an uproar, dismissed any unification of the proletariat not based on the KPD. A great number of those who spoke demanded that all differences be put aside. Levien responded patiently to each and every one of them, but remained categorically opposed to participating in the Council Republic. I got to speak one more time. I declared that the present assembly of revolutionary factory councils was the only legitimate representative body of the proletariat. As such, it had to decide whether the current council government truly represented the proletarian dictatorship and had the trust of the proletariat. I said that I would welcome a vote of no confidence, because it would lift the weight of responsibility for every single question off our shoulders and force the party communists to take action and carry responsibility too. I said that in the case of a no-confidence vote, the factory councils should immediately elect a new PCC and appoint comrades from its midst to prepare the next measures. However, if the factory councils expressed their confidence in the existing PCC, then we would do our duty according to our possibilities. Most importantly, though, no one could still call us a sham council republic. All the members of the PCC who were present declared to recognize the factory councils as the representative body of the proletariat and to comply with their decision, whatever it might be. The factory councils then brought forward a motion asking to support the existing council government. It was carried by an overwhelming majority and there were only a few dozen no votes, my own included. Even after this impressive declaration of confidence, Levian made it clear that the position of the KPD would not change. On Saturday, April 12, the situation became very serious. The Hoffmann government incited the rural population against Munich in outrageous ways, spreading the most ludicrous accusations. Among them, the allegation that we had introduced the socialization of women. Supposedly, every woman had to be available to any Bolshevik upon request made a particularly big impression on the naive population. The military situation, even if it was not directly threatening, seemed far from secure after the loss of Augsburg. The lack of arms among the workers was worrying, even if the disarmament of the bourgeoisie had been fairly successful. There was a serious lack of trust in the SPD, especially since its members and trade union leaders had stopped attending PCC meetings a few days earlier, which, one might add, did at least improve the PCC sufficiency. We weren't sure whether the SPD was already hatching plans at that point. However, the suspicion spread that the party had already made a secret deal with the bourgeoisie, also in Munich. The bourgeoisie was anxious to act. With all the problems of the Council Republic, it had changed the order of the state. In particular, the occupation of the banks, the rationing of withdrawals, and the suspension of the bank secret worried the capitalists. The disarmament of the police also made them feel insecure, while the Revolutionary Tribunal posed a threat to their counter-revolutionary aspirations. Wadler's dedicated work as housing commissioner put their domestic comforts at risk, which they considered a part of their holy property rights. In addition, the measures announced by Gesell against speculative capital as well as Neurotha's announcement to close all unnecessary factories lingered like the sword of Damocles over their existence. These were reasons enough to consider a decisive attack. The attack, led by the SPD, came in the early morning of April 13, which happened to be Palm Sunday. At 4 a.m., I was arrested in my bedroom by members of the Republican Defense Force, which had assured us of its loyalty only days earlier. I was brought to the Central Railway Station. 12 other comrades arrived there over the course of the morning, all arrested. Posters were up announcing the overthrow of the council government in the name of the military and proclaiming the Hoffmann government as the legitimate one. Some comrades, among them the people's delegate Soldman, had been taken from the Wittelsbach Palace, where they had been working for the people throughout the night. Others, among them Comrade Dr. Wadler, had also been arrested at their homes. There were also comrades who had been arrested while trying to take hostages. We stayed in the station until noon, in constant expectation of a proletarian attack to free us. Instead, we were eventually sent to northern Bavaria on a special train under heavy military escort. The attack on the Central Railway Station came a few hours after our departure, ending in a triumphant victory for the workers who re-established the council government under the leadership of the KPD. I did not witness the further events, so I cannot comment on them. What I do want to mention, though, is that immediately after the dissolution of the former PCC, Landauer published a declaration in which he welcomed the new situation, recognized the KPD's council government, and offered his services. During the 2.5 weeks of their rule, the KPD's problems were very similar to ours. The only difference was that their work was no longer sabotaged by the SPD but by the USPD. The KPD's greatest achievement was to raise an efficient Red Army in a very short time. The necessity of concentrating all energy on the military defense of the Council Republic explains why the dictatorial suppression of capitalism was not as strong as it should have been, even under the KPD. Many mistakes were also made in choosing the individuals for the most important posts. There was treason everywhere. The mistakes must be explained by the lack of revolutionary experience and by the urgency with which all measures had to be taken. I know very well that many of the problems of the Second Council Republic were due to our rushed actions in early April. I am therefore not in a position to accuse the KPD of any wrongdoings. The purpose of this report was to explain our actions psychologically, to defend ourselves against the ludicrous accusation that we, especially Landauer and I, against who this attack is mainly directed, had vainly wanted to realize an adventure based on literary musings in cafes, and to explain that many of our actions had been forced upon us by external conditions. I admit that we made mistakes. However, I plead the following as mitigating circumstances: the demands of the workers on general strike in Augsburg, the breach of agreement by the Hoffmann government, the inspiration of the Hungarian example, the hope of serving as an example for Austria and Northern Germany, and especially the KPD's secret diplomacy, contrary to the former close collaboration with us, especially with me. The Party Communists did not invite any of us to their debates during the crucial days, they refused. Despite repeated invitations, to delegate someone for the most important meeting on the afternoon of April 4, and they finally let strangers present their decision, employing arguments that were highly dubious. As openly as I confess that in principle the comrades of the KPD were right and we were wrong, I believe to this day that their tactics at the time of the First Council Republic were tragically mistaken. I also believe to this day that if the KPD had supported the revolutionary elements in the council government early on, the revolution would have taken a much better course, even if it might have been defeated, nonetheless. The support we received from KPD members in northern Bavaria proves that by no means all party communists saw our actions as a farce. The confusion that was created by the orders of the party leadership in Munich was one of the main reasons why the counter-revolution was able to strike back so quickly and without meeting much resistance. The participation of the KPD in the First Council government, even if they had voiced criticism, would have allowed the revolutionary proletariat to passionately rise in unity. The SPD members would have been removed from all posts on the third day, when Hoffmann formed the counter-government in Bamberg, and they would have been treated like the bourgeoisie. In short, the uncertainty among the workers and soldiers that made the Palm Sunday coup possible would have been avoided. To end this, I want to draw attention to the following. The heroic struggle that Munich's workers engaged in during the first days in May in defense of the Council Republic, a struggle in which the proletarians who had supported us during the first week of the Council Republic participated alongside the supporters of the KPD. The terrible blood sacrifices that the proletariat made for the communist idea. The graves of those murdered, with the names of Gustav Landauer and Eugen Levine remaining engraved in the hearts of Munich's proletariat. I hope that the facts presented here will keep people who study the Bavarian Revolution from vilifying revolutionaries of pure spirit and will. They should rather turn against the workers' common enemies that betrayed the revolution and caused its premature end. What led to the Augsburg Resolution, 94? Who worked behind the scenes? Who laid out the trap and who got caught in it? All these questions have yet to be answered. It is the united effort of all honest communist revolutionaries, regardless of which side they took on April 6, that will eventually enlighten us. Appendix 1, Ruhr Valley. The Ruhr Valley, Germany's industrial heartland since the mid-19th century, was in a peculiar situation after World War I declared a demilitarized zone by the Western Allies. The area west of the Rhine was occupied by Allied forces, and no German troops were allowed within a 50-kilometer buffer zone east of the river. Although separatist tendencies never became dominant, there was widespread mistrust of Berlin and the central government. During the days of the Kapp Putsch in March 1920, the Ruhr Valley proletariat made a huge contribution to turning the coup attempt into a fiasco. A general strike was declared and orders by the putschists ignored. Even when it was clear that the coup had failed, the workers' militias that had formed in the defense of the Republic refused to surrender their arms. Instead, they wanted to use the opportunity to finally establish the authority of the workers' and soldiers' councils in the area. For this purpose, the Red Ruhr Army, Rote Ruhrarmee, was formed as an umbrella organization for the workers' militias. Apart from the KPD and the USPD, the newly founded anarcho-syndicalist Freie Arbeiterunion Deutschlands Free Workers Union of Germany, FAUD, played a significant role in the uprising. For weeks, there was little that the central government could do, since it was not allowed to send troops into the area. Eventually, however, the Western Allies granted the central government troops permission to enter the region, crush the Red Ruhr Army by force, and end the power of the local workers' and soldiers' councils. As usual, the government troops were accompanied by Free Corps units. By April 7, the Ruhr Valley was under government control. The Red Ruhr Army was long forgotten, even within the German left, although its legacy lived on in the resistance to the Nazis. Historian Erhard Lucas made a huge contribution to uncovering the history in the early 1970s, when he published the monumental study March Revolution 1920 March Revolution of 1920 in 3 volumes. At the same time, the name Red Ruhr Army was also picked up by young militants in West Berlin, some of whom later joined the Bewegung II. Juni movement 2nd of June. This chapter includes a number of Red Ruhr Army documents and 2 of the rare eyewitness reports of the Ruhr Valley fighting of March and April 1920. Documents from the Red Ruhr Army. The following documents are taken from the book Die Rote Armee in Ruhr und Rhein, AUS den Kaptagen 1920 The Red Army at the Ruhr and Rhine, Berlin, Hobing, 1930, by Hans Spethamann. Spethamann's book is strongly biased against the revolutionaries but contains a number of valuable documents. Declaration by the Red Ruhr Army, March 20, 1920. To everyone. We hereby declare that the Red Army has not committed any atrocities. It is the Reichswehr troops who have treated their Red Army hostages and prisoners inhumanely. Hostages were forced to stand with spread legs above machine guns, shielding the shooters. Prisoners were put in heaps of straw and burned alive. Others were hung upside down, their bodies opened, and their intestines removed. Before that, they had been brutally mistreated and beaten with rifle butts. This is how the Reichswehr troops have acted against their own people. We inform the public about these acts committed by the Reichswehr troops, who are in reality nothing but criminals, with feelings of disgust, disdain, and unspeakable horror. However, it is not our intention to engage in acts of revenge or retaliation affecting innocent men. We guarantee everyone justice and protection by the Red Army, as long as he is loyal and surrenders his arms. The Red Army will not avenge the injustices it has suffered or punish anyone. We only fight for our ideal, which ought to be everyone's ideal, free people on free land. No atrocities, no revenge, no punishment, only love for humanity and justice. The Red Army. Declaration by the Red Ruhr Army, March 26, 1920. Yesterday, on March 25, the delegates of the executive councils of Rhineland and Westphalia met in Essen in order to discuss the Bielefeld Resolution 1 and whether the fighting should stop or not. A so-called district council was formed. However, it ought to be called a district grave, since its sole intention is to sabotage your victory. Soldiers. Disperse the politicizing fat cats of all shades with your rifle butts. Do not tolerate any more meetings, since this is where your death sentence is signed. The fat cats have nothing to decide. All decisions are yours. You are the heroes of the revolutionary proletariat. The fat cats and their meetings only want to confuse you. Do you not see this yet? If you do, then act, and do not allow them to act for you. Your slogan is still now or never. Do not give up the struggle. There will be no truce and peace before victory, since no corrupt truce and peace can be accepted. You would have long taken Wesel too without the treacherous truce and its demoralizing effects. You must understand this. Kill the defeatists. Your motto must be Schiller's words, rather death than servitude. Act, fight, win. If you perish, then at least the reactionary forces shall perish, too. All troops that are not at the front, demand an assembly, in which we will speak to you. Hurry. Notification by Krushwitz, Director of Medical Services of the Red Army, Marl, March 28, 1920. Allow me to bring the following to your attention. Rumors have reached us suggesting that the peasants and the bourgeoisie will side with the reactionary forces should push come to shove. Furthermore, one of our soldiers reported today that the SPD is planning to attack us. For this reason, I ask you to do the following: collect all arms still in the possession of the peasants, artisans, and the bourgeoisie. Hunting rifles have already been used to shoot at our soldiers. Collect all arms. We have our own security forces. Call by the commander of the Red Army Gelsenkirchen, W. Christchuk, Gelsenkirchen, March 28, 1920. There is still time. Workers, comrades, do you want the shackles of slavery finally removed from your hands and feet? Do you want to be freed from the yoke of slavery that you have carried for decades? Do you want to fight for the highest ideals of humanity, peace, freedom, and justice? In that case, join the Red Army to secure the achievements that your brothers have won until now. Now or never. Workers unite, workers be strong. Only the unity of the proletariat will lead us to victory. We will only enlist men who have served as frontline soldiers for at least half a year and who belong to one of the three socialist parties or are without party affiliation. The recruitment office is at the Hotel Monopole. Order by the commander of the Red Army Unit IN2, Marl, March 28, 1920. Since we have already had to deal with unauthorized acts committed by irresponsible individuals all along the front, I repeat clearly that these individuals have to be arrested immediately and punished severely. On March 27, 1920, people who have no military authority whatsoever have even sent soldiers home from the front. Everyone has to confront these people with weapons in hand. Call by the Central Council, March 28, 1920. Workers. Public servants. Employees. We have fought for our freedom. We have swept away the government cap due to our unity and determination. But the danger is not over. The White Terror raging in Saxony and in other parts of the country demonstrates the goal of the reactionary officers. Point 3. They have not given up yet. March 13 will be repeated in a few days. Point 4. The proletariat of the industrial heartland has shown that it knows how to fight and how to keep exemplary order. But close to victory we are faced with a specific danger. General von Watter 5, whose troops gave a damn about the agreement and the truce of Bielefeld, issued an ultimatum: by March 30, 11 a.m., all weapons shall be surrendered and the Executive Council dissolved. Proletarians. It is impossible to meet this ultimatum in such a short time. Von Watter knows this. Thousands of Reichwehr soldiers and Niski guards are waiting to destroy us. The reactionary forces demand this destruction. The industrial heartland threatens to turn into hell. Workers. The officers' caste wants blood. Only proletarians will die, on both sides. Citizens. Shall the dead have died in vain? Shall your best, your leaders be murdered? You cannot want this to happen. The White Terror of Saxony 6 shall not enter the industrial heartland. We have the power to bring Germany to a halt. We have the means, a general strike. This is the means that the Central Council of the Executive Council has decided to make use of. Workers, public servants, employees, citizens. On March 30, no wheel must turn. Join the general strike, everyone. Hold out until the reactionary forces will be crushed by the granite block of our unity. Regulations for the Red Army Units West and East, April 1, 1920. For the High Command East and West, Graf, Karusate. For the Central Command, Woldjmoth. To fight the regular troops, we need strict discipline and manly order. Tough battles still lie ahead of us, and experience has taught us that we can only succeed if our units are clearly structured. That's why they need to unite under the following principles. 1. Everyone joining the Red Army joins the revolutionary proletariat. If it is proven that someone has joined with dishonest intentions that can jeopardize our holy cause, he will receive the hardest punishment. Death penalty. 2. The troops must strictly follow the orders of their leaders. Those who do not follow the orders of their leaders will be disarmed and severely punished. 3. Cowardice before the enemy will be punished by death. The same is true for soldiers caught robbing, stealing, looting, or keeping expropriated possessions for themselves. All expropriated possessions are to be delivered to the Central Command. The soldiers will be paid and the goods will be distributed equally and fairly. We warn you again, do obey these principles and spare yourself punitive measures. 4. Supplies are provided by the Central Command. Those who lose their troops have to make their way to Marl immediately. Groups of roaming soldiers will be disarmed by security patrols and sent to the Central Command. If punishable actions can be proven, these men will be sent to the relevant authorities. Oath: I pledge on the program of the revolutionary proletariat that I will fight and risk my blood for the high and holy ideals of freedom, equality, and fraternity. The above articles shall always form the guidelines of my actions. Long live socialism! Human rights for those who defend human rights. Dortmund after the Bielefeld Resolution. Anton Kalt. Eyewitness account from the fighting in the Ruhr Valley, translated from the book Arbeiter Lieder aus dem Ruhrgebiet, Workers' Songs from the Ruhr Valley, edited by Frank Bayer and Detlef Pools, Frankfurt, Fischer, 1981. Anton Kalt, 1903 to 1975, was a minor and lifelong communist from Dortmund. At the time, the Eastern Front stretched from Wicked and der Ruhr until Pelkum, Hamm, and further north. This way we had cordoned off the Ruhr Valley. While we were there, nothing happened. We went on a few patrols, and here and there rang a shot, but that was it. Out of the blue we were told that the war was over. My brother arrived one morning and said, "They have signed some agreement in Bielefeld. I don't know anything about the details. Go to Aplerbeck and find out." Well, I got on a horse, rode to Aplerbeck, and met the chairman of the Revolutionary Council. He handed me a paper and said, "Tell your brother this and that in any case, his men shall retreat. Everything is sorted now, everything is in order." We trusted that information and all companies gathered in different villages. I spent one night at a farmhouse and then returned to Aplerbeck where my brother dissolved the armed forces. However, the agreement wasn't kept. The men of Erhard I and all those other folks, the Free Corps leaders, came from Bavaria and all sorts of places. The Reichswehr just watched, not doing anything. Afterward, Mr. Severing, who had signed the Bielefeld resolution, just shrugged his shoulders and said, "We had an agreement, but they didn't keep it." We lived in a very small cottage up in the Aplerbecker Mark behind the Schwarzer Forest. Now, everyone arrived who had not yet surrendered his weapons. My brother was in charge of the war chest and handled the accounts very diligently. When all the Red Guards came, my mother and my grandmother threw their arms up in horror, screaming, oh God, what will come of this?" You know how women are. My father said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." In any case, all these people came to my brother in the middle of the night and he sat up all night writing and doing the accounts. Some soldier still got 120 marks, another 130, and so on. At around 3 a.m. I went outside. There were 98 guns and carbines in the yard. I went back inside and said, "Everyone just left his carbine in the yard." This was far from ideal. So, my mother, my old grandmother, and I carried carbines for the rest of the night. We hid them in the barn of a farmer who lived nearby, about 200 meters from us. We buried them underneath the hay. He was very surprised the next time he threshed. What has been really bothering me all those years? Johannes Gronk. Eyewitness account from the fighting in the Ruhr Valley, translated from the book Arbeiter Lieder aus dem Ruhrgebiet Workers Songs from the Ruhr Valley, edited by Frank Bayer and Detlef Pools, Frankfurt, Fischer, 1981. Johannes Gronk was a miner, musician, and socialist from the region. What has been really bothering me all those years was that the Red Army has so often been portrayed as a purely communist affair. But it wasn't. Let us use our own neighborhood as an example. There was a well-known officer, Gustav Schritten, who had a Knight's Cross, Ritter Kreuz, and the Bavarian Pour l'Emerite for Sergeants. 1 He joined the Red Army and marched with them to Lippe. He never belonged to any political party in his life. He simply was fed up at the time, saying, "Have they not had enough yet? What are they doing, waving their black, white and red flags again? Do they want another war? Not me." There were also prominent SPD members who fought in the Ruhr Valley. Anton Menn, who was later employed by the Volksversorge II, was a very well-known social democrat who fought at the front. Johann Mahler III was an SPD member, too, and there were many who did not belong to any party. There weren't even that many communists at the time. During the fighting after the Kapp Putsch, 3 men from our neighborhood died, if I remember correctly. I went to the funeral of Paul Perdella with my father. Red Guards gathered around the grave, raised their rifles, and fired 3 shots in the air. We children had our fun with the empty shells. In Eisenheim, at Grafenbusch, a man called Skeneborn from our neighborhood died. He was no longer armed when he got killed. He had hidden in a toilet. As usual, the Free Corps soldiers had approached children, and one of them told them about Skeneborn hiding. They got him out and he was executed right there and then. The third one was a son-in-law of the Kreutzer family who was severely wounded near Hunks and then beaten to death. There were also 3 executions by a firing squad at the Holten railway station after a drumhead court-martial. The reason for the execution was simply that the 3 had belonged to the Workers' Guards, Arbeiterwehr, which, in fact, most probably meant that they had never fought at the Lippe front. But they had been denounced, and that was enough. One of them was one of the best-known people in Holten, the Old Miss. The proletarian poet Johannes Leskinsky later wrote a song about the death walk of the old man. 4. Appendix 2, Voigtland. The Voigtland lies at the borders of Saxony, Thuringia, Bavaria, and the Czech Republic. The name refers to Voigt, an old German administrative term for areas controlled by aristocratic overlords. The Voigtland consisted of the Vogt, plural, of Vida, Gera, Plauen, and Gries. An industrialized area, it has always been one of the heartlands of the German communist movement. While the KPD gathered around 2% nationwide in 1920, it was the strongest party in Halle, just north of the Voigtland, with almost 30%. Workers' strikes, uprisings, and rebellions were common in the region. Until 1921, armed workers, sometimes referred to as communist bandits, roamed the area, expropriating, redistributing, and threatening the rich, while providing social services for the poor and agitating for the revolution. Their most notorious leaders were Karl Plattner and, especially, the Voigtland native Max Holz. Holz, the son of a day laborer, was radicalized as a soldier during World War I. He became an uncompromising communist who never allowed party resolutions to dictate his actions. As a consequence, party comrades often denounced him as an anarchist. Meanwhile, he gained a Robin Hood-like status among the Voigtland population. Holz was eventually arrested in Berlin after the workers were defeated in the Central German Uprising of 1921. He was sentenced to life in prison. He was freed by an amnesty in 1928 and moved to the Soviet Union, where he drowned under mysterious circumstances in the Oka River near Nizhny Novgorod, Gorky, in 1933. Even in the Soviet Union, Holst's problems with the authorities continued and he was soon considered unreliable by the Stalinist regime. Many assume that this was the reason for his death. This chapter consists of excerpts from Holst's autobiographical account Vom Weissen Kreuz zur Roten Fahne, Jugend Kampf und die Levnis from the White Cross to the Red Flag, Youth, Struggle and Prison Experiences. The selected passages cover his activities in the Voigtland. From the White Cross to the Red Flag. Youth, Struggle and Prison Experiences, excerpts. Max Holst. Max Holst's memoirs Vom Weissen Kreuz zur Roten Fahne. Jugend Kampf und die Levnis from the White Cross to the Red Flag, Youth, Struggle and Prison Experiences were published by Malik Verlag in Berlin in 1929. These are excerpts from the first part, Jugend, Krieg, Revolution Youth, War, Revolution. The inserts in italics indicate longer omissions and provide short summaries. Toward the end of World War I, Holst was working at a reinforced concrete construction company near Mulhouse, in the Alsace region, close to the French front. On November 7, I received a message from my family saying that my wife was very sick. I asked for a holiday and left Alsace. On November 8 and 9, I traveled from Strasbourg via Frankfurt, Kassel, Halle, and Chemnitz to the Voigtland. I saw things that I had not deemed possible. The trains were full of troops returning home. In Frankfurt, I only got on the train by climbing through a toilet window. I spent almost the entire journey in this emergency compartment, squeezed in with two others. I felt the enormous power of the masses who know how to march and act without officers and whose goals differ from those of their leaders. I had known nothing about this power during the previous 3 decades of my life, and now it seemed able to crush everything in its way. However, at the time, I could only feel this emotionally. I was not able to reflect on my impressions. All I knew was that visiting a sick woman could not be my priority right now. Something more important was happening. It was also during those days that I remembered my encounter with George Schumann. 1 I guarded him together with other soldiers in Russia in 1917. He was the first socialist I ever met. In Frankfurt, Kassel, and Halle, where our train stopped for a long time, I got to know that, following the Russian example, the German workers and soldiers had formed workers' and soldiers' councils. All these experiences were a revelation to me, in the truest sense of the word. On November 9, I arrived at home in Falkenstein. 2 My first question was whether there already existed a workers' and soldiers' council. It seemed that the concept hadn't reached the town yet. I called a meeting the same evening with handwritten leaflets, inviting the soldiers on leave and the workers. About 30 people came, among them the leader of Falkenstein's USPD chapter, Sturl. When I told him that the purpose of the invitation was to form a workers' and soldiers' council in Falkenstein, we had our first conflict. Sturl declared, very categorically, that if this was necessary he was the one to found it. The Falkenstein Workers' and Soldiers' Council was formed the same evening. Sturl and I were elected chairman. We demanded a room in the Rathaus, in which the administrative affairs of the council should be handled. The mayor explained that he would recognize the council and its resolutions if Sturl made sure that I was kicked out. The next day, I and some other council members traveled to Leipzig to collect weapons from the General Army Command that was already in the hands of the local USPD leaders, Fleissner, Lipinski, and others. 3 After much effort we received a few rifles. When I returned to Falkenstein 2 days later and handed the weapons to the Workers' and Soldiers' Council, Sturl had already fulfilled the mayor's wish. I had been expelled. I proceeded to work for the revolutionary cause in other ways. The Leipziger Volkszeitung had established a print shop in Plauen and founded a USPD journal for the entire Voigtland, the Vogtlandische Volkszeitung. 4 I went there to apply for a job. I was hired to sell subscriptions. I learned a lot from going door to door and advertising a cause I had not yet fully understood. When the preparations for the National Assembly elections began, The USPD in Plauen, where I had become a member, sent me to the neighboring towns in order to arrange meetings with comrades and found local party chapters. The USPD chapters in Reichenbach, Netzschau, and Müller were formed as a consequence of this. In Reichenbach, I received my first beating by SPD fanatics while distributing USPD leaflets. At around this time, I sent a letter to George Schumann asking him to speak at a meeting in Falkenstein. I did not only hope that his thoughts would have an impact on the masses in the Voigtland, but also that he would clarify many things for me personally. Schumann wrote that he would like to come, but that he could no longer speak at a USPD meeting because he now belonged to the recently founded KPD. If I wanted to organize a KPD meeting, however, he would come. I did, although it wasn't easy. By the time Schumann spoke, the Falkenstein workers were already aware of the contradictions and inadequacies within the USPD, and Schumann's words made a strong impression. Within a few months, the entire Voigtland became a bastion of communism, not least due to the tireless agitation of Comrade Eugen Steinert V, who worked in the Voigtland at the time. Together with him and Paul Popsix, I founded the Falkenstein chapter of the KPD in the spring of 1919. This meant that I had taken on a prominent political role that created strong tensions with my family and friends. Soon after the Falkenstein KPD chapter had been founded, the 4,000 to 5,000 unemployed workers in town began to organize themselves. They presented a number of demands to the reactionary mayor. The economic situation in Falkenstein, with its roughly 17,000 inhabitants, was desperate. In the years before the war, the economy was booming. The embroidery, laces, and curtain industry of the Voigtland was well known far beyond Germany's borders, and many goods were exported. The town grew and entire neighborhoods as well as new streets were built, while hundreds of embroidery shops opened within the course of a few months. The outbreak of the war marked an abrupt end to this development. Neither the embroiderers and weavers who escaped the army nor the women and girls had anything to do. Raw materials could not be imported, finished products could not be exported. Thousands of lives were ruined. Whatever had not been completely destroyed during the war was destroyed after it by the short-sightedness and narrow-heartedness of the mayor, Keck. When sick and hungry wives of soldiers complained that in Auerbach, only half an hour away, the economic conditions were significantly better, Keck only grabbed his stick, threatening to beat them or to throw them down the stairs. Near my flat was the town soup kitchen where hundreds of women, children, and unemployed men were insufficiently fed. I watched this every day from my window. The poor knew me because of my short activity in the Workers' and Soldiers' Council. They asked me to speak at a meeting of the unemployed. After the meeting, I was voted into their council. As a consequence, more driven by emotion than reflection, I engaged in actions that send me on a path very different to the one laid out for me by the bourgeoisie. The Falkenstein mayor calls the military into town to suppress unrest, but the Council of the Unemployed, under the leadership of Holtz, forces the troops to leave. The Council of the Unemployed becomes centrally involved in running the town's affairs. The Council of the Unemployed worked hand in hand with the authorities to distribute food and fuel. It also implemented measures against the growing black market in town. We began sending 2 council members together with 2 policemen to the houses of the factory owners who were known to store huge quantities of foodstuffs acquired in contraband trade. The provisions were confiscated. On certain days, mountains of fat ham and other items filled the rathouse. In such cases, the Council of the Unemployed published a note in the town's journal and invited war widows, the sick, and women in childbed to fetch a certain amount of whatever delicacy was available. All this happened in cooperation with the authorities. One day, there was an old, grieving mother among the hundreds of tired women who regularly came. She wanted to get supplies for her 26-year-old son who had been suffering from scurvy for a year. She was told to come back the next day, when a distribution of supplies was prepared. She came at the hour of the distribution. However, she was visibly shaken and told the authorities that it was now too late, her son had died in the morning. Another day, a blind man appeared at a meeting of the Council of the Unemployed. He said that he earned a modest living as a basket weaver and asked for a loan of 1,000 marks to buy wicker. I sent a member of the council to fetch a rich trader who I was certain had no idea what to do with his wealth. I told him to give the blind man what he needed. The trader complied. At a big meeting in Truen, an old day laborer spoke with a stutter and in clumsy words. For 40 years, he had been working for a manor owner in Pfaffengrund. His son was employed there as well. They received an hourly salary of 50 pfennige, which equaled 25 pfennige.7. The old man had asked his employer for a raise because the money he received was too little to live on but too much to die. Apparently, the manor owner had responded, "Go to Holtz and let him give you something." I wrote the manor owner the same evening. I requested him to send a delivery boy with 10,000 marks instantly, so that we could give a raise to his laborers. I told him that if he didn't comply, we would fetch his horses from the stable and sell them. The money was delivered on the spot. At a time when no potatoes had been seen in Falkenstein for months, a truck driver came to me and said that in Grunbach, only half an hour away, huge amounts of potatoes were being sold. I could hardly believe this and took it upon myself to talk to the Grunbach mayor. He sold 2 wagons of potatoes to me and said that an hour earlier he could have given me another 25,000 centners. 8 now, however, he had sold them to someone else. He also said that he had reliable contacts and that he had already offered peas, oats, bacon, potatoes, etc. to the mayor of Falkenstein, but that the offers had always been refused. Upon my order, the major now sent a telegram ordering foodstuffs for 1 billion marks for Falkenstein and other towns in the region. To guarantee the payment, I demanded the town's capitalists to loan the money to the municipality. The foodstuffs should be sold at low prices to the inhabitants. The invasion of the government troops thwarted these plans. Neither the mayor nor the USPD leaders Sturl and Palman liked to see us take administrative leadership, since the success of the Council of the Unemployed, whose members were predominantly communists, strengthened the communist idea in Falkenstein and its surroundings. In a collaborative effort, the mayor, Sturl, and Palman got Dresden's SPD government to send military troops to Falkenstein once more. This time, the Council of the Unemployed was to be dissolved under any circumstances, its members arrested, and I in particular, was to be taken into custody. The mayor declared repeatedly the people would accept the hardships much more patiently if I did not incite them to protest all the time. On Tuesday, June 3, at 2 a.m., a regiment Jäger entered Falkenstein under the leadership of an Oberstberger. The houses of about 100 comrades and workers were searched immediately. The house where I was staying was stormed by 100 men with rifles and hand grenades under the pretense that someone had shot at them from the roof. However, no weapons were found inside the house. The unemployed and the workers had no weapons in general. Nonetheless, Niski's headhunters fired toward the chimney for 3 to 4 hours while throwing hand grenades into the yard. An officer yelled, "The fellow has to be killed, even if we have to blow up the whole house." I was not in the house, however, because my excellent intelligence service had warned me in time. I observed the pitiful actions of the government troops from the nearby Mühlberg. Although the military remained in Falkenstein for several weeks and did not leave a single house and closet unsearched, I was never found. Holtz is on the run for several months, agitating and studying socialism, strongly inspired by the council communist auto rule. Finally, he is arrested in Ilten near Hanover and kept in a prison nearby, in Bergdorf, awaiting transfer to Plauen. I knew that it would be difficult to get out of the prison in Plauen. Therefore I considered several ways to escape in Bergdorf. At first, I tried to convince the wardens to help me. This failed. Then my wife smuggled a letter I had written out of the prison and delivered it to my friends in the Voigtland. It contained a detailed escape plan. 5 men arrived in Bergdorf after some days. These were reckless comrades who had also brought a poacher, known for his bravery, to help with the difficult task. At around midnight, 3 of them were to approach the prison gate, 2 of them in fine clothes, including one with a military hat, the third with torn clothes, a packed rucksack, and no hat. The third man was to act like a vagabond, the other 2 as voluntary gendarmes arresting him. 2 more comrades were to hide in the dark. The comrade with the military hat knocked on the prison gate at midnight. When he was asked what the matter was, he said, "I am the voluntary gendarme Muller, I want to hand over a man we have arrested." 2 wardens opened the gate to investigate, but only a crack. One of the comrades got a foot in the door, the others managed to tear it open, one grabbed the keys to the prison, the others chained the wardens. I had waited the entire evening on my bed, fully dressed. My heart was beating loudly as I anticipated the signal. At 9 p.m. I started to hear a sawing noise near my window. I panicked. At first, I thought my comrades had gotten the insane idea to free me that way. This would have spoiled the entire plan. When the noise grew louder, I realized that it was my neighbor. He kept on sawing, tirelessly and determinedly, and the longer he sawed the less worried he seemed about the noise. I wanted him to succeed. At the same time, I was worried that the noise would alarm the wardens, which might also prevent my escape. The sawing continued until almost midnight, with very brief pauses. Suddenly, all hell broke loose. I heard yelling, the slamming of doors, bursting windows, and finally gunshots. Next thing I knew, the door to my cell flew open and a comrade screamed, "Max, you are free." I followed him upstairs and saw that a warden had gotten loose, randomly firing his gun in all directions. We ran out onto the street. We caused great confusion among the lovers who were looking for a quiet spot in the dark. When we ran into a group of people, we jumped off the road and landed in a big park-like garden that belonged to Bergdorf Castle. We kept on running but realized soon that the park was surrounded by a deep moat, at least 4 meters wide. There was no turning back, because by now people were following us. We had to continue. Some of us managed to jump across the moat. Others, me included, fell into the water, which was at least 2 meters deep. We managed to get out in time, however, and continued on foot to Hanover, a very long walk. After his escape, Holtz continues his agitation and, following the Kapp Putsch, forms a Red Army in the Voigtland. We were not satisfied with what he had achieved, especially when we heard that in the whole country, particularly in the Ruhr Valley, workers fought the troops of Kapp and Luttwitz. We considered the news about the failure of the Kapp Putsch and the reinstallation of the old government a bluff used to lure and appease the workers. We all agreed that if hundreds of thousands of workers and comrades fought in the Ruhr Valley, we had to do everything to support them. The best we could do right now was to disarm the reactionary Reichswehr and the bourgeois military volunteers of the Voigtland and to arm the workers instead. We established recruitment offices for a Voigtland Red Army. We armed the workers who came from many parts of the country to join the revolutionary struggle. In order to collect funds for provisions, salaries, etc., we ordered the capitalists and war profiteers to appear at a certain place in Falkenstein at a certain time. I went there unarmed, together with one comrade, and requested a weekly payment of 45,000 marks to the Red Army. 60 men were assembled. They asked for a few minutes to think things over. My companion and I left. After our return, the men told us that they would comply given the current situation. They only wanted the Red Army to maintain public order and prevent looting, since the police, the gendarmerie, and all bourgeois authorities had been disarmed. This was only in our interest. We could not tolerate improper elements discrediting the revolutionary cause. In Plauen, a young Red Guard had been tempted by jewelry during a search for weapons in the house of the factory owner Zobus. The factory owner told the Red Army command that some of his jewelry was missing. I ordered a strict search of all soldiers, at first without result. When we asked the proletariat for help, a young female worker came forward with a ring she had received from a Red Guard. This is how we found the perpetrator. The jewelry was returned to the factory owner and the Red Guard detained to avoid harming our reputation. In another incident, a group leader who had come from some other part of the country took a few silver coins from an innkeeper. This was in Klingenthal at the Czechoslovakian border. The innkeeper approached me when I arrived. He said that one of the Red Guards had taken all of his silver coins, about 1,500 marks, an amount that had taken him a very long time to save. Apparently, the townspeople had given the soldiers coffee and other refreshments. He himself had hosted a group and one of them must have taken the money. I ordered all Red Guards to be searched, even the company commander. Despite full-body searches, the money was not found. I got frustrated and wondered whether the innkeeper had invented the story to get compensation. The same night, however, I went to check on the soldiers keeping guard. At one of the posts furthest away from town, the leader was missing. I was astonished to hear from the guards that he had already been missing for several hours. After a search of almost an hour, I found him completely drunk in an inn. His bill was considerable, although alcohol consumption was strictly prohibited for Red Guards. I got the suspicion that such an irresponsible man might also be capable of stealing from his host. When we searched his pockets and the lining of his coat, we found some silver coins. He could not explain in any satisfying way how he had gotten them. When I pressured him, he finally admitted that he had taken the money and had buried the rest in the forest. I was so furious that I disciplined him right there and then. I beat him with his rifle until he fell down like a brick. I had hit him so hard that I feared he might be dead. My companions carried him to a nearby police station. The next morning, he came to me sober and asked tearfully for forgiveness and to be re-accepted into the fighting unit. This, of course, had to be rejected. Meanwhile, the innkeeper got all his money back. These were the only cases in which I encountered revolutionary soldiers forgetting what they owed their own class. Because of the fighting during the spring and summer of 1919, 24 workers from Falkenstein had been detained for 9 months while awaiting trial in the Plauen District Court. The date of the trial, well guarded by Nazi troops, coincided with the Kapp Putsch. The Falkenstein workers hoped that the workers of Plauen would free their comrades. However, the days went by and the rescue never came. Finally, I decided that an act of violence was needed to get the comrades free. In the middle of the night, I marched into Plauen, a town of 130,000 people, accompanied by only 50 men and 3 machine guns. A bigger contingent would have caused too much attention. The rescue mission could only succeed if it was too surprising for the military, the gendarmerie, and the police to interfere. The wardens refused to open the gates. We had to force our way in, smashing all the doors. Eventually, we reached a very high and massive iron gate blocking the way to the cells. We were unable to smash this obstacle with our axes, but we didn't have much time. Something had to be done before the Reichswehr and the gendarmerie were alarmed. We formed 2 rows, shoulder to shoulder, and started rocking back and forth, steadily increasing speed and pressure. It took only a few seconds and the gate collapsed with a loud boom. Luckily, no one was injured. The prisoners realized that the hour of freedom was near and began to cause a deafening ruckus, yelling, banging, singing, whistling, cheering. One could not hear his own word. We also, finally, saw the wardens, who were completely silent and in shock. They never expected us to crash through the iron gate. They must have reckoned that their last hour had come because many of them had treated our comrades very badly. However, I only demanded the list of political prisoners and ordered, open the cells of these 24 men immediately, we take them with us to Falkenstein. Without objection, the wardens went to work. It was the most beautiful day of my life when the comrades who had languished for 9 months in torturous detention were finally free again and able to return to their loved ones. Holtz and the freed comrades returned to Falkenstein. In the afternoon of the same day, a comrade and I went to the Falkenstein courthouse. I called all of the public servants together, from the district judge to the marshals and wardens. I told them that power was now in the hands of the proletariat, and that the proletariat didn't need any bourgeois laws, which only existed to keep the workers obedient. Instead, we would make our laws ourselves. I told them to fetch all of the files and books in the courthouse and to pile them up on the square between the courthouse and the school. At first, the district judge thought that I was joking. When he realized that I wasn't, he started pleading and crying, telling me that his entire life depended on these papers and this work. He was brought up that way and I should try to put myself in his shoes. I replied that this was about bigger things than personal sentiments and that I could not take any consideration for his feelings. I had to think of the workers' liberation, and this was only a small contribution. He had no choice but to get the documents. The courthouse employees worked for hours to pile up all the files and books, while I guarded them. When the last file and the last book with the exception of custody papers were taken from the dusty shelves, I gave the 2 district court judges and a pupil barrister a box of matches each, took a 4th one myself, and upon my command the pile was set on fire at all 4 corners. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. I knew that it was the historical duty of the revolution to eradicate the old order everywhere. The thousands of articles of the law cement the capitalist property relations that allow a small ruling class to live off the exploitation of the broad masses. One of the revolution's first steps was to destroy the tables of the law of the old order. The big, general transformation does not happen at once, it is a long process, in which acts like the burning of legal files, which shake the bourgeois order and its law, have an important symbolic significance. Holtz tells about his great frustrations with the non-revolutionary politics of the leading Chemnitz KPD member Heinrich Brandler. When considering the social conditions of the time, there is no doubt that in the days of the Kapp-Putsch the most important requirement for the victory of the revolution in Germany was missing, namely a determined, disciplined, and solid communist party led by revolutionaries. Unfortunately, we did not understand this in the Voigtland. This weakened us tremendously. We were under the illusion that the revolutionary fervor of some spirited leaders sufficed, leaders like Holtz, who knew how to use the sentiments of the masses at the time to organize direct proletarian action. However, the leadership of the KPD had its own illusions about the role of the KPD. While we overestimated the revolutionary potential of the individual, the Central Party leadership of Thalheimer and Levi proved as opportunistic as the communist leader in the district of Chemnitz, Brandler. A revolutionary party can only lead the revolutionary struggle if its position is clear, exemplary, and unambiguous. Then it can guide the working class as its true vanguard, enjoying the trust of the masses. The KPD leaders at the time focused way too much on the SPD and made their politics dependent on the positions of the Social Democrats. I assume I don't have to stress that we cannot make the party as a whole responsible for the mistakes that were made. Even at the time, the best and most revolutionary groups among the workers were in the party, including the revolutionary fighters of the Voigtland, but these active and progressive elements lacked clarity and ideological direction. That is why they were not able to change the party's course by replacing the wavering and opportunistic politics of the party leaders with uncompromising Bolshevik positions. Given the opportunistic leadership, it was difficult both for the individual revolutionary workers and for the fighting units to submit themselves unconditionally to party discipline. It would have been much easier had the leadership been clear and determined. A characteristic example for the opportunistic politics of some party leaders at the time of the Kapp-Putsch was the defeatist position described by Brandler in his pamphlet about the Kapp-Putsch. 9 on page 76, he writes, "Abandoned by the country's proletariat, abandoned by the USPD in Saxony, and viciously opposed by the SPD in Chemnitz and in the whole state of Saxony, we could not do anything but accept things as they were." Brandler could not have made the illusions that his politics were built on more obvious. He seemed surprised that the KPD was opposed by the SPD, and that the USPD betrayed the revolution. Developments that any true communist leader should have seen coming, confused him so much that he had nothing to say except, "We could not do anything but accept things as they were." The first leaflet published by the KPD in March contained unbelievable passages. I am citing 1, it is not the time yet to fight the military dictatorship. This time will come when the military dictatorship will show its true face. The masses will only understand the military dictatorship when scorpions will descend on their backs instead of whips, when iron oppression rules the country, and when war is raising its ugly head again. Meanwhile, the proletariat was encouraged to fight under the purely propagandistic slogans, "Down with the military dictatorship," "For the dictatorship of the proletariat," and "For the German Communist Council Republic." Such a leaflet must appear insane even to the most non-political mind. In each line you find contradictions. Do not fight the military dictatorship, it is not the time yet for the dictatorship of the proletariat, but fight for the German Communist Council Republic, don't lift a finger for proletarian democracy. The party leadership only seemed ready to sound the attack on military dictatorship once all revolutionary soldiers were killed by the monarchist generals. On March 22, the party's central leadership sent a long, trite letter to all district chapters that no one could make any sense of. Let me quote the final paragraph. "Comrades, you will ask us for direction. We know, and we hope that you agree, that the time for the Council Republic has not yet come. But we have the duty to use the current struggle for the best of the proletariat. We have the duty to advance as far as possible. The objective of our struggle is determined by the revolutionary maturity of the workers. First and foremost, the workers need to be armed. This can be accomplished, and we believe that it must be accomplished. The coming government, no matter its exact form, must rest on the bayonets of the workers, not the bayonets of the bourgeoisie. We must also elect workers' councils everywhere, so that we have the organizational power to oppose the coming government, even if it won't come from the workers' councils. Comrades, we hope that you are all fighting with a glowing heart, and we send you revolutionary greetings. Let us take a note that, on March 22, the party leadership still demanded the armament of the workers. At the very same time, the Chemnitz Workers' Council, with Brandler as chairman, tried to prevent me and Voigtland workers from acquiring arms at the Reichswehr barracks in Frankenberg, where they were stored in abundance. And that was not enough. Pressured by the SPD and USPD, Brandler even demanded that the Voigtland workers and I surrendered the arms we had. Yet, the same Brandler wrote a call to the revolutionary proletariat during the days of the Kapp Putsch, including the following lines: "We can only remove the capitalist order by indiscriminately using all violent means at our disposal. Those who claim to fight for socialism while keeping the proletariat itself from fighting betray the proletariat. This is a struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, for communism." The publications of our leaders during the Kapp Putsch had neither direction nor program. All they did was cause endless confusion among the workers. Despite my limited political experience at the time, I already knew during the Kapp days that the opportunistic politics of the party leadership were wrong. The leaders had no idea how to relate the revolutionary sentiment of the masses, which was genuine and not contested by anyone, to what was realistically achievable at the time. In the industrial centers of the Ruhr Valley, the Voigtland, and central Germany, in short, in all regions where working masses were concentrated, the party should have turned the defense against the Kapp Putsch into an attack against the capitalist order itself. The workers in the Ruhr Valley and in the Voigtland realized their historical duty. They tried to turn their struggle against the Kapp generals into a struggle for the proletarian dictatorship. They attacked and risked their lives without waiting for a telegram from the party leadership. They acted in the exact way that responsible revolutionaries have to act in such a situation. They must become active themselves, even if an order from above is missing. A revolutionary leadership that evades the struggle, maybe because seizing power does not have a 51% probability of succeeding, loses the trust of the masses. I do not want to claim that the continuation of the struggle at the time would have allowed the workers to seize and defend power. However, it seems evident to me that the outcome would have been very different if the workers in the Voigtland and Saxony had taken pressure off the workers fighting in the Ruhr Valley through a determined uprising at the right time, not least because this would have inspired similar uprisings in other parts of Germany. And even if all these uprisings had been crushed, they would have been struggles led by the Communist Party. The proletariat gains its most valuable experiences in revolutionary struggles. These struggles are necessary lessons for the final battle. After the movement was clubbed down in the Ruhr Valley, the government proceeded to douse the last revolutionary crater in the void land. 50,000 men, equipped with the most advanced weaponry, surrounded the region. I had no intention to engage in any battle under such circumstances. Before the government troops reached us, we left our headquarters in Falkenstein and retreated to Klingenthal at the Czechoslovakian border. I wanted to prevent a chaotic disintegration of the workers' troops and considered it more appropriate to be detained by the Czechoslovakians than to fall into the hands of the Reichswehr. To warn the government and to deter the Reichswehr from chasing us, we had left posters in Falkenstein threatening to burn down the capitalists' estates should we be followed. In reality, we never had any such intentions. We only wanted to scare the capitalists into pleading with the Reichswehr to end their advance. Unfortunately, the plan wasn't entirely successful. The fact that some of our soldiers did burn down a few of the capitalists' estates was against the orders of our Executive Council. Our soldiers found shelter in Klingenthal and in the surrounding towns. The Czechoslovakian authorities had been told that we were planning an attack on their territory. As a result, the Czechoslovakian Army Command sent soldiers to the border. I negotiated with Czech officers the possibility of crossing the border in closed ranks and be detained on their side. Over the next few days, there were some skirmishes between our outposts and Reichswehr patrols. When the circle around us got tighter and tighter and an escape impossible, I ordered the destruction of some bridges and roads, so that the Reichswehr could not stop us from crossing the border at the last moment. On a rainy April evening, I recalled the outposts and patrols, collected all the available troops on the road that led from Klingenthal to Georgenthal, and explained the situation to all of them. We were completely surrounded and only had two options: either we would all cross the border with our weapons and be detained by the Czechoslovakian government, or we would split into several small groups attempting to make it past the Reichswehr posts or to cross the border into Czechoslovakia on our own. The comrades voted for the second option. Resistance had become futile at this point and had only given the Reichswehr a pretext for a bloodbath. I returned to Klingenthal with a comrade to make sure that none of our troops and, especially, no weapons had been left behind. We almost ran into a Reichswehr patrol at the last moment. We were able to run up the hills of Untersachsenberg to evade them. In the morning, we found shelter in the small house of an instrument maker. His wife was just about to make us a cup of coffee when the adult son stormed into the room yelling, "The Reichswehr is coming." He hurried us into a small hayloft that lay above the goat barn and hid us in a bundle of hay. We could hear the orders of the patrol commander. The soldiers encircled the house. Some of them searched all the rooms. About 4 men stuck their bayonets into the hay we were hiding in. They injured my leg and I was just about to cry out, afraid that they might poke out my or my companion's eyes, when they stopped. Once again, we heard the patrol commander, now gathering his men, moving them to next residence. After a little while, we dared crawl out from underneath the hay and observed through a small roof window how arrested comrades were led out of the neighboring house with government soldiers hitting them on the head and the back with their rifles. It was terrible to watch our comrades being mistreated that way without being able to interfere. We had made many prisoners during the last months, but never treated them inhumanely. It was very difficult to remain in hiding under such circumstances. I suggested to my companion that we should immediately leave the house because the Reichswehr soldiers would soon return. He refused to go. He considered the house the best hiding place and was certain that the soldiers would not search the hayloft again. I insisted on making a move. I told him that I would leave by myself if he did not follow. Hesitantly, he came along. The border was only about 10 meters from the house. We ran to a building on the other side and were lucky that the Czechoslovakian border guards didn't see us. From the roof of the building, we saw how Czech border guards arrested many of our comrades in houses nearby. The comrades were immediately handed over to the Reichswehr soldiers waiting at the border. The Czech soldiers seemed to take pleasure in our comrades being beaten by the Reichswehr troops. Also the instrument maker, his wife, and both of their sons were abused. I had not been wrong. After about half an hour, the Reichswehr soldiers did return to the house. This time, they threw out all the hay and did not leave a single square millimeter unsearched. When the commander intimidated the poor woman, she told him that we had been there. As a result, the entire family was arrested and led to Klingenthal under severe beatings. My companion and I left the house at the border as soon as we could. We wandered through the woods on the Czechoslovakian side. In the evening we were tired and exhausted and had not eaten all day. We tried to find shelter in a small village. The night was cold and rainy and it was impossible to stay outside. To continue walking was no option either, our feet would no longer carry us. We tried to get into an isolated barn, but the door was locked. We squeezed ourselves in anyway, through a small gap in the wooden walls, damaging our clothes in the process. There was only very little hay inside. We dug a hole in the ground and tried to get warm lying close to one another. Our clothes were soaking wet and our teeth chattered. As soon as it got light, we left this inhospitable place and continued to wander without any particular destination. We only tried to get away from the border as far as possible. However, at noon, we found ourselves at the very spot we had left in the morning. We now stuck to the road and tried to reach a railway station to jump on a train to Ager. 10 We saw several army units along the way, including artillery. When we asked some of the soldiers resting at a creek whether they were on their way to field exercises, they said no, their destination was Grolitz at the border. They had to prevent Holz and his men from entering Czechoslovakia. We reached Ager without any problems and took a train from there to Pilsen. We got off a couple of stations before Pilsen to spend the night in a village inn. We found one, but two gendarmes were looking at us suspiciously, so we decided to try our luck at a private home instead. The residents were afraid of sheltering us, however, since they could hear from our accent that we came from the other side of the border. 11 About to leave the premises, we noticed around 15 civilians and a number of gendarmes looking for us. Apparently, we had already been denounced as Red Guards. I slammed the gate and ran with my companion across the yard, climbed a leader up a wall, and jumped into the neighboring property. As we jumped from the top of the ladder, some soldiers were right behind us while others had already entered the neighboring yard. I jumped over yet another wall and landed in manure, about a meter deep, coming from a dung pile. Before I could get up, my companion, who had already been grabbed by a gendarme on top of the wall, landed on my back. Somehow we still managed to climb over another fence, get out of the village, and reach a big flooded meadow with water reaching up to our ankles. The pursuers were now about 30 meters behind us. As far as I can remember, no one fired a shot. By now, it was dark, which worked to our advantage. We waded through a small river and reached a railroad embankment. Behind us, we could hear the pursuers yelling and dogs barking. We marched along the railroad embankment for 7 hours. The night was freezing and our clothes were wet, dirty, and smelly. My companion had lost his hat in the manure, and at some point also his coat. We did not dare enter a house. Instead, we got on the first train leaving a small railway station at 4 a.m. At 7 a.m., we reached Marienbad. A gendarmerie patrol came onto the train searching all compartments. Two gendarmes looked at us very carefully and checked the luggage racks to find my companion's hat. Finally they told us to step outside. We complained and asked all sorts of questions but received no answer. Later we got to know that we had already been announced by telegram and telephone. The gendarmes led us through the town to the gendarmerie station. I tried to get rid of an egg hand grenade along the way, but didn't manage to. When we arrived at the station, we had to hand over our identity cards, which carried fake names. We were told to wait until a telegram was answered. We got coffee and were allowed to sit down at the tables where the gendarmes took care of their paperwork. It was all rather relaxed. There were carbines, revolvers, and sabers everywhere. The house also served as a gendarmerie barracks. Suddenly the commander, who was writing at his table, asked us if we had weapons. We said no. He said that it was his duty to search us. At first, my companion was patted down and nothing was found. Then it was my turn. 2 gendarmes searched my pockets and my pants with the commander watching. All the while, I held the tiny hand grenade in my closed hand. The gendarmes didn't find anything. Finally, though, the short and fat commander ordered me to open my hands. I did so, raising both arms sideways and turning the palms upside down. When the uniformed roll mop with his spiked helmet saw the innocently looking black lacquered hen's egg, he started screaming like a madman, "A bomb, a bomb!" He suddenly moved more quickly than I had ever thought possible, turned around, and ran like a pickerel into the next room, and from there to the hallway. The 4 gendarmes followed. I was left by myself, completely puzzled. My arms were still outstretched, the hand grenade resting peacefully on my palm. I looked at my companion and he looked at me. Neither of us knew what to say. I was so perplexed that I didn't even understand how funny this was. Mechanically and slowly, I went to the next room and from there to the hallway. My companion followed a few steps behind. No one was to be seen. We slowly went down the stairs and stepped outside. I started to think that we might be able to escape. But as soon as I was a few meters away from the building, all of the windows opened and helmets appeared everywhere. Pointing at me, the gendarmes yelled, "Stop him, stop him! Hold him, hold him!" A constable approached from the other side of the street yelling, "Stop!" I retorted, "No, follow me." But by now the gendarmes had regained their courage. Soon, 14 of them were on the street, ready to fire their carbines. "Put down the hand grenade," they yelled at least 50 times. Since I had absolutely no intention to use the hand grenade in Czechoslovakia, I carefully put it down on the sidewalk, next to a tree. After I had moved a few meters away, the gendarmes finally rushed toward me. The short fatso was now incredibly brave. He pushed me around and wanted me to be shot. I finally relaxed and began laughing uncontrollably. Holtz is imprisoned in Czechoslovakia and finally deported to Austria. He considers traveling to Russia but decides to return to the Voigtland in late 1920. Arriving in the Voigtland was a great relief. In Vienna, I had not been able to move in proletarian circles because the bloodhounds were searching for me there. I had fine bourgeois clothes and lived among the upper classes. I went to the opera, theater, and cabaret, and to posh restaurants. I knew that I would hardly be taken for Holtz if I moved in these half-feudal circles with my golden glasses and my parted hair. After my arrival in the Voigtland, I realized that it had really been time to give up my illegal life in bourgeois circles because I had alienated myself from the proletarian world not only on the outside but also on the inside. The workers had always known me as one of them. I dressed like them and spoke a language they understood. Now they were disappointed to see a man who, after merely 6 months among the upper classes, had apparently found taste in fine clothes and all sorts of bourgeois things. My appearance made them suspicious. It was as if a gap had opened between the Voigtland workers and myself. I realized there and then that my revolutionary desire wasn't worth anything if my actions were not carried by the trust of the proletariat. I decided that I needed to do everything to regain that trust and that it was therefore necessary to get rid of all the bourgeois airs and graces I had adopted as quickly as possible. In proletarian circles, especially among comrades near the KPD or KAPD, the general view was that the monarchist reactionaries would not accept the defeat of March and were already preparing a new attack. The workers needed a different approach. Instead of simply defending themselves against reactionary attacks, they had to attack first. Furthermore, everything had to be done by the workers, and their political organizations and trade unions, to support Soviet Russia in defending and expanding the power of the Soviets. The first workers' state in the world had to be protected against its enemies. This, however, included preventing the resurgence of reactionary forces in Germany and, in the long run, suppressing and eradicating them entirely. The class-conscious workers knew perfectly well that in this time of continued economic and political tensions, imminent inflation, war in Poland, factory occupations in Italy 12, an attack similar to that of March 1920 was possible at any moment. The warnings of the KPD found a strong echo among the workers. It was important to be vigilant and to remain on high alert. Many of the most advanced proletarians demanded the political organizations and trade unions to go on the offensive. I myself had realized that emotional solidarity with the oppressed, unpropertied class was not enough. One also had to fight for the social revolution with means that I had learned to detest in the war. I had returned as a pacifist from the front. However, studying the events in the Voigtland and the theory and praxis of class struggle, I now understood that the liberation of the workers could not come from economic or political reforms, but that it required a struggle for political power, a struggle that needs to be fought by all means necessary. The bourgeoisie upholds the economic servitude of the workers with all available means, including means of violence. The more I studied the nature of the proletarian revolution, the more I realized that the social revolution could not come from an armed coup, but that it needs to be the result of certain economic conditions and social forces. This, however, does not mean that the revolution cannot be facilitated by direct action. Had one of the political workers' organizations prepared a mass uprising and armed struggle, I would have certainly supported it without hesitation. Only armed action, at least under certain conditions, can lead to the proletariat seizing and defending power. But I did not see or hear anything about such preparations, and so I focused on supporting the comrades who were incarcerated as a consequence of the fighting after the Kapp Putsch and on trying to free them with violent means. For this purpose I gathered about 50 men in Berlin, Brunswick, and in the Voigtland, whom I equipped with arms and bicycles. The money I used still came from the enforced payments from capitalists after the Kapp Putsch. I did not want my comrades to say that I sent them into the fire while I was safe. So I did the first bombing myself. I ordered the comrades I had chosen for other bombings to watch and learn. I traveled with them to the Voigtland, where I intended to blow up the main gate of the Falkenstein Rathaus. The purpose was to remind both the workers and the bourgeoisie that the persecuted communists forced to live illegally had not forgotten their incarcerated comrades and were willing to fight for their liberation with all means. We intended to distribute leaflets to make our intentions clear. On March 6, 1921, we arrived in Falkenstein on our bicycles at around 11 p.m. The bombing was scheduled for midnight. A few things still needed to be prepared. To maximize the effect of the explosion, I intended to throw the bomb, it was a fairly big bomb, into the building. A couple of minutes before midnight, I ran with the bomb toward the Rathaus, the comrade Richard Luce on my side, the others were observing from a safe distance. Luce's task was to throw a hand grenade when I threw the bomb, so that it would explode even if the powder fuse failed to set it off. I had decided to throw the bomb into the Rathaus's police post. Just before opening the door, I ignited the fuse with a cigarette. This meant that I had 4 seconds before the bomb would explode. Comrade Luce had released the hand grenade safety lever at the same time. To my horror, I realized that the door to the police post was locked. We were doomed. There we were, I with an ignited bomb in my hand, my comrade with an ignited hand grenade. Luce threw the hand grenade into a corner, I threw the bomb the same way. The hand grenade detonated first. I got splinters in my face and bled so heavily that I could no longer see. It was Luce who saved my life. When he saw the blood and realized that I had lost my sense of orientation, he pulled me down some stairs and around a corner. At that moment, a terrible explosion made all the buildings in the vicinity shake. Windows burst and bricks fell to the ground. The bomb had gone off. Richard Luce pulled me into a side street. When I could finally open my eyes again, I realized that we stood right outside the home of the local Inwonerware 13 leader responsible for firing at a workers' demonstration half a year earlier. Since we had 6 hand grenades left, I decided to throw them into the house where they exploded with loud bangs. The man deserved punishment. I later learned that he had even more luck than us that day, because he did not get injured at all. Despite my injury, we cycled as fast as we could all night. At dawn, we arrived at the home of comrades in Werda where we hid. My wounds were cleaned and treated. Later that day, I took a train to Leipzig where I recovered. Then I traveled to Berlin from where I sent comrades equipped with bombs to Dresden, Freiburg, Leipzig, and several other towns where class justice had been particularly harsh. The bombings targeted courthouses, were all conducted as planned, and got a lot of attention. In the bourgeois and social democratic press, the frightened and alarmed crows made an incredible ruckus. I was satisfied. At the same time, there were no tangible results. I got more and more convinced that this was not the right way to fight for the communist movement and its revolutionary cause. Of course, great personal courage is required for these acts of terror. But individual acts can never replace the necessary acts of the masses, they cannot even trigger them. In the end, the individual and daring actions I engaged in during the 2 years I lived and worked underground were but the result of my isolation from the political organizations and trade unions. It is very unfortunate that the lack of experience in parties and trade unions led me to illegal work for years. It was a grave political mistake to endorse, and participate in, the robberies of banks, post offices, etc. by expropriation groups. The money went to the leaders of the KAPD. It fulfilled a political purpose because it was used to print newspapers and leaflets. A small part was used to help the comrades living underground. Unfortunately, the proletarian aid organization Rote Hilfe 14 did not yet exist. However, the political gain never outweighed the damage done to the communist cause by the expropriations. One reason was that most of the revolutionary communist workers did not understand and condone them. Another reason was that the actions corrupted the comrades involved in them. At one point, I was preparing the robbery of a post office in a suburb of Berlin. On a January evening, my friends and I surrounded the place with the intention to rob it. An unexpected incident hindered us to go through with our plans. This was my first and final direct participation in these kinds of activities. Meanwhile, my plan to free all of the imprisoned comrades after the series of bombings had to be abandoned because of the Central German Uprising. 15. Holtz tells about the futile struggle of workers' militias during the Central German Uprising of 1921, triggered by the central government sending security forces to the Voigtland and surrounding areas to finally quell the ongoing unrest caused by groups of armed proletarians. The defeated proletarian troops had, without exception, consisted of passionate comrades who attacked the superior enemy with exemplary courage and selfless dedication. They were only defeated by the force of the artillery they were unable to match. Otto Rühl, who spent March 1921 at the Wolfsthal estate near Freiburg, published a devastating critique of the uprising in Dresden's Communist and also in Die Action. 16. At least he signed the texts with his own name. Rühl's assumptions, however, are nothing but intellectual experiments that might make some kind of sense on paper but cause nothing but confusion and harm when put into reality. I only want to address one of his splendid comments on the March uprising. He demanded from the workers to occupy and defend factories and workshops during uprisings. My recommendation to him would be to actually participate in such an occupation and defense. I am convinced that if he got his oh so clever and critical mind out of the building at all, it would be severely damaged. The enemy can break the workers' resistance with a single mortar or cannon. Comrade Kempenutzel man from the Leonarchy seems to have listened too much to Otto Rühl. It was, generously put, an irresponsible mistake to keep the armed workers in the Leonarchy, and it had tragic consequences. 17. Shortly after the March uprising, the KPD leadership under Brandler and Thalheimer published a small pamphlet under the title Leonarch, in which an anonymous author, apparently suffering from writer's cramp, presents such a nonsensical critique that, in the name of the truth, I need to reply to it. It is characteristic that the author doesn't tell us his name. The pamphlet consists of nothing but believable and unbelievable drivel, lies, and distortions. I owe it to the revolutionary fighters of the March uprising to at least correct some of the most apparent fabrications and misrepresentations. With respect to the author's relation to the uprising, there are two possibilities. 1. He actively partook in it. I consider this unlikely. If he did, he must have been asleep, or he consciously decided to tell us lies. 2. He was in Berlin, far removed from the battleground, and suddenly felt the urge to criticize an event based on hearsay while actually not knowing anything about it. A quick look at some texts on military theory seemed enough to legitimize a grand critique of a struggle and an uprising of which he didn't even comprehend the most basic things, big or small. Let me quote but a few sentences from the pamphlet. On page 5, it says, "The March uprising had to fail for the reason alone that there was never a unified military organization and command, and because the many military commands never coordinated their actions with the movement's political command." The first claim completely contradicts the facts. The groups Holtz, Schneider, Lemke, and Thiemann 18 had a unified military command. KPD, KAPD, and AAU 19 comrades worked together despite all differences. They brought all armed revolutionary workers together. The second claim purely concerns the political command. Where were all these men? Perhaps, like Ruhl, on a spring retreat, or on Halle's Rabenenzell or in Grunewald near Berlin. In any case, I was looking for them in vain. Every day, I tried to get in touch with them. Does the author of the pamphlet perhaps belong to these men? Then he could at least answer my questions. There wasn't a single military commander in the March uprising who did not know how important it was to coordinate military and political command. Our military actions only had value if they reflected the political options. On page 5 of the pamphlet it says, "We saw different small troops, some from the Leonarchi, the Lemke group, the Holtz group, fighting in isolation and without contact to one another or to the political command. Never was there any sign of a unified command. No one ever thought of combining the forces, recruiting the reserves, liberating the besieged towns, concentrating the troops at one place, forcing a decisive battle, crushing and annihilating the enemy. During the entire fighting, we never saw any traces of even the most fundamental military strategy." Oh, my lord! So much wisdom in 5 sentences. The pseudo-Moltke 20 ignores all facts with characteristic arrogance. My prison diary 21 proves beyond doubt that each claim of this anonymous critic is based on a complete lack of knowledge. It was my priority from the very beginning to unite my troops with other proletarian troops. In many cases, I succeeded. I always tried very hard to keep in touch with other groups and always managed to establish and keep contact. The March uprising did not fail because of the military ineptitude of the fighting workers. It failed due to reasons I do not want to discuss here. Personally, I am happy when actions I participated in or decisions I was responsible for are being criticized. Healthy critique, constructive and well-informed, helps me to see my mistakes. The cited pamphlet, however, has none of these qualities. Therefore I find it very unfortunate that the party published it. Holtz is arrested in Kaunern at the end of the uprising but manages to hide his identity and is freed after some days. He returns to Berlin, where he is arrested again a few weeks later. Accused of numerous crimes, his trial begins in May 1921. The state prosecutor and the chairman of the special court argued that it should be easy for us to realize communist ideas by convincing the people of our principles without the use of violence. I used the most basic examples to demonstrate the futility of a nonviolent implementation of communist ideas. For example, the people providing the judges' salaries often enough prevent the literary, that is, nonviolent distribution of our ideas, and often enough with violent means. I also used the following example: when I stand on the coast of a stormy sea and spot castaways struggling in treacherous waters, it is my duty to organize help. If I do not have my own boat and I see others standing around on a luxury yacht, I have to demand from them to loan me the yacht to rescue the castaways. If they refuse, saying, "What do we care about others? This is our property," then it is my duty to use the yacht nonetheless, even if it means employing violent means. I emphasized for the judges that it is never enough for me to simply grasp intellectually that something needs to be done. I always try to actually do it. I do not fight the revolutionary struggle for the sake of the struggle. There is only one option to overcome the way in which people fight against each other in a class society: the abolition of classes and the creation of socialism. The socialist order can only be realized by the victorious working class in a dictatorship of the proletariat following the bourgeoisie's defeat. This makes the revolutionary class struggle a necessary requirement for ending the private ownership of the means of production. The judges desperately tried to prove that I used the term bourgeoisie for everyone who was not a manual worker, even for everyone who did not share my opinion. All the while, they knew very well who I meant by the bourgeoisie: the parasites living off the labor of others, the idlers, the speculators and investors, the drones and shareholders, people who profess that only work can save us while doing nothing but killing time. I did not even count the judges among these parasites. I counted them among the degenerate petty bourgeoisie oppressing the proletariat in the bourgeoisie's name and renouncing its humanity as the bourgeoisie's henchmen. However, it was hopeless to discuss ideological problems with the judges. I only continued speaking to them because I wanted to use my appearance in the courtroom to speak to the workers. This was necessary because of the defamations in the social democratic press that had distorted and dishonored my intentions and my actions even among many proletarians. I was very disappointed when the chairman of the KPD, Heinrich Brandler, who faced the judges at the same time as I, renounced the use of violence in the struggle for the communist cause. Brandler's non-communist and non-revolutionary statements in court were grist for the mill of the state prosecutor Jaeger. Brandler emphasized repeatedly that my actions had nothing to do with communist politics, that the party distanced itself from me, and that he, as the party's chairman, stated clearly that communist ideas could be realized without violence. Even if the leaders of the KPD knew that I had acted in their spirit and with their approval, I could understand that they did not want to condone all of my actions, since the KPD was facing strong anti-communist sentiments and persecution. However, no clever words about political tactics can ever justify the pitiful role that Brandler, the chairman of the only revolutionary workers' party in the country, played in court. Brandler betrayed 5,000 revolutionary fighters who were party members and who all faced criminal charges. I felt betrayed and abandoned by Brandler and the party. It needed nerves of steel not to lose one's head under such circumstances. Holtz describes the cruelty of the government troops. During the March uprising, the workers' troops had taken prisoners of the security police, the Reichswehr, and the right-wing militias. They had also taken members of the bourgeoisie as hostages. But no one was executed. We workers despised to mistreat or kill defenseless prisoners. We hit prisoners or hostages only under very special circumstances. I myself have slapped hostages on 3 occasions. During the fighting, we had to establish our authority in the region and had to make sure that the citizens followed our instructions. That's why the command published declarations including stern warnings and the threat of severe punishment, including the death penalty, for everyone disregarding our orders. We still met significant resistance. However, in the end, our punishment never went beyond a few slaps in the face as a means of deterrence. The workers proved an exemplary sense of humanity during the March uprising. In many cases, for example in Hettstedt, Hellbrunn, Sangerhausen, and Weddin, where military volunteers and right-wing militias shot at the Red Guards from their homes, the punishment was, once again, nothing more than a few slaps in the face. I doubt that the workers will show the same humanity in future struggles despite the experiences they have made in the hands of the enemy. The revolutionary workers have gone through tough and painful lessons with their enemies as teachers. To this day, Most workers are men of emotion. Their actions are determined by their heart. Their enemies are mostly men of abstract intellect who call emotions feminine and shameful. There are exceptions, but, in general, history since 1918 has clearly shown on which side humanity can be found in the struggle between the classes. Even though State Prosecutor Yeager stated in his final speech at court that the exact circumstances of the killing of the estate owner Hess remained dubious and in the dark, he demanded the death penalty. My lawyer and I were certain that I would be sentenced to death and that the sentence would be executed. I had accepted the fate of dying at the hands of a firing squad and the thought no longer bothered me much. All I was concerned about was to be able to face the firing squad with the same fearlessness I had shown during both the revolutionary struggle and the trial, even after weeks of tiresome court procedures. My hopes and wishes always focused on only one thing, that my death would benefit the communist cause. Holtz escapes the death penalty but is sentenced to life in prison for the murder of the estate owner Hess. The exact circumstances of the case remain unclear, but it is highly unlikely that Holtz was involved in the shooting that led to Hess's death. The remaining chapters of Vom Weissen Cruz Zuerrotenfani describe Holtz's incarceration. Holtz was released in July 1928 and moved to the Soviet Union 1 year later. Bibliography. General. English. There are a number of English books available that provide useful overviews of the German Revolution of 1918 to 1919 and its historical background. The two most widely read introductions are Sebastian Haffner's Failure of a Revolution, Germany 1918 to 1919, various editions, German original Die Verraten Revolution Deutschland 1918/1919, 1969, and Chris Harman's The Lost Revolution, Germany 1918 to 1923, London and Chicago, Bookmarks, 1982. More detailed studies are Richard M. What's the King's Depart, The Tragedy of Germany Versailles and the German Revolution, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1968, and, especially, the 1,000-page opus The German Revolution 1917 to 1923, Leiden and Boston, Brill, 2005, by Pierre Brouet, a translation from the French, Revolution en Allemagne, 1917 to 1923, 1971. Earlier scholarly works are Rudolf Koper's Failure of a Revolution, Germany in 1918 to 1919, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1955, and A.J. Ryder's The German Revolution of 1918, A Study of German Socialism in War and Revolt, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1967. Red and Black Publishers have, in 2011, re-edited two contemporary U.S.-American evaluations by Ralph Haswell Lutz and William Z. Foster under the title The German Revolution, Writings on the Failed Communist Rebellion in 1918 to 1919. An interesting study, with a focus on the soldiers returning home from the front, is Scott Stevenson's The Final Battle, Soldiers of the Western Front and the German Revolution of 1918, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2009. Alfred Doblin's novel in 3 parts, November 1918, is also available in English, various editions. Many original documents regarding the German Revolution, from both Germany and abroad, can be found in John Riddle, ed., The German Revolution and the Debate on Soviet Power, New York, Anchor, 1986. Useful online collections of texts can be found at http://libcom.org/tag/German-revolution-1918 and http://www.marxists.org/subject/Germany-1918-23. German. Apart from Haffner's book, which appeared in German under different titles, Die Verraten Revolution, Der Verrat, Die Deutsche Revolution, useful introductions for German readers are Die Deutsche Revolution von 1918 to 1923, The German Revolution of 1918 to 1923, written and published by the Arbeiterkampf Workers' Struggle Collective, Hamburg 1974, Hans Joachim Kochster Deutsche Bürgerkrieg The German Civil War, Berlin, Ullstein, 1978, and Ulrich Kluge's Die Deutsche Revolution 1918-1919. The German Revolution of 1918 to 1919, Frankfurt am Main, Suhrkamp, 1985. A recent overview from a libertarian socialist perspective was written by Bernd Langer, Revolution und die bewaffnet Aufstände in Deutschland 1918 to 1923, Revolution and Armed Uprisings in Germany 1918 to 1923, Göttingen, Active Druck, 2009. Ulrich Kluge's Soldatenrat und die Revolution. Studie zur Militarpolitik in Deutschland 1918-19, Soldiers' Councils and Revolution, Studies on Military Politics in Germany in 1918 to 1919, Göttingen, Van den Hoek and Ruprecht, 1975, makes an important contribution by focusing on the military and the soldiers' councils in the revolution. Richard Wiegand's Wer hat uns verraten, Die Sozialdemokratie in der November Revolution, Who Has Betrayed Us? Social Democracy in the November Revolution, Berlin, Oberbaum, 1974, which includes a number of original documents and illustrations, focuses on the treacherous role of the SPD. Hans Manfred Bach's Study Syndikalismus und Linkskommunismus von 1918 bis 1923, ein Beitrag zur Sozial- und Ideengeschichte der frühen Weimarer Republik, Syndicalism and Left Communism from 1918 to 1923, a contribution to the social and theoretical history of the early Weimar Republic, updated edition, Darmstadt, Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft, 1993, first edition 1969, provides in-depth information on labor organizing during the period. Alexander Gallus edited a collection of recent historical analyses, Die Vergesene Revolution von 1918-19, The Forgotten Revolution of 1918 to 1919, Göttingen, Van den Hoek and Ruprecht, 2010. A heavily illustrated coffee table book on the German Revolution was published by the Institute for Marxismus-Leninismus beim ZKZ Central Committee's Institute for Marxism-Leninism under the title Illustrierte Geschichte der Deutschen November Revolution 1918-1919, Illustrated History of the German November Revolution of 1918 to 1919, Berlin, Dietz, 1978. The publishers also issued a much thinner, school book-like version entitled November Revolution 1918-1919, Anschauungsmaterial November Revolution 1918 to 1919, Illustrative Material, Berlin, Dietz, 1978. The most widely read eyewitness account by an SPD member is Die November Revolution, The November Revolution by Hermann Müller-Franken, Berlin, Der Butcherkreis, 1928. The bloodhound Gustavnitsky also left an account, von Kiel bis Kapp, zur Geschichte der Deutschen Revolution from Kiel to Kapp, on the history of the German Revolution, Berlin, Verlag für Politik und Wirtschaft, 1920. There are a few volumes that have collected original documents from the Revolution, Hillman, Günther, ed., Die Ratbewegung, The Council Movement, 2 volumes. Hamburg, Rowohlt, 1971 to 1972, Panther, Theo, ed., Alle Macht den Räten. Text zur Ratbewegung in Deutschland 1918-19, All Power to the Councils. Texts from the German Council Movement of 1918 to 1919, 2 volumes. Munster, Unrast, 2007, Ritter, Gerhard A. and Suzanne Miller, ed., Die Deutsche Revolution 1918 to 1919. Document The German Revolution of 1918 to 1919, Documents, First edition Frankfurt am Main, Fischer, 1968, later in updated and expanded editions. The following books focus on debates concerning the council system, its theory and implementation, Schneider, Dieter and Rudolf Kuhn, Arbiterrat in der November Revolution. Ideen, Workagen, Document Workers' Councils in the November Revolution, Ideas, Effects, Documents, Frankfurt am Main, Suhrkamp, 1968, Volker, Arnold. Ratbewegung in der November Revolution. Die Rate als Organisationsformende Kampfs und der Selbstbestimmung Council movement in the November Revolution, the councils as organizational forms of struggle and self-determination, Hanover, Soc, 1978, Volker, Arnold, Ratetheorien in der November Revolution. In systematische Dangeschicht like Darstellung und Analyse der unterschiedlichen Ratekonzeptionen Council theories in the November Revolution, a systematic historical presentation and analysis of the different council concepts, Hanover, Soc, 1978. An interesting but hard to find volume is Voorwaarts und nicht Vergessen or Levensbericht activer Thiel Nemmer der November Revolution 1918-19 Forward and Never Forgetting, accounts by active participants in the November Revolution of 1918 to 1919, edited by the Institute for Marxismus-Leninismus beim Zkader said, Berlin, Dietz, 1958. Useful online information is available at www.novemberrevolution.de. Revolutionary Stewards. Even German literature on the revolutionary stewards is sparse. An exception is the recent biography of Richard Müller by Ralph Hofrog, Richard Müller der Mann hinter der November Revolution. Richard Müller, The Man Behind the November Revolution, Berlin, Dietz, 2008. Of course, Richard Müller provided one of the outstanding contributions to the historiography of the German Revolution of 1918 to 1919 himself. His 3 volumes, Vom Kaiserreich zur Republik, Ein Beitrag zur Geschichte der Revolutionären Arbeiterbewegung während des Weltkriegs from the Kaiserreich to the Republic, a contribution to the history of the revolutionary workers' movement during the World War, Vienna, Malik, 1924, Vom Kaiserreich zur Republik, Band 2, Die November Revolution from the Kaiserreich to the Republic, Volume 2, The November Revolution, Vienna, Malik, 1925, and Der Bürgerkrieg in Deutschland, The Civil War in Germany, Berlin, Phobos, 1925, are the single most extensive and detailed analyses of the German Revolution of 1918 to 1919 by an active participant. Recently, they have been released together as In Geschichte der November Revolution, A History of the November Revolution, Berlin, Die Buchmacherei, 2011. An earlier edition of all 3 volumes carried the title of the third, Der Bürgerkrieg in Deutschland, Berlin, Ahl and Walter, 1979. Spartacus. Much of the literature about the Spartacus League focuses on the 2 most influential personalities, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Recommended introductions in English are Helmut Trotnau's Karl Liebknecht, 1871-1919, A Political Biography, Hamden, Kuhn, Archon, 1984, and Paul Frolicka's Rosa Luxemburg, Ideas in Action, London, Pluto Press, 1972. Both originally published in German, 1980 and 1939, respectively. English translations of various texts by both Liebknecht and Luxemburg from the revolutionary period can be found in the above-mentioned The German Revolution and the Debate on Soviet Power. There is also a very useful Rosa Luxemburg reader that includes texts from the revolutionary period, edited by Peter Hudes and Kevin B. Anderson, New York, Monthly Review, 2004. In German, an interesting study on Rosa Luxemburg has been published in addition to Frolicka's standard introduction, In Lachheim Landwehrkanal die Ermordung der Rosa L. A Corpse in the Landwehrkanal, The Murder of Rosa L. by Klaus Giedinger, Mainz, Decatone, 1993. On Liebknecht, there is also Ossip K. Flechthiem's Karl Liebknecht. Gedanke und Tat Karl Liebknecht, Thought and Action, Frankfurt am Main, Ullstein, 1976. Texts and speeches by Liebknecht and Luxemburg have been collected in extensive editions by the legendary Dietz Verlag in Berlin. Karl Liebknecht, Gesammelt Reden und Schriften, Collected Speeches and Writings, 9 volumes. 1958 to 1971, Revolutionary Period in Volume 9, Rosa Luxemburg, Gesammelt Werke, Collected Works, 6 volumes. 1970 to 1975, Revolutionary Period in Volume 4. Very interesting is the account by Karl Ritzlau, Spartacus Aufstieg und Niedergang. Erinnerungen eines Parteiarbeiters Spartacus Rise and Fall, Memories of a Party Member, Frankfurt, Neue Kritik, 1971. Brunswick. Few documents are available on Brunswick, even in German. Noteworthy are the early collection of documents and commentaries, Braunschweig unter der Herrschaft der Roten Fahne. Meinungen, Stimmungen und Tatsachen Brunswick under the rule of the Red Flag, Opinions, Moods, and Facts, edited by Teutonicus, Brunswick, Goebel, 1919, The Study Brunnonia mit Rotem Halstuch. November Revolution in Braunschweig 1918-19 Brunnonia with a Red Scarf, The November Revolution of 1918-1919 in Brunswick by Peter Berger, Hanover, Soc, 1979, and the recent publication Von der Monarchie zur Demokratie. Anmerkungen zur November Revolution 1918-19 in Braunschweig und im Reich from the Monarchy to Democracy, Notes on the November Revolution of 1918-1919 in Brunswick and in the Reich by Dietrich Kessner, Make ohne Zeit, and Wolf Otte, Wendeberg, Krebs, 2008. Bremen. The standard history of the Bremen Council Republic is Peter Kuckuck's Revolution und Räterepublik in Bremen Revolution and Council Republic in Bremen, Frankfurt, Sur Kamp, 1969. A useful pamphlet has been published by the Bremen chapter of Germany's Freie Arbeiterinnenunion Free Workers Union, FA, entitled Syndikalismus und Räterevolution in Bremen 1918-19 Syndicalism and Council Revolution in Bremen 1918-1919, Bremen, self-published, 2008. Furthermore, there is a very interesting biography of Karl Plattner, not only covering his role in Bremen but also in the uprisings of Central Germany alongside Max Holz, Der Ruhelose Rebell Karl Plattner 1893-1945 The Restless Rebel, Karl Plattner 1893-1945 by Volker Ulrich, München, Beck, 2000. Bavaria. The standard history in English of the Bavarian Revolution is Alan Mitchell's Revolution in Bavaria, 1918-1919, the Eisner Regime and the Soviet Republic, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1965. Another study is Richard Grunberger's Red Rising in Bavaria, London, Arthur Barker, 1973. There are numerous interesting works on the Bavarian Revolution in German. Among them are, Bayer, Hans. Von der November Revolution zur Räterepublik in München From the November Revolution to the Council Republic in Munich, Berlin, Schriftenreihe des Instituts für Deutsche Geschichte der Karl-Marx-Universität Leipzig, 1957, Boslow, Karl et.al., eds. Bayern im Umbruch. Die Revolution von 1918, ihr Voraussetzungen, ihr Verlauf und ihr Folgen Bayern in Transformation, The Revolution of 1918, Its Preconditions, Its Course, and Its Consequences, München, Oldenburg, 1969, Dorst, Tancred und Helmut Neubauer, ed. Die Münchner Räterepublik. Zunisse und Kommentar The Munich Council Republic, Testimonies and Commentary, Frankfurt am Main, Sur Kamp, 1966, Haller, Ralph. Der Anfang, der ein End war The Beginning That Was an End, Berlin, Aufbau, 1999, Karl, Michaela. Die Münchener Räterepublik, Portraits einer Revolution The Munich Council Republic, Portrait of a Revolution, Dusseldorf, Patmos 2008, Linz, Ulrich, ed. Gustav Landauer und die Revolutions seit 1918-1919. Die politischen Reden, Schriften, Erlass und Brief Landauers aus der November Revolution 1918-1919 Gustav Landauer and the Revolutionary Period of 1918-1919. Landauer's political speeches, writings, resolutions, and letters from the November Revolution of 1918-1919, Berlin, Kramer, 1974, Seligman, Michael. Aufstand der Räte. Die erste Bayerische Räterepublik vom 7. April 1919 Uprising of the Councils, the First Bavarian Council Republic of April 7, 1919, 2 volumes. Grafenadoffingen, Trotzdem, 1989, Schmalz, Gerhard, ed. Revolution und Räterepublik in München 1918-19 in Augens Eugenberichten Eyewitness reports from the Revolution and Council Republic in Munich in 1918-1919, Düsseldorf, Karl Roch Verlag, 1969, Wiesel, Hans-Georg, ed. Liedereten und der Wand. Die Münchner Räterepublik und die Schriftsteller Authors Up Against the Wall, the Munich Council Republic and its Writers, Frankfurt, Butchergilde Gutenberg, Frankfurt 1980, Werner, P., Die Bayerische Räterepublik. Tatsachen und Kritik the Bavarian Council Republic, Facts and Kritik, Petrograd, Verlag der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1920. Erich Mussum's eyewitness account of the Bavarian Revolution, von Eisner bis Levin, is included in this volume. It is also worth reading the parts about the Bavarian Revolution in Ernst Toller's I Was a German, German original, in Jugend in Deutschland, 1933, various editions. The most comprehensive selections of writings by Gustav Landauer and Erich Mussum in English are Gustav Landauer, Revolution and Other Writings, Oakland, PM Press, 2010, and Erich Mussum, Liberating Society from the State and Other Writings, Oakland, PM Press, 2011, respectively. Ruhr Valley. The main historical work on the period is Erhard Lucas's March Revolution 1920 March Revolution of 1920, containing no less than 3 volumes, Frankfurt am Main, Roter Stern, 1973-1978. A concise introduction to the Red Ruhr Army is Die Rote Ruhrarmee Mars 1920 The Red Ruhr Army in March 1920 by Diet Hartkerbs, Berlin, Nischen, 1985. A social democratic perspective is given in Der Ruhrkrieg von 1920 The Ruhr War of 1920 by George Elias Berg, Bonn, Neue Gesellschaft, 1974. An early historical account is Die Rote Armee in Ruhr und Rhein The Red Army at the Ruhr and Rhine by Hans Spethamann, Berlin, Hobing, 1930, which is very biased against the rebels but contains a number of valuable documents. An interesting publication is also the collection of essays and speeches by KPD member Adolf Meinberg, Aufstand in der Ruhr Uprising at the Ruhr, edited by Helmut G. Hassis und Erhard Lucas, Frankfurt, Roter Stern, 1973. Voigtland. The standard document is Max Holz's memoir Vom Weissen Kreuz zur Roten Fahne. Jugend Kampf und Zuchthausserlebnis From the White Cross to the Red Flag, Youth, Struggle and Prison Experiences, Berlin, Malik, 1929, excerpts of which are included in this volume. In 1927, Prison Letters by Holz were published as Zuchthausbrief Prison Letters, Berlin, Reis. In 2005, diaries and letters from his time in the Soviet Union were published under the title Ich Gruß und Kusse dich Rotfront. Tagebücher und Brief, Moskau 1929 bis 1933 I Greet and Kiss You, Red Front, Diaries and Letters, Moscow 1929 to 1933, edited by Ola Plner, Berlin, Dietz, 2005. Useful biographical studies about Holz are Max Holz Wedge und Irrweg eines Revolutionärs Max Holz, Right and False Ways of a Revolutionary by Manfred Gebhardt, Berlin, Neues Leben, 1989, and Max Holz. Man nannt ihn, Brandstifter und Revolutionär, Robin Hood, Che Guevara, einen Anarchisten, den Roten General. Sein Leben und sein Kampf Max Holz, he was called an arsonist and revolutionary, Robin Hood, Che Guevara, anarchist, and Red General, his life and struggle by Peter Giersik and Bernd Kramer, Berlin, Kramer, 2000. General historical accounts of the period are Sigrid Baumgarten's Der Aufstand der Avantgarde. Die Marschaktion der KPD 1921 The Uprising of the Vanguard, the March Action of the KPD of 1921, Frankfurt, Campus, 1986, and Stefan Weber's Ein kommunistischer Putsch. Marchaktion 1921 in Mitteldeutschland a Communist coup. The march actions in 1921 in Central Germany, Berlin, Dietz, 1991.